Hello everybody and welcome right around Australia and the world. It is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning and it is a glorious, probably maybe not in weather-wise, but in scenic, from the most beautiful sporting capital of the world. There we go, the Nike Melbourne Marathon runners. The nerves, the butterflies, the excitement and the intensity starting to grow as we get closer and closer to the firing gun being shot. Wherever you might be right around Australia or the world, if you're watching us via SEN TV, YouTube, there's a beautiful MCG. No better stadium in the world to run into when you're finishing, whatever distance it might be, but most certainly over 42 Ks. If you are watching us, hello to you. If you're listening via the SEN Radio Network, good morning to you in what is going to be a wonderful Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival morning. I'm Cameron Luke, joined by the best in the business. Going to start with Trent Hill, who's on about Melbourne Marathon, about 600. No better marathon commentator in this country. Mate, hello to you.
Hello, and thanks for the very big introduction. Certainly not a marathon gun or anything like that, but I'll tell you what, it's been a great event to be a part of for a number of years. I'm looking forward to today's event with over 50,000 people. 50,000 people. Last year was 42,500. 50,000 this year.
It doesn't matter what event it is, and there's a number of them this morning. Sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. 24 hours, 24 hours, 24 hours. It is the hottest ticket in town, as it traditionally is. And somebody who doesn't need a ticket normally, because she's competing, four-time Nike Melbourne Marathon competitor and a top 10 visitor finisher last year. Tess Marks, welcome to you.
Good morning, and yeah, thanks for the introduction. It's definitely a different way to experience a marathon, but you mentioning at the start, you know, it's a great way to, bring all the butterflies and all of that, so yeah, really well done.
I've never run a marathon, but I'm going to say that probably running it is easier than dealing with Trent and I for a few hours, Tess, but we'll see how that goes.
Totally.
I mentioned a glorious Melbourne morning in scenery more so than weather. It rained overnight in Melbourne, but it has cleared early this morning, only around 11 degrees. That seems like pretty good conditions, though, when you're running 42 Ks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 11 degrees is the perfect temperature. It's not too hot. We've seen hot marathons in the past. We've seen windy marathons, but I think, runners are on for a good time and a PB today if they can.
Tell you what, there's a million different ways to get involved in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Have a look at this. Download the app to track your friends and family. I know a hell of a lot of people running, so the app's going to get a real workout this morning. At Melbourne Mara, follow us on socials as well. Today, it's a technology world we live in. It doesn't matter where you might be. If you got friends and family running in Melbourne and you live in New York, or maybe you live in South Africa or in New Zealand, or even somewhere a little closer to home, but interstate, and of course that is the best way to go about it. And there's going to be a million pics. The Insta story is going to be firing up in about 5 minutes time. You can get involved at Melbourne Mara, but download the app to track your friends and family. And I think not just in the athletics world, Trent, but the world of sport do a really good job of keeping you connected, even if you can't be on location.
Oh, absolutely. And I tell you what, the Melbourne Marathon app, absolutely that one-stop shop to go to, because as you said, you can see the splits, you can see how your person you're following, whether they've gone well in the first 5, but they might have tapered off in that second 5 kilometres. So, it's a great way. And then obviously, if you want to get to the MCG and see when a rough time they may finish, certainly a great way to track your person.
Hey, we've got the best people on track as well. Our man Archie Thompson is going to join us in a couple of minutes. He is down in the hype zone. I think he's in New Zealand. He's in St Kilda. He's not in New Zealand, I can tell you that right now. He's in St Kilda. Candy Hertz is on the start line. Those men and women are on the start line. They're only minutes away from getting going. We'll get to a break right around Australia. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon Countdown as we get ready for a wonderful Sunday morning in Melbourne.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward,
then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation,
then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Whether you're up at dawn or meeting under the clocks at noon, our city rocks its own vibe. So when the final whistle blows, stay and play. Only in this city of ours.
Good morning, wherever you might be, right around the world. And look at this, the Nike Melbourne Marathon is only minutes away from the gun starting. The nerves are starting to build, and we are starting to get very excited here. Tess Marks, you've been in this situation 4 times. What is going through these athletes' minds? What are you trying to focus on as the minutes and the seconds of training counts down to the start?
Yeah, you mentioned focus, but I think what I do on the start line is try not to focus at all and really zone out, tune out, and try and calm my nerves as much as possible. That's probably not focusing on the race at hand, because it can get quite daunting thinking about the big 42.2 kilometres that are in front of you. So, yeah, really trying to zone out here.
In a yes or no answer, is there any conversation happening in your world?
In my world, look, I'll probably be talking to some of the runners around me, trying to understand what pace they might be running, trying to find a pack to run with. Last year I had one of my friends run with me, so we were chatting about some race tactics that might play out throughout the day. So a little bit of chat.
It might not be happening as much with the elites, but this time right now is a great Instagram pic. A nice story that you're about to have a crack at 42Ks. It is almost Nike Melbourne Marathon time. And wherever you might be, this is starting to get excited. For the people who are watching or listening to us right now who aren't competing, I'll tell you what, Trent, this is my wheelhouse. You two are the experts. This is my wheelhouse. But all thanks to Better Beer. That is the official beer partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So if you're competing or cheering a loved one, the Better Beer Bar will be serving up delicious frothies all weekend. Get involved in the event village there in Yarra Park. Now, Archie Thompson. Legendary player of the World Games, Socceroo superstar, and the king of Moomba. You don't get to run this particular city, and when you do, you become the king of Moomba, and he is out and about. Archie, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm here at the fan zone. I mean, it's a little bit quiet at the moment. I've got the Outlaws setting up their band, ready to rock and roll. I feel a little bit ashamed, actually, because I'm going to be at the coffee and crepes little van over there while all the runners are going to be running past. So I'm going to stuff my face full of crepes.
Well, I'll tell you what, firstly, I'm going to tell a crepe guy, so I'm not going to shy away and ever judge you for that type of situation. But have you ever thought about doing a marathon yourself, Archie?
I have. I actually, probably last year I thought about doing this one. But then, the knees and the joints are a little bit stiff, so always a little bit harder. But I'm so grateful to Nike because they might give me an opportunity to run next year because I've got a new pair of runners.
Perfect.
So I'm buzzing.
It's time. Nike will look after you, and Archie Thompson and I finally have something in common. We both thought about doing a marathon, and we're both watching. Archie, we're going to come to you over the course of the morning. Thank you, brother. Outstanding. Archie Thompson is out and about. It is a Nike Melbourne Marathon morning, not far away from the opening gun. Right around Australia, being on the SCN Radio Network, you're watching us on YouTube or via SCN TV. Trent, there's a lot of nerves there, and Tess spoke about the possible conversation. We didn't see a great deal of conversation there, and of course, that is the trophy that sits in the MCG.
Yeah, I tell you what, and a lot of our runners will be looking to get their hands on that one, and we've got a lot of our good elites running as well, across all the different races. Jack Rayner, obviously the standout for mine in the men's marathon. And obviously we've got a really good contingent of female runners as well with Millie Clark, Sarah Klein, who has been the bridesmaid the last couple of years. Would love the opportunity, Tess, to potentially get on that top podium.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a couple of debutantes running their first ever marathon. We've got Caitlin Adams, and we've also got Izzy Hume, a Nike athlete, and they'll be making their debut. So it'll be really interesting to sort of see how they go, especially in that back half of the marathon where I guess athletes tend to struggle, especially through the tan hills. So it'll be great race out there today.
Anderson Street Hill. Sorry, just thinking about the time I tried to run it last week and then really faltered. So I'm trying to think about it running it like in the 32nd kilometre, which is very tough. You talk about the elite trend. There are different preparations for many of these athletes as well. Some are obviously on the marathon sort of trek and have run a marathon or two, but some are coming off world championships. We'll see it a little bit in the shorter distances as well. But I think that's what it lends itself, the different preparations and avenues that athletes have taken to get here today.
Absolutely. And probably the one you speak about world championships is Sarah Klein. Only a month ago, World Championship Marathon, coming back and doing the Nike Melbourne Marathon, one that she absolutely loves. And as said, she is one that this is the one that she wants to get. She's tough. She is resilient. So to see how she bounces back after, such a recent run in the World Champs will be really interesting. But a lot of our other runners, they would have had this bookmarked, at the start of the year going, this is the one I want to conquer. This is the one I want to take on. And this is the one I want to, potentially perform my very best at.
A big effort to turn it around within the month after the running in Tokyo. Well, we'll just quickly get a word from you, Tess, because these marathons are getting bigger and better. We now see, of course, the Sydney Marathon, now major, which is outstanding for this particular country. But on the back of COVID, athletics and I guess even the amateur style of people trying to get more involved in running and doing these type of events have just continually risen, which organically makes the standard higher, which makes these type of events even bigger every year.
Totally. I think it's, the running boom, as you said, post-COVID. I mean, I experienced the running boom. I did my first Melbourne Marathon in that 2021 delayed Melbourne Marathon in December. And, I fell in love with the sport. So I think, a lot of other people would be experiencing that today. Maybe this is their first marathon or this is their fourth or fifth marathon. But the running boom's definitely real and it's there.
It was about 35 degrees, if I recall correctly. It was a warm one, pushed back to early December compared to early October. Now, it doesn't feel like, if you're not a Melburnian or an Australian, it doesn't feel like a great deal of time. But that was a stinking hot day that you embarked on your first Nike Melbourne Marathon.
It was stinking hot, and we've spoken about the last 10K, so it really made for a brutal finish. There was people, I guess, very sadly, not struggling on the back end. So I'm just glad to have made it back and running a good time.
I'm going to tell a story about that particular day a little later into the morning when people want to listen. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't involve me running 42 Ks, but it does involve me being very tired by the end of that afternoon. Hence why I remember how warm it was on that particular afternoon. Have a look at that. You touched on the paces just quickly. Marathon, not just Nike Melbourne Marathon, but all the great running events. You can get the exact idea of what pace you can get because of these wonderful runners and volunteers.
Honestly, and they're volunteering their time. Often, you've got a 2-hour 50 pacer at Melbourne Marathon. These guys can run, 2:30, 2:40. So they're really dedicating their time and I guess sacrificing a race they could have done and a lot of training. So well done to the pacers.
I want to put my hand up and admit that I did say I would happily be a pacer at 7.5 Ks for at least 10, and I was put to this position to roll. It is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. Wherever you might be around Australia, good morning. It is a nice morning if you're just getting out of bed, a little chilly, rain overnight, but if you're about to embark on 42 kilometres, I have no doubt it is a welcome weather morning. All thanks to BMW, the official vehicle partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Trent, you've done a lot of these, and you've been able to watch these athletes do their thing at the top of the game. You touched on it. Tess spoke about the standard continually rising. That is quite obvious from your commentary booth position each and every year.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we've got a really hot Nike half marathon contingent this year. We've got a really good marathon contingent, and our 10-kilometre contingent seems to be increasing year after year as well. So, listen, we've got some of the best Australian athletes going around today. Brett Robinson, previous winner. We've got Izzy Bat-Doyle running around, Jack Rayner, just to name a few. Joe Fukuda from Japan, who's been a champion over there. And we'll talk more about his exploits and what he's done over his journey later on in the morning as well. So we're seeing the top quality runners of Australia come and be a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
And we'll break it all down over the course of a Melbourne morning. Now, Candy Hertz, if anybody has ever ran any type of organised run here in the beautiful city of Melbourne, you would have seen and heard, at a minimum heard, Candy Hertz, if you've been too busy running to actually take notice of who's standing on the sideline doing a wonderful job, as he joins us from the start line. Good morning to you, Candy.
Good morning, Cam, and everyone back in the studio, and everybody who's watching us, like you said, Cam, from around the world this morning. We are so close to the start of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, 42 kilometres. There are 14,000 people behind me who are so excited. You can feel the nerves and the energy in the air. But you know what else? You can feel this perfectly beautiful, cool Melbourne morning. We have the most gorgeous start to the day. It is absolutely crisp and perfect conditions for a Melbourne Marathon, and I cannot wait to see what the city looks like as well, with 14,000 people running through it. I can feel that the excitement is building, and I can feel, as you can hear, that we're just gearing up for all the little bits that get ready before the people behind me start slowly making their way towards the start line. I'm so excited to keep you updated throughout the morning. Let's see who we can find out on this course as well. And of course, everything ends in the iconic MCG. It's already got amazing energy down there. So can you imagine it, after all these runners finish an exciting morning? What a great way it is to start a Sunday morning here in Melbourne.
I'll tell you how we're going to start it, Candy. I'm going to set you a challenge. I need you to get us Jess Hull at some point over the course of the morning.
I'll work on it.
All right, thank you. If not Jess Hull, Steve Monaghetti. Either way, two wonderful athletes in this country. And, of course, Jess Hull coming off another medal at the Tokyo World Championships only a month ago. It is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. Have a look at this. I'm starting to get nervous just watching this test, because you can feel, as Candy painted the picture so well there, you can feel the intensity, but you can feel the nerves. Many of these people might have ran one before, and many are doing it for the first time.
Yeah, you can feel the energy in the air, even from the studio. It's taking me back to last year where, I ran a 2:49. So, the athletes will be gearing up for a big day ahead.
A 2:49, it actually takes me... That's about driving pace for me over 42 Ks test, so that's quite nice. Trent, have you ever run a marathon, Trent?
No, I haven't, Cam. The furthest I've done is a 14K run.
Yep.
I'm not a long distance runner. Probably just that 14 kilometre would be my threshold, which I'm happy to contend with.
Hey, just quickly, we're going to get to the pre-marathon formalities in a matter of moments, but Tess, we'll get deeper into the course, but from a hill perspective, how hilly is the Melbourne Marathon course?
It's certainly not a flat course. I mean, you've got races like Gold Coast, which are perfectly flat. The first half of Melbourne Marathon are reasonably flat. You then get to 30K and you run up Fitzroy Street, and that's sort of the first hill that runners will tackle. They then come down St Kilda Road, and then the dreaded tan hills start arising. So you're sort of wanting to make it to that point feeling relatively good before at about, I think it's 33K. I can never quite remember, because I'm always trying to zone out and think about the finish, but you're sort of coming up through the tan and down Domain Road, where you can kind of start thinking about the finish a bit more.
The beautiful shots. And I tell you what, if you're not from Melbourne and you're listening or watching us somewhere around the world, and you're weirdly not a huge Melbourne fan, you're probably not going to like how much I'm going to spruik the most beautiful city in the world. We did see a little bit of it there. It's outstanding. I live smack bang in the middle of it, and I'm looking forward to being able to showcase it, even more of it, over the course of the next few hours, because that's what Melbourne marathons, or what any marathon does so well, Trent, is be able to show and expose these beautiful cities.
Oh, absolutely. And I've written down a few dot points on where our runners are running past. So you're going through the beautiful Fed Square area, St Paul's Cathedral, the MCG is the finishing line. 279 metres. You can just enjoy that Colosseum. That's one of the world's best. You've got Flinders Street Station, the Arts Centre, the Botanical Gardens, a Shrine of Remembrance, and also, too, you've got down around that Beaconsfield Parade Beach area. It's just beautiful.
Tess, I love the MCG more than any other place in the world, right? I spend a lot of time there in football season in particular, but are you able to appreciate when you're running the end of 42Ks, when you run into the MCG, or do you have to wait till you're finished before it slaps you in the face that you're actually within the cauldron?
I think you come up through one of the gates. I think it's gate number C. And
it is.
The MCG just expands in front of you, and I think that's when you start appreciating the moment. And you can see the finish line. It's 300 metres away, and yeah, you can really appreciate how big and beautiful the MCG is.
And for people who have been there and have watched or have competed in the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, the actual on track as we're seeing it there, that's the calmest place in the jaunt, because once you get off the track, it is pandemonium with family and friends trying to get to somebody. You're trying to find someone. Phones aren't working. Somebody's just having a drink after running 42Ks. But it's a beautiful place to finish, isn't it?
Yeah, you get all sorts at the finish line. You get crying, you get tears, you get, happy smiles if you've run a PB. You've got family and friends, as you mentioned, trying to come and see the athletes as they finish their races, giving them, I guess, big pats on the back and congratulations.
It looks a little wider than we've seen in recent years. Is there more surface running area this year compared to last and previous years?
Yeah, I was looking at that actually, and it looks like that white matting at the finish line that used to be grass.
Yeah.
So you used to just finish and walk onto grass, and even as you come around the MCG, that 300 metres that you run towards the finish line, that looks like it's wider. It's always been quite narrow in other years, so it can get quite tricky, especially, as you get to the 4-hour mark, 4.5-hour mark when there's mass athletes. So it looks like Nike Melbourne Marathon have done a great job in expanding that this year.
And for people who are going to watch and are listening to us right now or watching us, running it is one thing, but it is cool to be there and be able to be involved in the atmosphere, isn't it, Trent, which you've done a lot of times?
Oh, absolutely. And you go to the MCG, and no better place to watch it. You're in the MCC members, you're cheering on your loved ones, they're on the big screen. It just gives you a really good feel. And, you've probably got 15, 20, 25,000 people over the course of the day in there and supporting you. And they might not even know who you are, but they're cheering you across the line. And it's a really inspiring thing. It's
a really good point there. The togetherness and the family attitude towards almost everyone, getting around random strangers, is something that's cool to see.
Oh, absolutely. And the camaraderie, and you speak about that finishing line, a lot of our runners, limp to the line through injury or soreness or cramp or whatever it may be. And sometimes, over the years we've seen the camaraderie with runners has been really strong, helping them across the line to get them finishing their journey, and then the high fives and the emotions after they cross that finishing line. It's inspiring, and we speak highly about our elites, but it's also about our normal day runners that are taking on that challenge.
I think, Tess, that's a really good point by Trent. That helping and togetherness is not just in these type of events, as we see the sporting capital and the sporting precinct of the world right there around the Olympic sort of park area. But it's also the togetherness that you just see in the everyday runner now, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like, you meet friends out on the streets in Melbourne. I know you're running in packs. You're helping each other out through water stations, helping through gels and things like that. So yeah, there's a massive amount of camaraderie both from the spectators and the runners. Together.
Beautifully done. The pre-race formalities are moments away. Let's get down to the Festival of Running.
Ready with her when you're ready for us.
Right around Australia, there it is, the national anthem, which Q really suggests there's about 3 or 4 minutes before the fire of the starter's gun. Now, we did set Candy Hertz a little bit of a challenge to get one of the greatest women athletes in the world and a Nike ambassador in Jess Hull. And as per, Candy Hertz has delivered. Back to you, Candy.
Hey, Kama, can you believe I am with an Olympic medalist right now and, of course, a world record holder as well? You set me the challenge to get Jess, and look who I found in the crowd. In fact, she's been here all week as a Nike athlete as well, having a bit of fun out here. Jess, welcome today. You've been having a great time this week.
Yeah, thank you. It's been awesome to be down here this week and just to feel the energy build towards race day. There's been so many activations and everyone's getting excited, so I'm keen to send them on their way today.
I know, well, we've got the athletes literally right here next to us. You can almost touch them. You can feel the energy and wave at everyone as well. They're so excited. Hey, guys, this is Jess Hull. Yay! We are pretty excited to have you here. What advice do you have for these guys who are about to get started? I know it's not your distance.
No, it's not my distance, but I think the same thing that I do is you can just have so much fun out there and really, really enjoy it. You chose to be on this start line, so to just go out there and make the most of the opportunity, I'm excited to watch.
And of course, Jess looks absolutely gorgeous today. I assume you're not running. What's your role today?
Thank you. No, I'm not running, but I will be starting the race. I'll be ringing the bell until every single athlete has got across the start line. Yeah.
Fantastic. Make sure you're listening out to the bell. That will be this incredible woman dinging it. Congratulations on everything you've achieved in the sport as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Good luck, everyone.
Challenge accepted, Cam. Well
beautifully done, Candy. Not a surprise in the world. Olympic silver medalist, World Championship bronze last month. Jess Hull, one of the great athletes and a Nike ambassador as well, which is leading us to the Nike Melbourne Marathon race schedule. There it is, the Nike Melbourne Marathon, only moments away. The Nike Wheelchair Marathon, about an hour away. The Nike Half Marathon, the same time. The SriLankan Airlines 10K starts at 7 a.m. Big shout to my nephew Charlie, who's running in that, and the Dairy Farmers 5K run, which is a bit further than I would like to get involved in, hence why I'm sitting here talking about what's going to happen over the next few hours. Now, let's have a look at the course, and I'm going to put you two under pressure and give a prediction as into who is going to take out the Nike Melbourne Marathon. But I'll start with you, Tess, because you've ran this. Talk us through this course. What is the best and worst parts of this 42Ks?
The best part, we'll start with that, definitely coming into the MCG. That's just such a memorable way to finish. There's nothing quite like it. And when else do you get an opportunity to stand on the MCG apart from at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival? So that's definitely the highlight. But I think some of the worst parts, if we'll switch over to that, when you're running along Beaconsfield Parade, it can get quite long and tiring. You come up through Port Melbourne and you've got the long stint from Port Melbourne all the way through to Elwood. So yeah, runners can they can lose focus, they can get quite tough. If it's a windy day, which today it's not, you can get belted around by the wind. But then, as we talked about before, you get to the tan hills. So I think all the runners are sort of waiting for that moment to come and hoping that they're going to feel good as they go up through the hills. The
most recognisable brand and the best brand in my eyes in the world is Nike. And without Nike, and the Nike Melbourne Marathon does not happen. Have a look at this.
It's very palpable now.
Are you made for this? I mean, we all made of the same stuff. But choosing to do something, even when you don't know if you could do it, that just shows you what else you can become.
As good as advice as you can get, just do it. All thanks to Nike. Nike Melbourne Marathon is only moments away, and I'm going to put you two, who are going to take us through most of it over the course of the morning, under the pump right now. I'm going to start with you, Trent. Give me a prediction, the winner of both the men's and women's Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Oh, listen, I'm a big Jack Rayner fan. I think obviously winning it last year, 2 hours 11. He's an absolute superstar, and he's made the Melbourne Marathon Festival his own. He's won 3 half marathons. He's won the full marathon. Geez, he's going to be hard to beat. With the time that he's running, I reckon he's going to be the one to watch out in the males. And in the females, I've got a feeling that's going to be either Sarah Klein, as I said earlier, just that resilience, and she really wants it, or Caitlin Adams, who's got Jess Stenson, Trengrove, running with her as a pacer to maybe get her across the line first as well. So it promises to be a great race.
Great athletes here for this. Beautiful shots. Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. And we are into all the preparation is over. All the long runs. Jess Hull, Nike ambassador, one of the best athletes in the world, has the starting pistol in her hands. And we are about to set these wonderful athletes off over 42 kilometres in the beautiful city of Melbourne. You can see the countdown on the screen. Jess Hull raises the starting pistol away, and Tess marks as the bell rings. We are away. Nike Melbourne Marathon 2025.
Wow, what a start to the race. It's, bringing back all of the memories. This is actually another part of the course that can get quite difficult for athletes. You do start running uphill, up Batman Avenue, before you make a left-hand turn onto Flinders Street. So some athletes will run this too fast, and they'll get to Flinders Street feeling quite tired already, even though it's in the first few hundred metres of the race. They've really got to keep that in mind and pace themselves going up this first little stint.
How do you balance the intensity and the emotion and the excitement and the nerves? Because the elites are one thing, but probably more so for the tier or two below, because you've set yourself for this moment, but then once you get here, you've got to make sure you don't cook yourself physically and mentally early.
Exactly, and Jess Hull mentioned about all of these activations that are happening across Melbourne, so I think it's, for the non-elite athletes and the amateur runners that are coming, you can get quite involved in wanting to go to all of the activations, going to all of the fun runs that are out and about, but I think a lot of the time, if you can just stay at home and really tune out and start thinking about what you need to do on Sunday morning, that's when you start running your best races.
No surprise who's leading the charge there, Tess, in Jack Rayner. He's got the beautiful Nike outfit as well. They've sort of gone a little bit retro with this year's uniform with Jack Rayner and a lot of our elite athletes, Brett Robertson and the like, that are Nike-sponsored athletes.
Yeah, I think they're, I looked at an article and I think they're, paying homage to Kathy Freeman's suit that she wore at the 2000 Olympic Games for the 400 metres. So I think it's, paying homage to that teal, nice blue teal colour and the white on the upper. So really, really nice outfit that they've got on this morning.
I'm a little worried about Jess Hull early doors, because there's one thing to be as great as she is on track. It's a different skill set, having to ring the bell for a long period of time. I'm not sure if she knows what she's into. There's a lot of runners. 48,000 I think you dropped earlier, Trent. That's a much different way of which she's going about it than just running a 1,500 metre faster than almost any other woman on the planet.
Well, this marathon is the hottest ticket going around this year. This sold out in 24 hours, so 14,500 runners will take to the roads of Melbourne for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And Jack Rayner just looks really comfortable. I think he was a little bit ill. Wasn't feeling the best yesterday. Had a real good rest day yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see how he bounces back, Tess. Obviously with a 42-kilometre run ahead of him.
Yeah, hopefully he's bounced back. I sent him a good luck message this morning, and last year he won the Melbourne Marathon, and in the lead up, in the hours before the race, he was watching these Outback documentaries on SBS, and this morning I think he was watching some documentaries on Kyoto. So really trying to zone out, like I mentioned before, and get into that race. The racing spirit.
As they head up towards Flinders Street, they'll turn left shortly. I will say that had Jack Rayner on SEN radio during the week on Sports Day. He's a great personality. You two knowing him personally, but he's the type of person who is a great ambassador for athletics in this country. Not necessarily this particular event, but he enjoys his work. He's a great speaker, and it's exactly the type of person you want to push this sport forward, isn't it, Tess?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jack, great speaker. He's also got a podcast for the Kudos, so if anyone does want to have a listen, he does document a lot of his running journey on the podcast. Great speaker and a great advocate for the sport.
Federation Square. Trent, wait right there. Going to come back to you as they turn left around Flinders Street. Jack Rayner in control. Early doors in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Wherever you might be, it is a smack bang in the middle of Melbourne. If you unaware, that's Flinders Street Station. You can see in the background Federation Square across the road. As they start to roll down St Kilda Road, they go out one way, they'll come back another in a couple of hours' time. But Jack Rayner, early doors, looks in control, Trent.
He certainly does, running with some great fluency, Cam. And Tess, what would be going through Jack's mind? Obviously, he's got a nice little breakaway there from the second, chasing bunch. What would be his mindset going in and going, okay, where do I sort of break away? Do I just take it real easy and have some good pace and some good momentum early, or do I sort of go for it early days?
Yeah, this is interesting. I think last year we saw Jack sort of stick on Ryan Gregson and then pull away as they sort of came off Beaconsfield Parade, but he's really gone to the front this year. So he must have had a chat with his coach in the leading days to maybe work out a bit of a time, perhaps, so that he wanted to finish in. So yeah, definitely a different tactic to what we've seen Jack Rayner do in the past.
Course record, do you reckon he'd be going for course record? Like, obviously, 2020 was when the course record was done. It was Timothy Rona, 2 hours, 9 minutes, 12 seconds. I know he had a good crack at it last year, but just wasn't quite there in the end with a 2:11 marathon time. Has he got it in him?
I'm not sure. Like, he's coming off world champs, where he ran, I think it was around 13:30 for the 5K. And he hasn't done a whole lot of marathon-specific training, which a lot of these runners would have done. So I don't think he'll be on for a course record, but he's definitely on for a good time.
And Joe Fukuda, the Japanese superstar, he's sitting nicely there as well. And nice draw card to have to the Nike Melbourne Marathon as well. His CV's impressive, and to have him in that leading bunch is going to be exciting as well. Yeah,
it's good to have Joe Fukuda back on Australian soil. We saw him win the Gold Coast Marathon a couple of years ago. So it's good to see him back coming and running in the Melbourne Marathon this year.
Caitlin Adams, she is getting paced there by Jess Stenson, who's had so much success at this Nike Melbourne Marathon before, half marathon and full marathon. She's an absolute, a superstar across Australian marathon running, and she's pacing for Caitlin Adams, who's making her debut. So, gee whiz, wouldn't this be a story if this was able to be successful later on in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely. They both trained together over in Adelaide. You couldn't ask for a better pacer in Jess Stenson. She's obviously a very well-decorated runner. She's done a lot of marathons. She's done some hard marathons, and she's done the Melbourne course in the half marathon a couple of times. So she knows the atmosphere, knows the course really well. So Caitlin Adams looks like she could be on for a great day.
So for people who may wonder about a pacer, just take us through that test, and do they actually finish the course, or do they drop out like we do see in some athletic events on track? Do they step aside after a certain period? Yeah, pacers for the marathon, they usually go to the finish line with you. So you'll see all of the Nike dedicated pacers running through to the finish line. Jess said she's got a bib, so she can also run through to the finish line with Caitlin Adams. So she'll be guiding her all through the course, helping her with water stations, gels, even if it gets hard for Caitlin Adams, providing some sort of motivation for her to keep going and trying to zone out and really get through the day.
Isn't it a great sight? Down at Batman Avenue, just outside Rod Laver Arena, as we see them going past the Arts Centre, one of those major points here in the track. Absolutely sensational. So, obviously, Bailey Mazurki Hintz is going to be one to watch out for as well. He's an exciting talent and is taking pretty good form into this marathon here this morning as well. Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about a couple of debutants in the women's marathon, but we didn't speak about them in the men's marathon, and we've got Bailey running his first ever marathon, so it can be a bit unpredictable as to what they might run, but he looks like he's looking strong in the first couple of kilometres, so it could be on for a good day for him. Well, he's the 2025 Lakeside 15 champion in 45.11, so he's taking some good form into today's race. Most certainly. We'll get back to you, Tess, in a split second. The leaderboard, we'll get times after the 5K mark when they start to roll into the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Right around Australia and the world, if you're listening to us via the SEN Radio Network, watching us on YouTube or via SEN TV, we are underway, the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2025. There we go, down St Kilda Road, couple of kilometres in. Trent, they are humming along nicely. See there, that'll be 34 Ks on the way back. So if you have got out of bed a little late, no, we got 34. We got a long way to go, but 34 Ks on the way back when they roll back down St Kilda Road. But these shots of the most beautiful city, I am biased, in the world, Trent. Oh, I couldn't agree more, Cam. And I'll tell you what, it just puts hairs on the back of your neck standing up because it's such a beautiful city, a beautiful course, and obviously with all the great destinations I'll be running past, St Paul's Cathedral, trying to remember it's a little bit later on in the event, but Jack Rayner, Joe Fukuda, they were sort of 1 and 2 who I was sort of thinking are going to be the ones to watch out for, leading the charge there. And how do you sort of see, reading his body language early in the race, looking pretty comfortable at the moment, Jack and Joe? Yeah, they're both looking very comfortable. They'll hopefully be looking this comfortable up until 30 Ks. As all runners know, that's when the marathon starts, at that 32 kilometre mark. So hopefully looking like this in an hour and a half or so. I'll tell you what, I reckon the bunch with Jess Stenson in there. Might have a few people hanging on and following her as well, because obviously she's pacing for Caitlin Adams in her debut Nike Melbourne Marathon, which is a great story in itself. But I reckon a few people might be just hanging on the outskirts of Jess's group just to ensure they're running at some good pace as well.
I mean, why wouldn't you? You've got the best pacer in the business. So if you can run with Jess the whole way and get a PB, you may as well if you're down on the course.
Are we aware of the time that Jess is pacing to?
What was that, sorry?
Are we aware of what time she's pacing to?
No, we'll start getting the 5K splits shortly, so we can kind of work out a bit of a time estimate that Caitlin Adams will be running. But yeah, it's her first marathon, so usually you can, I guess, predict a time based on previous times. But because it's Caitlin's first one, let's have a look at the 5K splits as they come in.
Hey, Cam, you're a great AFL football man. I reckon that could be brother Jack Trengrove on the other side of Jess as well, who's running. So the Trengrove pairing, brother and sister, running with Caitlin Adams, which is a great story.
Yeah, the type of family you just think, geez, I tell you what, any chance of having no athletic ability? I don't know if there's any more other siblings, but I'm assuming they're great athletes as well. But yeah, it does look like the brother and sister are rolling in Nike Melbourne Marathon. He was a very good footballer as well. Now, I want to get back down to Candy Hertz, because I mean, I'm not concerned, but I am interested to see how Jess Hull is going, because she's been ringing the bell continuously and how much training she had to do, which is different from her running training. Take it away, Candy.
I know, Cam, you were super concerned about it, so I'm going to check in on Jess, because she's been doing this with one single hand for the last 10 minutes. Jess, how are you going?
Yeah, I'm good. I keep sending everyone on the way. It's going to be much harder for them out there, but yeah, I'm looking forward to having a rest between the next start line.
I mean, we want to hear you, but we don't want you to stop. You keep going. Let me tell you, she hasn't done the hand switch. I really thought she would, but she's doing a super job. Keep going, Jess!
Jess Hull, Nike ambassador, and is sending all these Nike Melbourne Marathon runners on their way, and what a superstar she is. And I tell you what, this is something, Trent, will digress from the marathon just for a split second and just touch on Jess. Her ability to take races on, of course, running against Faith Kipyagan, one of the greatest athletes of all time, but her want and desire to actually chase gold rather than just maybe sit back and race for the silver and bronze is what makes her one of the greatest athletes, not just on her CV and the medallions she has around her neck, but the way she goes about it is fun to watch.
Oh, it is, and she's so humble. That's a great person, but so humble and has great intentions in everything she does. And I love the fact that, you know, she could have probably even ran this year and wanted to go for glory once again and get her name on that trophy, but she's helping out someone who she sees as a really emerging talent and to help out as well. And as we see the hype zones throughout the course, that's going to be a bit of fun as well, Cam. The hype zones around the 42-kilometre course, spurring on everyone across the day, whether it's a 10K runner from SriLankan Airlines or our half marathoners or marathoners. That's going to be important. But a big bunch there, and they look comfortable. How do you sort of see Caitlin's body language as she's hiding behind the Trengrove brother and sister combination, Tess?
Yeah, I'm trying to find her in the pack, but she's positioned herself well. Even though there's not much wind, it's always good to run behind somebody. Runners will often, you know, zone out and focus on just a small dot in front of them just so that they can get through the first 30K of the marathon. So she looks like she's positioning herself really well in that pack.
Had a great lead up as well, a good 2025. She was second in the Gold Coast Half Marathon only a few months ago with a 70:26 finishing time, and the Launceston Running Festival Half Marathon she was third, so she's taking some good form into the Nike Melbourne Marathon in the lead up, and obviously it would have been a progression that she's been following to ensure that she's got the kilometres in the legs.
Yeah, absolutely. She's taking good form. I'm sure she's put in a good stint of training to get herself to the start line.
I'll tell you what, this is what these type of events do, and they transcend the actual sport at different times. Beautiful hot air balloons. We see them every morning in the city of Melbourne, but the biggest names come out to play, and a man who transcended athletics for a long period of time, and to be honest, he still does. Steve Monaghetti has said, hey, Candy, I want to have a chat. Candy, take it away.
Guys, 4 Olympic Games, 4 Commonwealth Games, won every single one of those medals at the Com Games, bronze, silver and gold as well, and has been running marathons since 1986. Steve, what a great morning it is here today.
Beautiful morning. We've even got air balloons up. It's such a nice morning, and the weather hasn't been great leading in, but we've nailed it this morning. It's perfect, and the runners will really appreciate that.
Now, I know that you've called this one of your favourite events on the Melbourne running calendar. What is it about this race that you love so much?
Oh, well, obviously it's in my home state, but it's also, you know, the roads are closed. We're so familiar with the environment. It runs through the parks, around Albert Park Lake, down on the foreshore. It is a beautiful course, and, you know, marathons can get challenging, but when you've got a course like this, plenty of people out there supporting you where they can watch you at a lot of different sections, so they reinforce, they get around the course and give you a cheer. It's terrific.
Is there a little spicy part of the race that you quite like?
I always like coming back up Fitzroy Street and then into St Kilda Road, because you know you're heading back in the right. You're not far away. You can almost see the G, and it's sort of teasing you. So I like that bit when you know you're heading for home.
And the fun thing about this as well is we've got elite athletes, even Olympians, alongside people who are doing marathons for the very first time. How nice does that feel to have those two together?
Oh, yeah, and the blend. And that's a great thing. We can have, you know, this is one event, the marathon, you can actually get out there. And you are doing it with you. We all do it. We all get out. The gun goes. We all get out on the course. We share the roads together. Some do it faster than others, but we all get to enjoy finishing on the MCG, which is absolutely sensational.
Now, Steve, you mentioned that along the course there are lots of places for people to cheer. You're going to be there cheering. Can you just look us down the barrel now and give us one of those cheers that you'd give someone who's coming past right now, maybe someone who really needs that motivation?
Sure. You work really hard, be in the moment, and just remember it's only half an hour of pain and years of telling the stories of what you've done.
You've heard it from Steve Monaghetti. We'll catch up with you potentially a little bit later as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Candy. Thank you, Steve. Talk about cheering. I don't know there was a bigger cheer than when he ran into the Olympic Stadium in 2000, of course, at Sydney for a top 10 finish. We're underway. Nike Melbourne Marathon 2025. Simple yes or no as we look at the Nike Melbourne Marathon hot air balloon. Have you been in a hot air balloon, Tess?
No, I haven't. I'm actually terrified of heights.
That
So
makes almost two of us. Trent?
No, I haven't, but I'd love to go on that Nike Melbourne Marathon one. I've seen it all week on Instagram. It looks fantastic.
We will sort that for next year, wherever you might be around Australia. Good morning as the runners hit beautiful Melbourne.
Yeah, Fraser.
Are you made for this? I mean, we all made of the same stuff. But choosing to do something, even when you don't know if you could do it, that just shows you what else you can become.
Good morning to you. Beautiful Albert Park Lake. Nike Melbourne Marathon underway. Now, all thanks to 40 Winks. If you want to win a brand new bed from 40 Winks, swing by their tent and take on the 40-second challenge, and you'll go in the running. Yeah, pun intended. While you're there, test drive their adjustable bases for the ultimate pre- and post-race recovery. Serious about recovery, serious about sleep. That's 40 Winks. Jack Rayner in control early doors in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Wherever you might be, good morning to you. Tess Marks, Trent Hill, Cam Luke and Trent. We talk about being in a rhythm and looking good early. These two gentlemen at the head of the Melbourne men's side of it in right now. Good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jack and Joe Fukuda are our top two. And then it looked like it was Fraser Darcy was that third person in that lead group, Tess. So, yeah, Jack and Joe certainly have been elite athletes for a long, long time and have raced so many big events and have so many accolades. They just look really good going around Albert Park, don't they? About 6.6 kilometres into the journey.
Absolutely, and hopefully, you saw Ryan and Jack split the lead last year. So hopefully, Joe and Jack do something similar and sort of take on the onus of setting the pace and doing a lot of the work. So we'll see how that plays out as we go through Albert Park Lake.
So 2 hours 13 is the estimated time for Jack Rayner as they cross the 5 kilometre mark. So a little bit slower than last year's time, but in saying that, he could pick up a bit of pace, as we're in the early stages of the race as well.
Yeah, we were speaking about last year's race and it looked like he negative split the Melbourne Marathon course, which is actually quite hard to do given all the hills at the back. So we'll see if this is the tactic that plays out, if he's going to run and then negative split the end.
Just before we get to Archie Thompson, we talk about the running tracks and there are so many in Melbourne. How much of an advantage is it for Jack Rayner? Because he would run these streets and these parts of the world almost every single day. Oh, it's such an advantage. He'll know this course like the back of his hand. He runs Albert Park every Friday morning doing thresholds, marathon training and the such. And he'll know Beaconsfield Parade as well. So he'll know where to make all of the moves as they come up through Fitzroy Street and back through the Tan. Archie Thompson is out in one of the fan hype zones and we're starting to get the runners roll past the King of Moomba and one of the greats this world and this country has ever seen in the soccer world. Archie, you're starting to see the athletes get to you.
Yeah, well, what you talked about, it's the energy. And I'm here at the fan zone in St Kilda, and they've got a spectator hub where you can watch the race, and as the runners are running past you can hear the fans are already starting to line the roads supporting just anyone that's running out here. It's a fantastic energy, and I tell you what, there's a good pace going on. I don't know if I'd be able to keep up with this, but it's awesome atmosphere. Yeah, well, there'll be a lot of people out there who don't think they could kick 13 goals for their country too, Archie, so I believe you could probably do anything. I want to ask you though, because I am keeping score, how many crepes have you got down? Well, I haven't beat that record just yet, but it's only early on. I'm only about an hour into the race, mate. So give it 4 hours. Yeah, I reckon I'm breaking records for sure. Lift your crepe game. Everything else looks great. The athletes, that's a great shot we see if you're watching us now. Archie Thompson with these athletes turning right into St Kilda. Thank you, brother. We'll come back to you very shortly, but it is a beautiful morning, Trent, and these runners are enjoying it as much as you can early doors in a 42k run. Absolutely. I'll tell you what, just on Archie, I can remember that 5-goal haul in the grand final for the Melbourne victory. Every time I see Archie, I just smile because I loved what he did that day against Adelaide. But
going back to our marathoners, and at the 5K mark, Caitlin Adams, obviously, along with pacer Jess Stenson, a 3:33 pace. So looking good at the moment, looking for sort of that 2:30 mark at the moment. Tess, Sarah Klein, who we expected to be one of the ones to be pushing for podium placing as well, 15 seconds behind. Izzy Hume in her debut marathon, 44 seconds behind. And Millie Clark, a former winner of this race, 45 seconds behind our leader in Caitlin Adams and pacer Jess Stenson at the 5K mark.
Yeah, it looks like Izzy and Millie might be running together. They're only a second apart, so might be using the same pack and paces as each other.
You know, Candy Hertz is a superstar, but I'm interested to see how this goes, because we get back to her. She's been able to find the captain of the Melbourne Football Club, premiership player, million-time All-Australian. I speak of Max Gawn, but I'm going to say he's at least a foot and a half taller than Candy, so we've had to see if we're standing on a box or some yellow pages. Candy, how are you handling this down there? Oh, you're doing all right.
Cam, I'm taking that as a serious insult, but yes, I am on a little step because I am next to an incredibly wonderful tall man, a very athletic man as well. How exciting is it to be here this morning competing in the 10K run, Gaundi?
I'm more excited to be in the 10 than the half and the full, to be fair. I was nervous this morning. I'm only running 10, so imagine what these guys are feeling.
I love that you say only 10. Congratulations. 10 is still a fantastic effort this morning. How have you prepared for today?
Yeah, Australia's culture has normalised marathons, and when people do 10, they say, oh, just 10. No, 10 is a phenomenal effort, so I'm hoping just to have a little bit of a tune-up for pre-season.
You've just got a compliment from our team on the shades. Do you want to talk a bit about your fit today?
Yeah, full Lululemon onesie. I thought it was the height that stands out, but I think it's the kit.
You look fantastic. Hey, have a lot of fun out there. What are you going to do if people want to do some high fives on the way? Are you going to give them?
I've got a couple of bodyguards, so it can only be high fives.
Gaundi, good luck. Have a bit of fun with your just 10-kilometre run today.
Thank you.
Max Gawn, superstar. I'll tell you what, running into an MCG is one thing. It's going to be slightly diminished, you would think, for Max Gawn, who plays a majority of his football at the beautiful ground, but no way will it be, I suppose, any less a wonderful experience to run the 10Ks as we get back to Jack Rayner leading the men's division.
8.2 kilometres into the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2025. So we're nearing that 10-kilometre mark, and be interesting to sort of see, where they're sitting at pace rate after 10 kilometres, Tess.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe it's already 10 kilometres. They're just running so fast. They're still holding that 3:10-kilometre average. So working out, as we said, about 2:13, 2:14 finish time.
So in this situation, sorry, Trent, to jump in, just from a layman's terms, Tess, are these men running to the pace of which they had already worked out as a strategy pre-race, or are they running it because they are at the head of it and they're running off each other?
Yeah, Jack would have worked out a bit of a pacing strategy. Coming off World Champs, he would have done a few marathon sessions and working sort of just a bit slower than threshold pace for him so that he can hold it for the 42 kilometres. Threshold pace sort of works out to be around a half marathon pace. So yeah, marathon is always slightly slower.
We know the exploits of Jack Rayner. He's an absolute superstar, Australian 10,000 metre champion, numerous amount of times as they're almost on the back end of the Albert Park track and making their way through Fitzroy Street, and then we'll go on to that long stretch of Beaconsfield Parade. But Joe Fukuda's a really interesting one, and doing a bit of research during the week, he's an exciting talent. But here's the course map for our 10-kilometre SriLankan Airlines run, and I'll tell you what, a big contingent of runners in there again. 11,100 runners, Cam, so this event just seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And a name to watch out for, Dale Carroll. Last year's winner. He's up against Adam Goddard, who was third across the line. They'll have a nice little battle. He won it in 29.20, so a sub-30-minute run there from Dale Carroll. And then in the females, Bronte Oates is the one I reckon is going to be the one to watch out for. Lauren Ryan, Australian champion. Has been some talk she might not take her place on the line, so a bit of a watch out there. But Dale Carroll and Bronte, probably the winners from last year, might be the ones that are hard to beat again, Tess.
Yeah, Bronte's come into some form as she's come back from college in America to Australia. She won the City to Surf, and she also, I believe she won the National Cross Country title as well. So really coming into good form coming into this SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre race.
Right, SriLankan Airlines 10 kilometres, only 3 or 4 minutes away, and these type of events don't happen without great partners, and Candy is caught up with a very important person from SriLankan Airlines. Candy?
Yeah, I'd love to introduce you to Ravi from SriLankan Airlines, of course, in the lead up to the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre race. Naming rights partner, tell us how special it is to have your name attached to this race.
Well, thanks, Candy. Very good morning to everyone, and I bow one in Sri Lankan style. And this was a great honor and a privilege to be a part of this marathon. And since we launched in Melbourne in 2017, since then we have been associating with marathon, and it was a great joy and a pleasure to be a part of it.
Well, it's a great joy to have you part of this morning as well. And congratulations, about to have your 80th birthday celebrations. How are you going to be celebrating?
Well, we have planned so many events, and we are going to facilitate our trade partners, and also we are going to come out with 8 lucky winners to give away 8 tickets for the next 8 months, and also we are going to launch some online offers. So many things have been in the list.
Fantastic. Well, happy birthday, happy 80th birthday celebration. Thank you so much for being part of the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre race here today, Ravi.
Thanks, Ken. Thank you very much. And all the best and good luck to all the participants. Thank you.
Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometres in 5 seconds. Now, these men and women, boys and girls are about to be sent out on a beautiful 10K. It's almost a false start. Would have been remarkable scenes had we seen an early disqualification, but the Jess Hull has handed over to our man Ravi, who's taken over Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre start duties, and he hasn't called the start, the possible disqualification. We've seen a number of false starts in the situation, the Tokyo World Championships. Wouldn't that be a real kick in the guts of an early disqualification on a false start test?
Yeah, speaking of false starts in Tokyo, we had a false start in the men's marathon, which is just unheard of considering they're running in that big pack. You see them in the 100, the 200, but a false start in the marathon I don't think I've ever seen before.
No, I haven't seen one either. I'll tell you what, you'd be very game to pull it up here at Nike Melbourne Marathon today. But I'll tell you what, it's just, Ravi's probably got the better end of the bargain rather than Jess.
Yeah.
He's only got to get through 11,100, whereas Jess had 14,500 to get through. But a great start line, and the vibe down at Batman Avenue is always one of high excitement, no matter what distance you're doing. The music down there, and everyone's in really good spirits. So it's a great way to start the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
I think that, and not just this particular event, but probably running events overall, understand how important it is for the family and friends and the non-actual athletes and runners to still be involved and soak up the atmosphere. And it is. We are biased, but it is the sporting capital of the world. And this particular run, the Nike Melbourne Marathon, all the half, the 10, the full, they all start smack bang in the middle of the MCG. You've got the MCG, Rod Laver Arena, John Cain Arena, Olympic Park, Gosh's Paddock. It is sporting haven if you're that way inclined, and then to end in the MCG. And they deserve a huge amount of credit because they are catering for everyone, Tess, just not the wonderful men and women who are actually out there competing.
Yeah, they are. Spectators and athletes alike. Spectators will get a great view of the course, like coming up through, as we can see on the 10K here, rounding onto Flinders Street. Really good start to the course, and yeah, as they sort of come back through the MCG, they'll get a lot of cheers from the spectators on the side of the road.
I reckon that could be the battle from last year, Goddard versus our winner, and that was Dale Carroll. So that could be another nice little battle again. Last year there wasn't much time between the two runners. There was only 7 seconds, so it was very, very tight in 2024. Let's see what 2025 can bring here in Melbourne.
So you see him looking at his watch there, Tess, so he's making sure he gets in the right rhythm at the right pace, of which he is hoping to go out in?
Yeah, absolutely. The first kilometre is crucial. You don't want to go out too fast because it really can come to bite you in the, the tail end of that 10K. So he's making sure he's, running at a pace, that he's been training at.
Back at the marathon, we've just passed the 10-kilometre mark, Tess, and Jack Rayner still that first runner across the line. So at second 10K was, timing 31:45 race time. So it was a good little part there. So still that 2:13 mark. Still 2:13. 2:13:57 is the estimated time for Jack Rayner and Joe Fukuda coming into the MCG.
Yeah, and you can see Jack's starting to take some of his bottles now. So he'll have either a bike or some tables where he's put his nutrition out on the course. And this is sort of the crucial stage to get this right. So as he comes into the 35K mark, he needs to have fueled himself well over the marathon. You can see him just throwing the bottle away there now in these early stages. So he'll have some sort of carbohydrate mix. Athletes sometimes choose a gel, but elite athletes, because they're running at such a pace, it's often easier to digest more of that, I guess, carby electrolyte mix in a bottle.
So just on that, of course, we have the wonderful water stations right across the course in the city of Melbourne. But from a pro athlete and these two particular men, do they have their own support staff that are there? Because they're not just grabbing something off the table like someone might be at a lower level.
Yeah, Jack last year, I believe he had his girlfriend Matilda on the bike, so she was providing all of his race day nutrition. Matilda's not on the bike this time, but you can see a gentleman on the bike in the back. I'm not sure if he's providing nutrition or not. We'll have to keep an eye out and see how Jack is picking up his bottles on the course, because it'll be interesting to find out.
I think he's just someone going to work, I think. He's not, I'm only joking. They do look in some rhythm, though, early doors. A little bit of rain about, as you just say. As you see there's some puddles and that, but the track looks, or the roads look pretty dry, but it did rain.
Oh
no, and we've seen Jack Rayner now. He did have sort of half a little misstep. Is it a shoe situation? It doesn't look like it's an actual injury, Trent, which is a huge relief, but something just went slightly amiss.
Yeah, just didn't feel right, did it, for Jack Rayner, but he's certainly making some inroads to come up and make sure he's not too far away from Joe Fukuda. So Joe Fukuda, a really interesting athlete. He was part of that famous NN running team with Alio Chipkogi, who's part of that as well. He's a part of a very strong running team, and he's had a highly promising marathon career, hasn't he, Joe Fukuda?
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly back on Jack Rayner, I actually think he had a stone in his shoe. So the shoes that he's wearing at the moment are Alpha Fly 3s. They do have a large gap in the bottom of them, so I think he was just pulling out a rock or something. So he should be all set to continue on the marathon.
All right, that's good news. So what happens there? Does the leader just sort of, out of a bit of a sportsmanship, just ease up a little bit to allow Jack to jump back on the back? Do you think or not?
I guess it's up to the athlete, isn't it?
What would you do?
I'd probably keep running.
Yeah, no, fair enough too. I'm not going to shy away from what I would do. I'd be gone. As we go back to the head of the women's marathon as well. And not a huge amount has changed either there, Trent.
No, we've still got Caitlin Adams out in front there. They've just passed the 10 kilometre, so just waiting to see what the time check's going to be on our Melbourne Marathon live app. But certainly looking pretty comfortable there. Obviously, we've got Jess on picture there, but the one we're going to be really looking out for is Caitlin Adams and sort of seeing how she's feeling. In her first marathon, Nike Melbourne Marathon, she's done a lot of great work in lower kilometre events, but this is going to be one that's going to certainly test her this afternoon and this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know she's got Jess as a pacer, but she's also got a great pack of males running with her, so she can really feed off that energy that the group's giving her. I can see Dave Ridley also off the front, another Nike athlete. He looks like he's on his phone, so not sure what he's doing, but he'll also be providing Caitlin with some good insights there.
Always got a live Instagram story at critical times in your life. Just speaking of things that are going to happen in my life, I'm going to head to Grilled after this is all done. Great partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Quick break, wherever you might be around Australia. We're underway on a beautiful Sunday morning in Melbourne. Right around Australia and the world, it is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. I'm assuming it's a little chilly in the water, but I'm assuming also that there'll be some recovery that might feature. The word okay beaches in Melbourne. The one thing that I understand that other parts of Australia do have, probably us Melburnians covered in the beaches. If you go back to live shots of the Nike Melbourne Marathon early doors, and we did just see the stone in the Nike of Jack Rayner, but it looks like he's been able to get that out pretty quickly, Tess, and those two men are in total control.
Yeah, and you can see they've changed lead here as well. So Joe's doing a lot of that work, and Jack's just sort of sitting in. So this is what we saw him do last year with Ryan Gregson. Just sit in and wait for an appropriate time to sort of kick down and kick home, so he can, I guess, win the overall marathon.
So just looking at the breakdown after the 10 kilometres, Tess, and the males may be far away from sort of hitting the 15 kilometre mark. So Jack and Joe Fukuda, a 12-second advantage on Fraser Darcy, who was one of the ones we sort of said early on that we thought he might be the one that could, push these two runners as well. He's got, he won the Adelaide Marathon this year in a 2 hours 28. Sydney Marathon, he was a top 20 place getter. Gold Coast Marathon. So he's had a busy year on the marathon front, Fraser Darcy. So he might be one that, certainly looking for podium the way that they're going at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a great year, Fraser. He races quite a lot. He was even over in Europe, and now I'm no trail runner, but I believe he was doing the World Championship trail races. He was in, I believe, a short course and an uphill course event, so that was quite recently. So we'll have a bit of fatigue in the legs coming in from that. But as you said, he was running Sydney Marathon. He came 4th Australian overall, because that is now the Australian Championship. So he's had a great year.
Just looking at our first female, which is Caitlin Adams, and obviously Jess Denson, who's her pacer for today. But at the 10-kilometre mark, a 50-second breakaway from Sarah Klein. So she seems pretty fresh, Caitlin. Obviously, Sarah's had that busy schedule, World Champs a month ago. She's had another busy year as well. She's a great performer and a really resilient, tough runner. So no doubt she'll be pushing as hard as she can. But at the moment, Caitlin's looking the goods, and obviously she's got some great support there with that group of runners that she's got aligned with her.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pack will be essential as you come into Beaconsfield Parade. And, I know there's not much wind, but there will be some slight gusts that come in, so she can really sort of tuck into Jess. Jess looks like she's having a chat with some of the lead group there. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to sort of see how Caitlin Adams can hold on to this pace. She obviously hasn't run a marathon before, so Sarah Klein has, which might be a strength that she can play into today as she goes up through the tan hills. Yeah, as we said, Sarah's done a lot of marathon, particularly the Melbourne Marathon, so she knows the course. So might just wait her time, and we might see a bit of a change in lead as we go through the tan hills.
You spoke about obviously Beaconsfield Parade around the beach area. So transition from Albert Park to the beach part of the course. How much readjusting do you have to do with mindset? With probably not as much coverage as well.
Yeah, I guess mindset around Beaconsfield Parade, you've really got to just zone out and just get through it. You want to, as we've said before, the marathon starts as you come up Fitzroy Street at that 32 kilometre mark. So if the athletes can come through Beaconsfield Parade feeling fresh, or as fresh as they can be after running 30k, that's sort of when they know they're on for a good time.
So Joe Fukuda and Jack Rayner, they're looking the strongest out of the two there. They are looking very, very good. And as we sort of said early on, that they were the two to watch out for. International experience aplenty, both runners. Joe, and he's a great runner and a really good community person as well. I've got a great story about Joe a little bit later on to share.
And for people watching us right across the world, this is the Grand Prix track. We see the pits that were just behind those two gentlemen as they probably not go as fast as Oscar Piastri, but they are most certainly setting a cracking pace early doors in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Wherever you might be, good morning to you. Tess Marks, Trent Hill, Cam Luke, Nike Melbourne Marathon, as we see some beautiful shots of the leaders of the men's division. We do it all thanks to Bupa, the official health partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And this is starting to fire up. The half marathon's not far away. The 10 kilometres, all thanks to SriLankan Airlines, are out and about on the course as well. And Tess, I do want to ask you, what goes through your mind in these situations? Are you just strictly... We've seen Jess speaking a couple of minutes ago. She looks like she's enjoying it and doing it very easy for us mere mortals to watch. But what goes through your mind? Are you just simply all about what is happening every single step? Or are you thinking about stuff that try and takes your mind away from the pain and discomfort you're surely going to be?
Yeah, I guess it's up to the athlete. I guess for me, I'm trying to stay positive while I'm running. So I've got some, mantras that I tell myself over and over in my head. I know Jack has, the same sort of mentality, trying to maintain a positive attitude and telling himself that he can do it. Versus, I guess, you just don't want to let those negative thoughts creep into your head that I can't, I don't want to, and whatnot. So, yeah, staying positive is really key here.
Do you have a mind coach?
No, I don't, but it is something that a lot of athletes work with a sports psychiatrist. I think it's becoming a bigger as we sort of see runners take it to the next level.
Archie Thompson is an incredibly mentally strong athlete when he was a superstar for a long period of time. I am interested to know that if you're staying mentally fit and strong and staying away from the crepe van, we'll get to that in a moment, because you are in the most beautiful part of the world and these athletes are streaming past you as we can see in droves.
Yeah, well, look, I'm at the junction here, and if you're someone like I am that loves the people watch, this is an amazing place. If you're at home, make sure you get down here and align the street and support these guys, because I've seen a beer can, I've seen Captain America run past. I'd probably like to see a few more costumes, but a lot of smiley faces already running past, but it is only the 6K mark. I wondered when they come back around what sort of faces they'll be pulling, but I tell you what, it is a great atmosphere already. I'm waiting for the band to kick off. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a line to the crepe, so I might have to wait on that, but amazing, really amazing.
Look, two things. Firstly, when you say a beer can, you mean someone dressed as a beer can, not someone having an early VB, right?
Well, I mean, he could be hiding some in that, but he is dressed up as a beer can. But look, we've got a few waves. Every 30 seconds, me and the cameraman have thought that someone recognises me. So I'm getting a bit of an ego boost just being here. So it's good. It's really good.
You should use that recognisable face, which you most certainly are, one of the most recognisable athletes in Melbourne, to skip the crepe line, Archie Thompson. I'm not suggesting you should say, don't you know who I am? But if you're hungry and a gorgeous crepe is there, I would use it at that particular point.
Yeah, you know what? I probably could get a sponsorship by
I agree.
Whatever crepe company there is. But I just saw the two leaders run past now. The pace they're at is just incredible. I mean, these guys are some finely tuned athletes.
Archie, I can tell you what, get the name of the crate company. We'll give them a shout out when we get back to you again very shortly, and then away you go, mate. You're a new ambassador as well.
Beautiful.
Beautifully
Cheers,
done.
Mate. Thank you.
Now, I will say, I did say a VB, but you would be drinking better beer on a Sunday morning in Melbourne. Now, I'm not suggesting you should be at 7 a.m, but if you are that way inclined, make sure it's a better beer, because whether you're competing or cheering on a loved one, the Better Beer Bar will be serving up refreshing frothies all weekend. Located in the event village in beautiful Yarra Park, the Better Beer Bar will be open from 9 a.m. Saturday and 8 a.m. Sunday. So we are, 45 minutes away. Better beer day for it.
I reckon it would be in the Better Beer uniform. I reckon it was there last year and it was a great success. I reckon someone from Better Beer is running the marathon.
Yeah, it's actually Ken O'Hari. He's a 2:29 marathoner, and he's actually going for a sub 3-hour marathon in the Better Beer Can. I think it might be an unofficial world record for the fastest beer can running around the Melbourne Marathon course.
Gee whiz, I've seen it all, because I reckon I had someone a few years ago, might have even wore a washing machine or something or other, with the whole 42K, and this fella was very, very well put together. Yeah, unbelievable.
Just quick, did you say you knew the athlete in the Better Beer costume?
Yeah, he ran Gold Coast Marathon, ran 2:29. He's well known for coming off a pack a day of smoking and becoming a 2:29 athlete. So done some Ironmans and then, ran that 2:29 at Gold Coast this year. So a very, a great athlete overall.
Absolutely, sounds like it, and good luck, and hopefully a world record for a beer can isn't too far away. Part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon as we work our way through it. Of course, I drive these streets and these roads a lot. Not quite in a BMW, but it should be in a BMW, the official vehicle partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. The BMW X Range is designed for those who push boundaries, confident on every surface, ready for every challenge and created to perform with precision. Similar to the athletes at the 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, the BMW X Ranges thrives on endurance. Beautiful city, beautiful morning. Back with plenty more on the Nike Melbourne Marathon in a split second. A gorgeous Sunday morning in Melbourne. The hot air balloons, which is our irregular 7 days of the week, in the background. One of them is a Nike Melbourne Marathon hot air balloon. If you can squint and just see in the background, we've seen some beautiful shots earlier as we work our way through the elite division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and they are the two gentlemen who have been there from the very start at the front, Trent.
Yeah, they certainly have, and we're nearing the 15-kilometre mark, so we'll get an understanding of how they're going pace-wise, but at 10 kilometres test, they were sitting around that 3:12 mark for a 2-hour 13 finish. Let's see whether they've maintained it over the last 5 kilometres as they're making their way on probably the longest stretch of the marathon. And whilst it's beautiful to look out at the ocean, there's not much else to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. They're about to turn around at Port Melbourne and make that big, I think it's around 10-kilometre journey back through Elwood. A few hills. Oh, we see Jack moving to the other side of the road. Maybe he's getting some new race day nutrition. Oh, so he must have that guy on the bike out the back who's riding just behind him and standing at the points that him and Jack would have marked out in the lead up to the marathon, and he's grabbing that nutrition from him as he's going along.
Joe Fukuda, the Japanese runner, out front with the Australian champion, last year's winner in Jack Rayner, and Jack won it in a time of 2 hours 11. And he's certainly looking the part here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2025. Joe Fukuda, a bit of research. So he's the first man to win the Wings for Life World Run 3 times. And it raises funds for spinal cord injuries around the world. So he ran a new world record this year, 71 Ks in Fukuda in Japan. He won 25, 23 and 22. So whilst he's competing here as an elite athlete, he's got that really humane touch about him as well, and raising some great funds. So a nice little backstory there for the Wings for Life World Run that Joe Fukuda has won 3 times.
Now, I'm interested here, Tess. Steve Moneghetti, who we heard from earlier, would never have worn arm sleeves, and it's a new thing in the world of sport in 2025 across all sports. Are you an arm sleeve girl?
Look, I'm not an arm sleeve girl. I feel like I run quite hot, pardon the pun as well, when I am running. So I don't tend to opt for the arm sleeves. But I guess Jack and Joe, they must feel the cooler breeze and wanting to keep a bit of, warmth in their arms there.
Well, on this, and you've been here 4 times, and as recently as last year, it depends on a different day, of course. But the wind, does it play a factor coming off the water as they get down into St Kilda?
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be running, I believe, with a slight headwind at the moment before they turn into a tailwind. When they turn around again at Elwood, they'll feel that headwind, and it would have picked up a bit by then. Obviously, it's a bit later in the day, so that's when the athletes will really start to struggle.
3 minute 10 pace for that third 5K increment for our 2 leaders, Joe Fukuda and also Jack Rayner. So still that estimated 2 hour 13 time for our 2 lead runners. So running at 3:10 pace. Back to our females, and it's still Caitlin Adams out in front. In her debut Nike Melbourne Marathon, she's running with the legendary Jess Stenson, a former winner of the marathon and half marathon here in Melbourne. And they've approached the 14-kilometre mark, so they're not far away from 15 kilometres, and we'll get more of an understanding of where they're tracking time-wise and that as well. But looking at body language, and body language can tell us a lot of things, Tess. How do you sort of see Caitlin's body language as we're nearing that 15-kilometre mark?
Yeah, she looks like she's got a bit of an arm swing going on, so hopefully she just sort of settles into her running technique as they sort of head into that 15-kilometre mark and, settle into the pace.
It's all happening. Nike Melbourne Marathon, women's leader there. We've seen, of course, the battle for the men's division a little earlier as well. And it's all happening. Nike Melbourne Marathon. The streets of Melbourne are abuzz, both on and off the running track. Plenty more on the other side of this. Trent Hill, Tess Marks, Cam Luke, Nike Melbourne Marathon, Sunday morning right around Australia and the world, wherever you might be. Big shout to Chemist Warehouse. Visit Chemist Warehouse at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And Chemist Warehouse, not just a huge supporter of this particular event, but a major supporter of athletics in this country, continuing each and every year. That headwind we touched on a little bit earlier, Tess, would be right in these 2 gentlemen's faces, Trent Hill.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And they're doing a great job to navigate their way through Beaconsfield Parade. And yeah, one of the toughest parts of the journey as they've approached that sort of 16-kilometre mark. So picturesque, there's no doubt about it. Beautiful part of Melbourne, and we'll highlight the great parts of Melbourne throughout the course. And this is certainly one of them, Tess.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the waterfront. They would have had the sunrise come up an hour or so ago. But, yeah, they'll be locking in, trying to get to Port Melbourne before they turn around back to Elwood.
What is that turnaround like? What goes through your mind mentally when you do a little U-turn and it sort of may not be officially exactly halfway, but you start to head back towards the MCG? What does it do for you mentally? Anything?
Yeah, hairpin turns are a bit of, an arch nemesis for runners. The running shoes we spoke about before, particularly Jack's Alpha Flies, they're quite stacked. So you've got to, take the corner slightly slower. Otherwise, you'll get run off your feet going back the other way.
Just trying to see the exact time. We're not too far away from the Nike wheelchair marathon to kickstart as well, and it's a wonderful part of the Nike Marathon Festival as well, as we'll see the wheelchair participants only a couple of minutes away. I might get myself a pair of Nike Alpha Flies, actually. Now, how much quicker do you reckon I'll go?
You'll be going a lot faster, but you're setting yourself back about $370. There's a big market for them at the moment, and the prices just seem to be going up and up and up.
Yeah, the thing is, one, they obviously are performance-based, but two, They also look great, which is a huge shout to Nike and how good they do. Here's the 10K leader, Trent Hill, because this was going to be an interesting battle, but there is one man who is there by himself right now. But this hill, having walked it once or twice on the way to the MCG, can be a real pain in the backside.
Yeah, it certainly can. It's Adam Goddard, so third place last year, and he's had a great breakaway. So very even in that first 2.4 kilometres. Time check at 4.9. He had a 38-second advantage over Harry Norman. Zard Al-Saad, 38 seconds behind, as well as Will Garbaletto. So a number of runners that are certainly chasing him. It is in a very good position to take out the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre race, and one that we sort of thought maybe Dale Carroll might have looked to go back-to-back, but Adam Goddard, he must have had it in his sights to say, hey, I want to have a chance of being on the top of the podium this year.
And for people watching, I do occasionally run this. He's about to get to the top, and it's downhill all the way. You do a little U-turn on the Brunton Avenue and then into the MCG. So his hills probably are now done when it comes to any type of incline. So he's going to cruise on down and looks like he will win the 10-kilometre, all thanks to SriLankan Airlines. As I mentioned only moments ago, the Nike wheelchair marathon isn't too far away, and Candy Hertz is back on the start line. Candy, the excitement as we see the 10-kilometre leader start to roll into where you are. The Nike wheelchair marathon is only seconds away.
Yes, it is just about to get started. I've got an incredible Shani with me who's been doing marathons since 2020. Third time you're doing this one. How excited are you to get out on the course today, Shani?
Can't wait. I love Melbourne. Hometown event. Love it. Can't wait.
You've got a good message for everybody as well you'd love to share.
Oh, absolutely. Just get out and do it. I became disabled later in life, and here I am out doing this. So come on, everyone. Get out, do it.
We love the motivation behind Shani. Congratulations. Good luck out there today and kill it.
Hard to not take some motivation. Shani, good luck as the Nike Marathon wheelchair is about to take off. And Shani, that's part of it too. The Melburnians, you touched on it, Tess, earlier. The Melburnians, you live in this city, you run in this city, you train in this city. You got to travel internationally, obviously, but to be able to compete on home soil and in your home city is a big part of the excitement of these type of athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get to start to know the athletes as well. They come up and you race against them. I've actually seen Shani at a number of fun runs and things. She's often out on the course giving it her all. So it's really great to see her lining up for the wheelchair marathon this morning.
Now, I don't know if this is possible, so I'm just going to spitball and see.
Go on.
Big shout out to the men and women who are out there on the motorbike. You can see that did a wonderful job of the live pictures we are getting to see. But I want someone on the motorbike. I think it's probably got a bit more power than a traditional Pee-wee 50, but whatever they are, I want them to find Max Gawn. I want to see how Gawney's doing, not just over the 10Ks, which won't be an issue for him being a professional athlete, but I am interested in seeing how the onesie is holding up over the course of the 10 kilometres on the streets of Melbourne. So on the moto, camera operators doing a wonderful job as we see these great scenes, as we see Adam Goddard about to run into the MCG. Tess, you did the marathon, but he's about to run into something pretty special here.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's got to pop up through one of the gates. And as I mentioned before, the MCG is going to unfold before him. So he looks like he's just gritting his teeth, trying to bide his time. He's clearly going to win the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre race. But yeah, he's just sending it home right now.
What a great performance by Adam Goddard. Third last year in a time of 29.27. And then he's obviously had a great 2025 with a City Bay 12-kilometre win with 33.57. So he's had a great year leading up into the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival with the SriLankan Airlines win. And I reckon he'd be pretty excited after being third last year, being on the podium, having a taste, and then getting into the MCG and knowing that he's going to take outline honours.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be a big step up in the right direction for Adam Goddard this year. And Cam, you asked about Max Gawn. I've just had a look at his splits on the Melbourne Marathon app. He's running 4:23 per kilometre pace. So a great pace for Max Gawn.
Absolutely brilliant. I forgot that the organisers like to screw with your mind in the 10Ks because you run past the actual MCG and then you have to go down into a U-turn on Brunton Avenue and head back. So you get a little taste, you get a little glimpse what it looks like in there, but you got to wait a couple more minutes. But the pace that Adam Goddard is going, it doesn't take too long at all, Trent.
Hey, look at the start line here. Some absolute royalty here, Tess. You've got Brad Robertson, absolute star, and he's done it over the half and he's done it the full. You've got Stewie McSwain, which I'm excited about, and interested to see how Stewie goes in his first half marathon here at Melbourne.
Yeah, for sure. And it's good to see him back on Australian soil. I don't think he's had a race in a number of years. So good to see him on the start line.
All right, brilliantly done. They look great. Kathy Freeman inspired inspired outfits as well. Let's get to the MCG because Renee is there and it is starting to fill with runners, and the 10K is about to be the first athlete in. Renee, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. We're down here at the MCG at the finish line. I mean, the crowd is pumping. We've had people here since 6 a.m. We're just about to see our 10K winner pass this line here, and the energy is just electric. I mean, this is the dream that every runner today has prepared for, and here he comes right through now, about to cross the finish line. This is what it's all about. Melbourne coming together for this very special moment.
Absolutely, Renee. The excitement starts to lift from now. He's in there by himself. He's the first athlete into the MCG, Trent, which is something that they would know that whoever wins it in the 10-kilometre division is going to be. He hasn't quite cracked his smile, but it couldn't be too far away.
No, he's only about 100 metres away, and he's going to be right into the tape. The SriLankan Airlines champion. He's happy with this one, Adam Goddard. The fireworks are lit up at the MCG, and a terrific run. And I guess, as we said earlier, third last year, no doubt a real motivation to go a little bit higher this year, and he's been able to do it with a win. So congratulations to Adam Goddard, a terrific win.
Yeah, well done, Adam Goddard. He looks like he's absolutely spent, so he's given it his all out on the course today, which is great.
Haven't seen fireworks like that since Snoop Dogg was on this particular ground a couple of weeks ago on grand final day. But Adam Goddard is the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre victor as they start to roll into the MCG. Wonderful runs, nice speed on a really nice morning. Now, the Nike Melbourne Marathon half marathon is less than a minute away. Now, you mentioned Stu McSwain. Give me a prediction, Trent. How do you think this will play out over the 21Ks?
Oh, I think Brett Robinson's going to be one to watch out for. He's a sub-hour half marathoner. He's got all the credits in the bank. And the other one to watch out for, Haftu Strinsos, taking in some really nice form as well. We'll talk about Haftu and a lot of his great achievements. He's a great story, but I reckon they're the two to watch out for today.
Yeah, I agree. I think I've got my tickets on Haftu Strinsos. We obviously saw Brett and Haftu go head-to-head at Sydney Marathon, and Haftu did, win the Sydney Marathon in the Australian Championship over Brett. So hopefully the training's gone well since then for him, for both of them really, and we can see a good race this morning.
Tell you what, Candy Hertz, she's losing control down there. They left 40 seconds early, the half marathoners. That's how keen they are to get out onto the course, Trent.
I'll tell you what, they are very keen. And I'll tell you what, I'm really interested, Cam and Tester, to see Stewie McSwain. I reckon it's great to see him racing on Australian soil again. He's been a superstar for so many years on the international front. Half marathon, going to be really interesting to see how he goes for that 21 kilometres. Obviously a big step up of what we've usually seen Stewie race.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done the 1500. He was even over in Paris pacing the sub 4 minute mile, I believe it was. So, yeah, big step up in distance for him.
I have been into him. I've known Stu for a little while. I've been into him to focus on the marathon for 2032 in Brisbane, which is going to be something that's going to be hotly contested because anytime you get to run a marathon or be a home Olympian, but to run a marathon at Brisbane's the big one. So this might be the first time any athlete has ever half listened to me, and he's on his long trek towards getting to a marathon, but our first half marathon for Stu McSwain.
Yeah, great to have him here at the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon, that is for sure. And I'll tell you what, a nice little bunch just congregating at the start of our half marathon. We're not far away from welcoming the first of our female runners into the MCG for the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre event. Ali Pashley, who's on the comeback trail, was leading at the 4.9-kilometre mark. She was with Stella Radford, who's got is very well credentialed, and Sienna Setter was sort of the leading three with about a 17-second gap between third and first. So Ali Pashley, wouldn't that be a great story if she got line honours, because she's had a little bit of time out with pregnancy and welcoming a new little one to their family.
Absolutely. She's obviously building back, as you mentioned, Trent, post-pregnancy. So it's great to see her out racing the streets in Melbourne again, and hopefully we can see her sort of come through in the lead as in the MCG.
Let me run something by you two. I'm a firm believer that if you have a child, right, running becomes a little easier, because I've never ran a marathon or a half marathon. I have occasionally run a 10K, and I certainly have not had a child for obvious reasons. But I still believe that childbirth would be hard. As hard as it would be to run a marathon or a half, or to put yourself through this, childbirth would be still more painful. So there's a relative term where if she's thinking, this is getting a little tough at the 8K mark, hang on, I've had a child, I can fight through this.
I think
there's
some
merit
in
there.
That. Yeah,
there is.
Do you know what? There is something in that, Cam. Not sure what the exact science is behind it, but we've seen the likes of Jen Gregson come back after having her little son Archer running that 223 low in Valencia to qualify for the Olympic Games. So there's definitely merit in pregnancy and postpartum comeback to running.
So there's our first lead female. And looking at that, I reckon that is Ali Pashley.
It is Ali Pashley.
Who's running into the MCG. So 251 metres to run as she enters through the entering gates. And I'll tell you what a story that is from Ali Pashley. Comeback trail, second child. She was 11th at the Hamburg Marathon last year. She was second at the Australian Half Marathon Champs in 2023. She's a London Marathon finisher as well. Tokyo Olympic Games, 23rd placing in the marathon in 2021. And Ali Pashley will take out line honours in the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre event here this morning. And what a superstar she's been, and such a lovely person to boot as well.
Yeah, absolutely. She lives down on the Bellarine Peninsula, I believe in Anglesey or Torquay, so does a lot of her training with her coach, Julian Spence. So they would have coordinated this race long ago, probably as a stepping stone for her postpartum comeback.
So the fireworks as Ali runs through the tape and takes out line honours for the 2025 SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre event, all a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And what a great win. She gets that winner's lanyard, and she will enjoy the moment, that is for sure. And, well, it'll be interesting to sort of see what she sees as her next target, as she comes on the comeback trail.
Yeah, it'd be great to see. I know Valencia's sort of in December. I'm not sure if she's quite there yet to race Valencia, but hopefully we'll see her take the streets, maybe a Ballarat Marathon even in April. We'll see what her next race is.
33:40 was the unofficial time that Ali crossed the line, and I'm thinking that might be Stella Radford that come across in second position. It was in a time of 34:11. So Stella, another great emerging athlete. She ran the Bogota Half Marathon in Colombia this year, finishing 12th. She's run in Colombia. She's a steeplechase runner as well, second place at the Australian Champs last year. So a very worthy second place runner as well. But exciting, and things are just building up nicely here.
Yeah, absolutely. The girls are crushing it this morning. I guess to put in perspective of how fast they're running, Ali Pashley was running 3:23 per kilometre pace. So compared to Max Gawn's 4:23 per kilometre pace, they are going a whole minute faster, which is just incredible what they can put their bodies through.
So our third female runners just come across the line, and an exceptional bit of work there as well. And exciting times at the MCG, and they give themselves a high five. And enjoying the moment, our top three female runners. So Ali Pashley first across the line, Stella Radford, and we're just waiting for that third runner to come across. I think it was Tiana Setter, who was one of the ones we sort of thought might have been around the mark at the start of the day.
This is when the this is when the excitement starts to turn to some relief, and the feeling within the MCG has a much different mix of how it all is, because the energy, the excitement, the nerves, the anticipation from the family and friends is at a high level until the athletes start to get into the MCG, and the emotions are much different.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just saying there's Saskia Lloyd on the screen. She's come back from the United States. I'm a college athlete to run this event.
Nike Melbourne Marathon, wherever you might be right around Australia. If you're listening on the SEN Radio Network or watching us via YouTube, I do believe we are having live pictures into the MCG as well. So wherever you might be on course, if it's on YouTube, if you're at home and you can't get to Melbourne, if you're in Melbourne listening to SEN Radio Network, get down there and be a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, because there is a million things to do outside of competing, Trent. And as we said earlier, that's the main reason this event's got to a whole new level. Oh,
that event village is there's things going on aplenty. You've got so many different activation zones. Nike, it's the major sponsor of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So if you want to get down and get your hit of shoes and gear, go down and see the team. They'll certainly look after you.
Now, Candy Hertz doing a wonderful job at the start line. Renee Buckingham doing likewise at the finish line. As we go back to her inside the MCG, I believe she's got our first winner of the morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Here with Adam Goodard, who's crossed the MCG, the first person to enter the MCG today, but also the winner of the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that was really hard. That course is pretty unforgiving, and I think I went out a little bit hard, but yeah, managed to hang on.
Yeah, talk us through that feeling when you crossed the MCG here. I mean, the first one of the day, but also the winner.
Yeah, it's awesome. Such an awesome place to finish. I'm from Adelaide, so I don't really get to see the MCG much, but to be able to finish in here is pretty cool.
And the first to finish, congratulations, a huge win. How are you celebrating the victory today?
Maybe a day off, a few beers.
Okay, well deserved, and congratulations again.
Renee Buckingham, there you go, Adam Goddard. I'm always interested, Tess, when someone says, geez, I went out a bit hard. won quite comfortably. So I'm certainly hurt at some point, but it's for the right reward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's a mistake that we all do. We go out too hard. We get excited with the race atmosphere, the crowd cheering, the Jess Hull ringing the bell. So, yeah, it's a mistake that we all sort of make. Just on that note, Adam Goddard is part of Team Tempo, and Caitlin Adams and Jess Sense are a part of that running group. So it'll be interesting to sort of see if what happens over the marathon with Caitlin Adams, and could be a really good day for Adam Didick, the coach of Team Tempo.
It started in the best possible way with Adam Goddard winning the SriLankan Airlines 10 kilometre. A quick break. There is the leader of the Nike Women's Melbourne Marathon early doors. We'll be back with plenty more next. Wherever you might be, right around the world, that is the beautiful MCG starting to fill up, not just with family and friends anticipating the arrival of their beloved runners, but also the runners, the SriLankan 10 kilometre, and we're seeing the finishers as they start to roll into the MCG, and there is a mixture of pain and relief etched on the faces, of which the pain will be gone soon. Trent, will be all about relief and an enjoyment and a celebration of a wonderful morning on the streets of Melbourne.
I've always got a theory, Cam, that once you enter the MCG, that pain tends to go away a little bit. If you're a sporting tragic or someone who just loves those sporting stadiums feel, that last 250 metres, surely that's got to take away a little bit of pain, because you can soak up the action of what's the greatest coliseum in the world.
Yeah, maybe they should send a couple of Geelong fans down there and test your theory, because I reckon they're still feeling pain from a couple of weeks ago in there.
Hey, mate, I'm suffering heartbreak there. I was down there a couple of weeks ago, and I was one of those in the stands suffering heartbreak, but nevertheless. But I'll tell you what, we've hit the halfway mark of the marathon test. Joe Fukuda, Jack Rayner sitting on 3:05 pace, so still around that 2:13 timing that we've sort of spoken about this morning. Fraser Darcy 25 seconds behind as that chaser to the leading two. But the two superstars, Joe Fukuda from Japan, Jack Rayner, and then we've got our next group of runners a couple of minutes behind, which is Stephen McKenna, the Ironman who's won Ironman Australia, Ironman New Zealand. Bailey and Mazurki Hintz amongst that group as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Fraser Darcy is not actually far behind the two leaders, so it'll be interesting to sort of see how this plays out in the back end. If Joe or Jack sort of blows up, Fraser's going to be there to essentially take over, and could even end up, in second place. We'll see what happens.
So Joe Fukuda coming over from Japan, and he's a great visitor to Australia. Loves the Gold Coast Marathon. Has done a lot of Gold Coast marathons, but. Caitlin Adams, the debut of Caitlin Adams is looking very, very promising as we're approaching the 20-kilometre mark of the event for our first female, Caitlin Adams. So sitting nicely. Sarah Klein at the 15-kilometre mark was 1:19 behind. Millie Clark, a former winner, sitting 2:32, and Izzy Hume, also another debutante in the Nike Melbourne Marathon, a couple of minutes away as well. But at the moment, Caitlin's looking pretty comfortable. She's got great support around her, that being Jess Stenson, who, as we've said before, former winner of the Melbourne Marathon, Half Marathon and Australian Marathon Superstand.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll sort of see that pack around Caitlin Adams start to drop off. Runners might have gone out too fast. They might be having an off day. So it'll be interesting to sort of see as they turn around in Elwood who's still running with Caitlin towards the end.
Here's our Nike Half Marathoners, our lead group, Stewie McSwain. Great to see him here at Nike Melbourne Marathon 2025. Brett Robinson, as we said, sub 1 hour runner. His best time is a national record holder. And Haftu Strinsos in the middle there, who's an exciting youngster as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can produce today, because he has got some serious talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a great race, I believe, at Maragami this year. That was a bit of a breakthrough for him. Not really an athlete that we had our eye on, but after that race, we really sort of, he came up in the Australian running scene. So it'll be great to see how this plays out today.
So they're going nicely here in the Nike Half Marathon, around that 4K mark. So they're only in the early days, but as you can see, picturesque conditions here for the 2025 edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. The 47th edition, it started back in 1978 when they used to go down to Frankston, but so much has changed in that time, and they get to finish at the Coliseum of the MCG.
Yeah, most certainly there's Luna Park, the roller coaster. I don't know if it still does actually work or it still is in operation, but Luna Park is a wonderful spot to go as well. The Espy isn't too far away if you like to have a better beer in an afternoon. But the Nike Melbourne Marathon is most certainly underway as we look at our leaders in the men's division. Good morning to you right around Australia. Nike Melbourne Marathon, Sunday morning, the streets of Melbourne, early October. All thanks to Chemist Warehouse. You can visit Chemist Warehouse at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Take a photo in their booth, share it for your chance to win a $500 Chemist Warehouse gift card. Enjoy free giveaways, including INC protein bars and Cancer Council sunscreen, as we see the men's leaders and the women's leaders on screen there, Tess, in the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Yeah, we're just sort of getting the 20k split from the females now, so they're nearly at the halfway mark. So that's when the race sort of really starts getting a little bit tougher. Runners are trying to take on their nutrition before they get to that 30k mark.
I'm interested here. You touched on it about when with the men's division, with changing and chopping who leads and who doesn't lead. Is that a conversation that is happening on course, or is it more of a little bit of a give the little push up? Like, how does it work?
Yeah, look, we've seen both. You see runners often talk to each other. Often the lead will want a bit of, I guess, a chop out. So they'll I guess, flick a, what would you call this?
Yeah.
One of those.
And then some grumpiness if the other person's saying, oh, hang on, you just keep taking the headwind and I'll come off the back of you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you get a bit of both. Hopefully, like, Joe and Jack will be swapping lead here, but it looks like Joe is doing a lot of the work.
How much experience of the course do you think is going to be an advantage for Jack, in the second half of this race?
Look, I think it'll really play into his favour here, especially with those hills. They sort of just pop up out of nowhere, those tan hills. So he'll know when to push and when to settle down, particularly on Domain Road. After the hills, the runners go down this big, I guess, a 700, 800 metre downhill, where Jack will really use that momentum to pick up and go hard all the way through to the MCG.
Jack Rayner, what a superstar he's been, Tess. He's had so many accomplishments. I don't think I could have fitted on 2 bits of paper. I needed more to write it down, but obviously, he's a national record holder for a number of events. He's an Australian 10,000 metre champion numerous amount of times. He's last year's Nike Melbourne Marathon winner. He's performed well at the Gold Coast Half Marathon, along with the Melbourne Marathon Half Marathon as well. So he's ticked a lot of boxes, and to have him racing at the Nike Melbourne Marathon and Nike-sponsored athletes, just absolutely sensational.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time at altitude this year as well. So he did his another accolade that he had, the Australian indoor 5,000 metre record, running a 12:59 and securing him a spot in the World Championships in Tokyo. In the lead up to that event, he spent a lot of time in Hoyos at altitude, training with his group Melbourne Track Club. So really, I guess, finding the benefit there, coming down from altitude in this race today.
And of course, the nickname Baby Pre, which he denies he gave to himself, but it's a darn good nickname. Steve Prefontaine, one of the great entertainers in the history of world athletics. Renee Buckingham is in the MCG with a 10-kilometre finisher, but a man who absolutely knows the MCG better than anyone else who's running today. Renee, over to you.
Yeah, that's right. Here with Max Gawn. I mean, you know the MCG, mate, but do you know it like this? How was that today?
That was the quickest part of my run. Once I got on the Hello Tour, I actually pace set the leaders to start. That's why I'm more cooked now. No, I was nowhere near the lead. Nowhere near the lead today.
I mean, we haven't really given you a chance to catch your breath, but how good's the energy out here today, smashing that 10K this morning?
Yeah, it was still a bit of a training session. Mind you, the 10K is still tough. The idea was to sort of attack the first 5 and then see if I got some aerobic base to hold on. I don't, so 6 or 7 weeks more of training and I'll go back out there.
Will we be seeing you at the full marathon next year, perhaps?
Not full, maybe I'll step up to the half, and then when I retire, we'll do the full.
Yeah, awesome. And purple's your colour. I mean, a bit different to what you used to.
Yeah, Lululemon had kitted me out. Glasses, top, shorts, socks. I felt good, I just didn't look good.
And what does recovery look like for you today?
Yeah, we got to train tomorrow. There's no let up for us in pre-season, so rest up, couple of ice baths, and get into some 150s.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, and congratulations again. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Renee Buckingham in the MCG with Max Gawn, who finishes the 10K. Do you have his finishing time there, Tess?
Yeah, I do. 44:24, so 4:27 per kilometre as an average pace.
Tell you what, that's midfield sort of time, isn't it? You might be spending a bit more time as a midfielder too, Cam, as with your work on Trade Radio. But it's going to be interesting with the Melbourne Demons. But back here, our 2 leaders, Joe Fukuda from Japan and Jack Rayner, they've got a 25-second advantage on our next runner, which was in the male category here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon, was Fraser Darcy. So also a young one that we're looking forward to seeing. And I guess you can sort of see Fraser in the background there. For those who are watching on the live stream, not that far away, but our 2 leaders look comfortable. They've got nice rhythm. And probably at the hardest part, or one of the hardest parts of the course, is at that real straight, narrow roads here along Beaconsfield Parade and then Marine Parade.
Yeah, they're coming up to that slight rise through Elwood before they make that turnaround. I'm also just looking at the leaderboard here. Fraser and Stephen McKenna look like they're running together. They're only a second apart, so they'll be utilising each other in this part of the race, just like Joe and Jack are.
How important is it to have a running mate at this point? Because if you're there by yourself trying to bridge a gap on the leaders or maybe onto a bigger group in front of you, it's obviously a lot harder. How much easier is it to have that running partner like both these leading groups do?
Oh, it's make or break, I think. Running by yourself, it can get lonely out there and negative thoughts can start creeping in, telling yourself you can't do this. Whereas if you're running with someone, it's really easy to sort of look at the back of their shirt, look at their shoes, look at the road in front, and I guess use their momentum and carry that forward.
Is there a rule in the elite marathon running that you can't listen to headphones?
There is. I guess listening to music can be considered as a performance enhancement. So you won't see any of the elite field listening to headphones, and you won't actually see a lot of the mass field listening to music either. It can be, I guess, a bit of a hazard on the road. So there's, I guess, some out-of-ear headphones people are using these days so they can hear both the road and the music. But it is a big performance enhancer.
I'm going to dispel that theory, Trent. I listen to music every time I run. It sure as hell is not a performance enhancer.
Well, you won't need it for Nike Melbourne Marathon this year because you've got all the hype zones around the course and that as well. So there's going to be plenty of music going on. So that'll get our two runners out in front, happy and excited, and keep that momentum going.
I'm not going to say that every single athlete running in any of the events today is keeping splits, but I'm going to say 99% of them most certainly will, and they'll be doing it with the Garmin. Beat yesterday with Garmin, and trust your training, listen to your Garmin, and remember to start your Garmin. That's pretty darn important, actually, to hit go to kickstart it. No unproductive status today. Go and beat yesterday. Good luck. And Garmin, an official wearable technology and timing partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Quick break. Right around Australia, it is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. Split screen. As we have a look at this, we have got on your left, as you're looking at it on the TV, the leader or leaders of the Nike men's division of the Melbourne Marathon, the women's in the middle, and then the half marathon on your right hand. It is, of course, beautifully done with elite athletes left, right and centre, Trent Hill.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'll tell you what, Haftu Strintzos, second in last year's Nike half marathon here in Melbourne. Leading charge, Brett Robertson, Stewie McSwain, the first three in that group. Star-studded for sure, and as we've sort of said, great to see Brett Robertson back once again. Stewie McSwain, racing on Australian soil, but young Haftu Strintzos, second last year. He had a really good 2025 Sydney Marathon, 2:11 time, 14th place overall. An exciting and emerging runner on the Australian front.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they've got a really big pack to run with too. You've got Ryan Gregson in the pack. He was second last year at the Nike Melbourne Marathon distance, and he's now running the half marathon, obviously. And Zach Faccioni as well, I believe a member of the on group. So it'll be interesting to sort of see how that all plays out.
He's in good form too, Zach Faccioni. Obviously the Australian cross-country champion winner a little bit earlier on this year too, 30-33. So an exciting, talented youngster who's had some time over in America and that as well at university with Wake Forest University.
Absolutely.
I'm going to give a big shout out to my nephew. He's finished the SriLankan Airlines 10 kilometres, 39:20, 15-year-old nephew, but in pure teenage style, refuses to listen when given advice on training hills. He's ran this a couple of times, but he just texted me to say the Anderson Street hill killed me. And I said, well, how many times have your parents and myself mentioned that maybe you should just do an incline run every now and then when you're doing some training, bro? Big shout out to Charlie, but sooner or later he will listen, Tess.
Yeah, a great time from, is it Charlie?
Charlie,
sub 40 minutes. So he's running under 4 minute per kilometre pace, which is great for you said he was a youngster as well.
He's
so
14, nearly 15 next month.
Yeah, maybe in a few years' time we'll see him in the top 10.
No. Not unless he starts training hills. Tess, I'll tell you this right now. Trent, take it over because this men's division is interesting. We see the MCG finish line on your right of the screen, but these two men chopping and changing, and Jack Raynard looked like he just got off the back for a split second, but now back up even keel.
Yeah, just getting himself a little refreshment there just to hydrate him because it is a big run. They've passed 25 kilometres, so near that 26 kilometre mark, and Well, these two, they've looked outstanding from the start. Joe Fukuda from Japan and Jack Rayner from Australia. 26-second buffer on Fraser Darcy, who we can see deep in the background on the vision provided here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And then you got Stephen McKenna and Michael Tosin a couple of minutes behind our leading group, along with Bailey Mazurki-Hintz and Abdi Roble as well. So a couple of good, strong marathon runners. But at the moment, it is Rayner versus Fukuda, and that's where we're concentrating on. Whereas in our female category, Caitlin Adams still looking the goods, 23 kilometres into her journey. A 2-minute 14 lead on Sarah Klein, who's sitting second. And then behind them is Izzy Hume, who's made some good inroads. She's 3:38 behind our leader in Caitlin Adams. So Caitlin, who's being paced by the legendary Jess Stenson, along with Jack Trengrove there as well, former Melbourne captain. Doing everything right at the moment, Tess.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how Izzy Hume moves through this field. She looks like as you mentioned, she's made some inroads on Sarah Klein. So, yeah, it'll be interesting as we sort of come into this 25, 30K mark, what happens there.
Just on that, is Jess Stenson still in that group?
Yes.
Where is she?
Oh, she might have dropped off. Unless she's buried in there, but looks like she might have only been pacing Caitlin for half the race.
Quite
before.
Possibly.
Yeah.
We'll get back and get some clarification on that. It is Nike Marathon morning here in the beautiful city of Melbourne. Trent Hill in the house. Tess Marks, Cam Luke, Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. But I can't see her, Trent, so she might have only been pacing through the half marathon. There might do. She does still have a couple of other paces there helping her through with a nice punch still.
No, I reckon you could be right there, Cam. On the vision provided, it looks like she may have dropped off there for Caitlin Adams. But I know that Jack Trengrove, the brother, was also going to be a key component to the pacing of Caitlin Adams as well. So interesting, but she's looking like she's in a comfortable position at the moment as they're on that long stretch of Beaconsfield Parade, doing everything right, and a nice bunch to work with as well. And I think having numbers around there, they're going to certainly push her, being the first female out in front as well. And she's got a nice lead, 2:14 in front of Sarah Klein, last year's runner-up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just touching on Jess again, it does make sense that she's only carried Caitlin to halfway. She did Sydney at the end of August, so she'd have the fatigue still in her legs. So doing the whole marathon or even 30Ks will set her training back. So it makes sense that she's only carried her through to halfway.
You mentioned earlier about Caitlin Adams and the arm swing and the rhythm that she was in and trying to get into a little bit more. When you look at her, and I know she's buried deep in there, but do you see her a bit more comfortable than earlier?
Yeah, it can take a little bit of time to get comfortable in a marathon. You've obviously done a big 3-day carb load. So you're feeling kind of, I guess, tired and a bit, fatigued leading into the first 10Ks. But it looks like she's settled into the pace now. She looks like she's getting a bit of direction from somebody in the pack, maybe some bottles. So it looks like, she does have the pack helping her out here with some bottles and gels.
Beautifully done. It is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning, and it is now Caitlin Adams. She's got about a 2-minute lead when it comes to the women's division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Let's get back to the half marathon here. Not a huge amount of change. Still the big boys, the big names still at the front there, Trent.
Yeah, they certainly are, led by Haftu Strintos and also Stewie McSwain. So Stewie looking comfortable out there in a distance we're not accustomed to.
Yeah, absolutely. He's taken a bit of a step back from running, if you will, this year. He's finishing his master's degree. So now that's I guess, finished his, looking to do a few more races. So it's great to see him on the course this morning.
Yeah, another athlete, Trent, and of course, 2-time Olympian, and just finishing a master's degree just makes us feel even more, myself I speak of, not you, Trent, more inferior every day.
Oh, I agree, Cam. I'm in that same boat as well. But and I'll tell you what, Brett Robertson, he's looking quite sharp in that as well. So, a really strong Nike half marathon group. Haftu Strintos, I like the way this young fella it moves. He had a great Sydney Marathon. He's had some great performance leading up to Melbourne. He's certainly a future star, that is for sure. But all eyes are on Caitlin Adams here, and there's probably a dozen runners in there. Jack Trengrove in there alongside a number of others that are just pushing Caitlin on, and obviously they'll have a really strict game plan on how they wanted to attack this one. It was a strong start by Caitlin to get that really good buffer from Sarah Klein, Izzy Hume and the chasers, but at the moment she's within 12 runners, looking very comfortable, and they're going to certainly look after her as we get further into the race.
Yeah, we've already seen that, carrying her through the drink stations, grabbing her drinks for her even, so really helping her out there. That'll be a big factor coming into the last few kilometres of the race too, that she's carved up and she's fueled properly throughout the race.
So she's just got that water bottle, that Morton water bottle in her hand, just making sure that she's nice and hydrated and doing it at the right times. But that long part of the Beaconsfield Parade, they're just approaching on the Nike Melbourne Marathon app. And if you're wanting to look at where anyone that you're following is, jump on that Nike Melbourne Marathon app. But they're about 24.5 Ks into the race, so they're well and truly over the halfway mark. And yeah, things are starting to get interesting.
Just before we get back to the presentations within the MCG, outside of grilled, Tess, you touched on the carb loading you would have to do and what you would do. What is the menu for you in the last couple of days before running?
Oh, Cam, it is a lot of rice. Rice. You're looking at getting, I guess, those the white fibre, the white low fibre foods in. So, yeah, lots of rice, bread. Some people choose pastas. I drink a lot of Powerades and have a lot of, I guess, lollies. So it sounds like a kid's dream, right? Cocoa Pops, lollies, rice, all of the above.
What is your favourite Powerade flavour?
I really like is it the blue Powerade?
Okay, yeah, I'll take your word for it. I'm a lemon lime type of guy, but no, the blue would be night. Trent, you got a Powerade flavour?
Yeah, I'm a bit like both of you. I like a bit of lemon lime, but at times I don't mind a blue one as well. So I'm probably a mixture.
There you go. As we get back to the leading division when it comes to the the men's division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and both these gentlemen have looked in a great rhythm from the opening bell, which was rung by Jess Hull only, an hour and a half ago now. But both these guys have felt like they found their groove pretty early.
Yeah, they certainly have. And they just, facial expressions, tell a lot of story for mine, and they don't look in discomfort. And I think having one another to run with, where Jack ran pretty much by himself last year's edition, Tess, to have this someone to run with like Joe, who's an international superstar as well in his own right, certainly reassuring as you get into the back end of the race. And we know Jack, who knows these streets and these roads so well, he'll have a game plan going in, knowing that maybe someone like Joe was going to hang around a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. He would have spoken to his coach, Nick Bordeaux, and Collis Birmingham leading into the race. This is probably the circumstance that they would have predicted. Joe leading, Jack's just sitting off the back. So they'd have a tactic going into the tan hills as to what Jack should be doing. But for the most part, he looks quite comfortable. It's, I guess, a bit hard to see his facial expressions beneath his visor, but he looks like he's settled into a good rhythm there.
And here's our leading female runner in Caitlin Adams. Sarah Klein 2 minutes behind. Izzy Hume 3 minutes behind. Millie Clark, a former winner of this event and a superstar in her own right, 3 minutes behind. But at the moment, it's all about Caitlin Adams. So if she can just maintain what she's doing out there, she's going to be a very strong chance to be running into the MCG as the first female of the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2025. And what a great story. She's obviously been a middle distance runner and really pushing the threshold and going up and ramping up her distance that she's running. It's a terrific story and some great support there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's got, as we said, the big pack around her and Jess Stenson. And yeah, her training group would have been played a big part in this event as well. Even though we don't see it on the day, she would have done sessions with a lot of, I guess, her Team Tempo group, big long marathon sessions going upwards of around 20 kilometres.
And she hasn't been a stranger to the Nike Melbourne Marathon either. 2022, she won the 10 kilometres, so she won that in a time of 32.67. Last year, she was fourth in the half marathon. So she certainly knows Melbourne. She loves being a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And, looking forward to seeing what she can do over the next 16 kilometres.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just heading into the turnaround in Elwood at the moment. So coming back into that slight headwind before tackling Fitzroy Street, which is that first sort of major hill that runners are keeping their eye out for. If they can get to the top of that hill feeling comfortable, they can really sort of start picking up the pace going down St Kilda Road again.
Is there such a thing as feeling comfortable running a hill at this particular point of a marathon, Tess?
Look, I guess a lot of elite runners, they'll sort of, reduce their speed and go up the hill at a slower speed than what they might be running at the moment, just so that that effort level stays the same.
All right, there we go. As you go back to the half marathon lead as well. And this is what you get to see at these wonderful running festivals and part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, because you do have different distances and you have different athletes. You have the men and women who might be doing the 10 kilometres in their first ever run and have trained all year, and it's such a huge part of what they are doing. And They are doing, in some aspects, a lifelong ambition to get out there and run. And then next to them, you've got Olympians, sometimes dual Olympians, firing it out over 21 Ks. It is the beauty of running, Tess.
Yeah, it is. You can see some of these marathoners on the right-hand side of the screen. They're giving some cheers to the lead males in the half marathon, obviously coming through Albert Park. So yeah, it is such a great way to experience a marathon, seeing the elite field come through too.
Just looking amongst the leading group there, and I'll tell you what, we've seen a really strong contingent of New Zealand runners coming over and participating. Toby Qualter is one of those runners in amongst that leading group of half marathoners. You know, he's a Christchurch half marathon champ, New Zealand 10,000 metre champion back in this year, I should say. He won the New Zealand half marathon championship this year. He's had a really strong 2025. Second in the Run Prix only a few weeks ago here in Melbourne with a 28.51. He attended Eastern Michigan University and North Carolina State University, so he's certainly got some credits in the bank, and one to watch out for in this half marathon.
Eastern Michigan, geez, there'll be some cold running mornings in that part of the world. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, the most beautiful city in the world. Looks like that. Back with plenty more next. It is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning, and we're starting to see these athletes stream into the Melbourne cricket ground. Beautifully done. SriLankan 10-kilometre finishing as well. Half marathon not too far away, and we are far past halfway when it comes to the men's division of the leaders, at least when it comes to the marathon as well. There you go. A little frozen a split second before. That is not frozen. That is what the world's most livable city looks like, Trent, and it is a wonderful place to run 1K, 2K, 5K, 10K half marathon or 42Ks, 1 day a week, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. No better place to get out and stretch your legs.
I'll tell you what, it's absolutely glorious. And then when you run into the MCG, that's just the icing on the cake. And Tess, you know from experience, you know, marathon last year, you were top 10 in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. To run into that MCG, it would have had to give you, you know, the old spine must have been tingling, because there's no better Coliseum or stadium in the world that beats the MCG.
Yeah, you get goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps as I'm watching this, actually, just reliving some of the memories. But it's just such a great feeling, like the months, the years of training all coming to fruition. You look up at the screen and you might see your time that you've wanted. For me, seeing under 250 was just a surreal moment after trying to run around that time for 3 or 4 years. So, yeah, those runners will be experiencing something really similar as they come into the MCG.
Well, we're looking here at the marathon, and, well, we've seen a little bit of a change in our leader, and it looks like Jack Rayner's just decided I've had enough of running with Joe Fukuda from Japan. I'm going to make a little bit of a distance between the two runners, and he's just looking for some support there with his person that's working with him along the side of the road. But what are your thoughts on this tactic, sort of trying to get that little bit of distance away from the Japanese runner?
Yeah, this is smart from Jack. He's using the momentum of that Fitzroy. So you go up Fitzroy Street and then down it. So he's using that downward momentum to get some speed. We actually had similar problems. My dad was on a bike last year for me, and we had similar problems at this exact Fitzroy Street intersection trying to get a bottle. So it'll be interesting to sort of see what happens here. But yeah, it's a very smart move from Jack taking the lead at this moment.
Tramlines always make it a little bit different. If you've been down Fitzroy Street, you'll know that it is isolated in the middle of the tram tracks compared to maybe other roads in Melbourne. He's about to get to St Kilda Road very shortly, and he's still got a little way to go, Tess, but it must, when you start to head down St Kilda Road and head back towards the city, and you can't quite see the MCG, but its presence does loom large, it must give you a little bit of extra kick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of when you can start starting to think about the finish line and start, I guess, putting into practice those race day visualizations, maybe thinking that you're on for the time, or on the alternative, having to make some adjustments in reducing the speed if you are struggling at the top of the hill.
So in this particular case, what's going through Jack's mind when it comes to the time? Like when you get a little way in front and you're trying to work your way to make sure it's best possible result, are you looking at a time perspective, or are you looking at just simply running and winning the race?
I think Jack will be just wanting to run and win the race. Yep. He'll be wanting to put a bit of distance in between himself and Joe as he comes into the tan hills. Joe's obviously he's been doing a lot of ultra runs, so he's obviously got the strength in the back end, but Jack will be wanting to just put as much distance between himself and Joe, so he's not running scared as they go into the last few kilometres.
And he's done a little bit of that as well. We'll get to the official splits in about a minute's time with Trent. Dairy farmers, I'm pretty certain he's not drinking milk there. But Dairy Farmers are the official milk partner of the marathon. Run, recover and replenish with Dairy Farmers protein. Recover with a guided stretch session. Alice Bakey is going to take you through it if you're down there at Yarra Park. Pilates for runners and life in between. Then replenish with a free Dairy Farmers protein smoothie. Your choice of chocolate, strawberry, banana and honey down there at Yarra Park. And Dairy Farmers, the official milk partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And that is Jack Rayner by himself right now. We'll get back to it next. As he takes that left and starts to head towards St Kilda Road. Has a little peek over the left shoulder just to see where the main rival is, Trent, but it looks like he's been able to, in a short amount of time, put some distance between them.
Yeah, well, just looking at the 30K breakdown, all the splits there, Cam. So Jack obviously running at 3:19 pace. Joe Fukuda 11 seconds behind, but Fraser Darcy's made a nice little bit of inroads in third position. So he's only 15 seconds behind Jack, so 4 seconds behind Joe. So they're starting to close up together a little bit. So whether Joe's just fading just a little bit, or Fraser's certainly built, looking to build on his second half of the race. Steve McKenna, that fourth runner across the 30K mark. He's a minute 44 behind our leader, Jack Rayner. But Jack, he's done so much before here at Melbourne on the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Half marathon champion 3 times. He won last year's Nike Melbourne Marathon. Could he make it 2 in a row? Well, we'll wait and see in the next 12Ks.
The reigning champion's about to get back to St Kilda Road. While he does his thing, let's get back to the MCG because the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre presentations are about to happen. Simon Mallory and Renee Buckingham at the dais.
Thank you so much. It is very exciting down here at the MCG. Renee, we are here to do the official presentation, ladies and gentlemen, of our SriLankan Airlines 10K run. So to get us underway, we're very delighted to actually have here Ravi Dran, the Regional Manager of Asia Pacific SriLankan Airlines with us, and the team is very exciting. So let's get our females here. Please welcome in third place, collecting $300 prize money at 34.58, Tiana Cheddar. In second place, will receive $500 cash at 34.12, Stella Radford. And then in first place, receiving $1,000 cash at 33.41, Ellie Pashley.
And bringing up next the male winners for this morning. In third place, receiving $300 prize money, Zaid Al Said at 29.48. Coming up on stage with little bub in hand. In second place, our male will receive $500 prize money, Johannes Asmadre Dagnor at 29.41. And in first place, receiving that $1,000 prize money. And the first person to cross the MCG this morning, Adam Goddard, coming through to the stage at 28.40, crossing that finish line this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please put your hands together for our winners. First, second and third of the male SriLankan 10K.
There we go, Simon Mallory, Renee Buckingham in the MCG with the SriLankan Airlines. 1, 2 and 3 when it comes to the men's and women's division. If you are down there right now, I tell you what, there's a fair bit going on. What you can do is visit Chemist Warehouse, take a photo in the booth, and share for your chance to win a $500 Chemist Warehouse gift card. Enjoy free giveaways including INC protein bars and Cancer Council sunscreen. And the 40 Winks is the official sleep partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. You have a chance to win a brand new bed. Make sure you take on the 40-second challenge and away you go. Jack Rayner is officially on St Kilda Road on the way back to the MCG. He's having a little look around still to his support staff, maybe having a little bit of a chat. Whoever that might, well, did we work out who that would be for Jack Rayner?
No, I'm not actually sure who that is. Might be a friend or a training partner, someone who knows the course well and knows Jack's nutrition strategy too, so he can provide all of his on-course, I guess, Morton bottles.
And he was having a look around over the left-hand shoulder, maybe just giving an idea of how the distance sits between Jack Rayner and the chasing crew, Trent.
Yeah, so they're only about 10 k's out from the MCG. They're 32 kilometres into the event. So this is going to be the interesting part now on how well he adapts to, you know, obviously the Shine of Remembrance, the tan, that area, because that's where it starts getting a little bit tougher. And I guess, you know, a little bit more hurting on the body as well, because you're already 32 kilometres in. And as you said earlier, Tess, this is when the race starts.
This is when the race starts. This is when you want to be feeling like you haven't run 32 kilometres. You want to feel comfortable. You want to feel like you can keep pushing for the last 10 kilometres because, yeah, you've got to start digging deep in those last kilometres coming into the MCG.
So looking forward to seeing when the next split comes around 35 kilometres, just to see what the distance is between him, Joe Fukuda, and then the chasing Fraser Darcy, who had a really good, you know, he's had a really good sort of 25 to 30 kilometre area of the race, and he's made some inroads with, you know, chasing up to Joe, and then obviously, you know, not being that far away from Jack Rayner.
Yeah, absolutely. Fraser Darcy, he trains under the running group Runners One, so they're an Adelaide-based group headed by Izzy Bat-Doyle, who's in our women's half marathon today. And Riley Cox, her partner. So, yeah, really putting in a great deal of training, Fraser Darcy. So this will be a great day for him if he can even hold on to third place.
So Jack Rayner, the superstar, out in front. And as you can see, a lot of people out on the streets supporting our runners. There's a heap of hype zones, so there's music and a lot of things going around the whole Nike Melbourne Marathon course, not just at the MCG and the event village, but around the course in its entirety. So it's a great initiative by the organisers and really hypes up. And it's a real running festival. You know, we speak about the elites and we're concentrating on about the elites, but later on we'll be looking at, you know, the average runner who's just wanting to do it for whatever reason, you know, whether it's for raising money for charity or whether it's, you know, a bucket list item they've wanted to do. We'll speak a little bit about that later on. But here's our leader in Caitlin Adams. She's 29 kilometres into the journey. So an hour and 44 minutes have passed since start time at Batman Avenue. And again, I hope she hasn't been holding that Morton drink bottle for that whole time when we last saw her around Beaconsfield Parade, as she's sort of nearly on the outskirts of making it way down to Fitzroy Street. But she's doing everything right at the moment, and a really good support crew, as we've sort of mentioned throughout the course of the morning, Tess.
Yeah, it looks like Dave Ridley's sort of taken charge of that pack. Dave's obviously a sub-220 marathoner, so done the Melbourne Marathon a number of times and run a lot of marathons, so he looks really strong out the front there. So Caitlin Adams should be using that energy to keep going through these last few kilometres.
I'm a little bit worried, and not for any of the runners, just more for Archie Thompson, who we haven't heard from since I said go and tell him who you are to get a free crepe. That was about an hour ago almost. We haven't heard from him since, so we've got to get back down to Archie sometime soon to make sure, one, he hasn't craped himself out of a Sunday morning, and two, how's it all going? But Fitzroy Street is where you see the leader of the women's division, and that's exactly where the decision was made by Jack Rayner to put a bit of distance between him and a couple of those chasers as well. He's within the last 10 kilometres on St Kilda Road in the men's division as well. It is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning right around Australia and the world via the SEN Radio Network or watching us on YouTube or SEN TV. Good morning to you. We'll be back with plenty more on the other side of this.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation. Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Ness, no matter what your day holds.
Good morning to you, wherever you might be, right around Australia. You're watching us on YouTube or SEN TV, the beautiful shots of the city of Melbourne. Jack Rayner leads the men's division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Trent Hill, Tess Marks, Cam Luke. I want to give a shout out to my 3-month-old Sadie who is listening and watching at home. She gets very confused when she hears my voice and she can't actually see me, so she's watching the wonderful coverage on the TV, and it has been an interesting morning. Jack Rayner was leading. I'm assuming we've gone back to the second here. Trent, exactly what's going on here?
Yeah, so this looks like it's Have To Strinsos. It's made a charge off the pack in the Nike Half Melbourne Marathon, which is no surprise because he's certainly a strong runner, but you know, it was, I guess, a brave one in the fact that he's taking on your Brett Robertsons, Stuart McSwains, Toby Gwalder from New Zealand, that as you like. But let's see what Have To's got. He's an emerging talent. He's an exciting talent, and obviously, you know, finished second last year, so he knows the course pretty well. He's
got that run in his legs. Of course, you talk about coming off a Sydney Marathon, so he's got the strength on the back of him, and he's been able to slide himself again as they start to roll down St Kilda Road back to the MCG. So he's been able to put some distance, not dissimilar to Jack Rayner did in the marathon, all of about probably 7 or 8 minutes ago. I'll tell you what, they're going to the MCG, and then they're going to get into the event village, and the joint is jumping. And you can get some Fun Day Sweets, which is the official lollies partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. What's sweeter than a PB? Fun Day lollies at the festival. So find them at the finish line. They're treating the runners, the cheer squads, and all about it. So all thanks to Fun Day Sweets. They are the official lollies partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And that is Jack Rayner. You can see the time there, just over an hour, 50 minutes. He's starting to roll back towards the MCG. He's just taken a left from the MCG. He's about to run down and try to scoop around not far from the Art Centre as well. But he, right now, Trent, still by himself after he made that decisive move on Fitzroy Street about 10, 12 minutes ago. Yeah, we'll know in the next couple of minutes, Cam, on the distance he's got on Joe Fukuda from a timing aspect, and also Fraser Darcy, but doing everything right at the moment. And the word was he was a little bit crook yesterday. wasn't feeling 100%, but to come out this morning and do what he's done so far is so admirable, and that's why he's an absolute superstar. But he's doing everything. Some great shots here from the air. Just watching Jack go about his business. He's one to watch, and one of our favourites here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just coming around now, going under the tunnel before you swing back up through those tan hills that we've been talking about. So he'll be sort of trying to reduce the effort that he's running now so that he can push up those hills and start feeling good in the last few Ks of the marathon.
All right, this is where it starts to get a little tough because those hills are about to hit him. We'll get back to him shortly. Candy Hertz is smack bang in the event village. Hello to you, Candy.
Hey guys, I am down at the Nike activation. A lot of action already starting down here as races start to fill in. We've got the activation tent behind us with all the merchandise you could possibly want to get yourself for this new season. You are going to look so cool in some great Nike gear. Not only that, we've also got delicious Chobani who are doing a taste sampling today. So come and grab yourself a free sample. And St. Alia here, a free cold brew for you as well. Now, I've got some great gear to introduce you to, including the Vomero Premium sneaker. This is a sexy piece of shoe. You can get this down here. It's first release. Your great chance to get it in a couple of colours, but you can also grab yourself a great top and come do Nike by you. You can customise it all to your race experience. It is done by an incredible Melbourne designer, Glenn Morales, and you can choose 5, 10, 24, 42, or maybe just a bit of Melbourne on your top as well. Lots of options for you to choose from, and no one's ever going to know. You could put the 42, even if you only did 10K, no one's going to know the difference. Come here, you get the customisation. Guys, which has been the most popular so far today?
Everyone's been loving the red in the Melbourne.
I mean, Melbourne, it's the place to be, and the place, of course, for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Come down to the Nike activation. Lots of fun to be had. I promise you these spots are going to fill up, so if you want a spot, come down and grab one now.
Candy, thank you. Grab me 2 pairs of those shoes and I'll half commit to doing something this time next year out there on the track. There is the half marathon leader. The move was made a couple of minutes ago, Trent, and he looks really strong. And you know the strength on the back of a marathon in Sydney only a couple of months ago is going to hold up as he heads back towards that MCG.
Yeah, have to strength size. He's out in front. He's got a 37-second lead on Zach Fascioni, the Australian cross-country champion earlier this year. And then Toby Walter, the New Zealander, 43 seconds behind. And then you've got the chasing group of Brett Robertson, Jacob Cox and Stu McSwain about a minute and a half behind our leader, Haftu Strinsos. But I'll tell you what, he's exciting.
He is almost where Jack Rayner is. Oh, Jack Rayner might only just be a minute or so in front of him. We did see the shots of Jack a little while ago, and now they start to roll into the tan. So this is an interesting situation. I don't know how often this happens, Tess, but we could see the half marathon leader and the marathon leader be in some aspect together as they roll around the tan and then around the beautiful river.
Yeah, I think it's not a common situation or scenario to be in for the elite field, but for the mass field, the marathoners will start running onto the back of the half marathoners. So I believe the Nike Melbourne Marathon have split up the course now, but back in the day you used to have to duck and weave, but they've really started to, I guess, specialise out those lines, which is really good.
Yeah, nothing worse when you're trying to win the Melbourne Marathon. You run into a guy like me doing a 2-hour 10K, Trent.
Do that easy, Cam. So Haftu's only about 2.6 Ks out from the MCG. Now, it'd be remiss not to mention our leading female and, well, a superstar in her own right in Izzy Bat-Doyle. She is our lead female who's 16.8 kilometres into the event. So she was leading from the New Zealander Georgia Gregic, and Jenny Blundell, Genevieve Gregson were a couple of minutes behind. So her nearest rival at our last checkpoint, which was the 10-kilometre mark, so a lot could have changed over the last 7.5 Ks. But Izzy Bat-Doyle was leading by 34 seconds, so we'll get an update on the Melbourne Marathon very soon. Here's our lead female in Caitlin Adams, a South Australian. She's got, well, that group looks like it's just depleted just a little bit, but she's still got a number of strong runners in there, and she's doing some great things in the female category. 32.3 kilometres she has accomplished so far, so about 10 kilometres out from into the MCG. Her last time check, she still had a 3:minute 18 lead on Sarah Klein, who was in second position, and the former winner of Millie Clark was 5 minutes and 4 seconds behind Caitlin Adams at the 30-kilometre mark. So at the moment, she is doing everything right to get herself on the honour roll for the Nike Melbourne Marathon, Tess.
Yeah, she's looking really strong. Some of the men look like they're sort of starting to form behind her. I guess kind of draft off her a little bit and use some of that momentum she's carrying. You can see also that they're passing those half marathoners on the right side of the screen. So that'll add some additional momentum for Caitlin as she starts picking them off one by one going through the tan.
It must be a good feeling. Tess touched a little bit on it when you get down St Kilda Road, where we see Caitlin right about now. You mentioned earlier about the arm swing. That is actually probably her running style more so than anything else, because she has pretty much stayed the same since the first kilometre.
Yeah, it does look like a running style. It's a really high arm swing. I guess driving upwards, running is an upward motion. Most people think it's a forward projection, but driving upwards does get you the good momentum to keep pushing forward. So, yeah, interesting arm technique, but it's obviously doing the job.
Jack Rayner wouldn't be too far away from Anderson Street Hill as well, because we'll start to get an idea. Because it's hilly. You touched on this earlier. It is hilly towards the back end of the course, isn't it? Which is probably a pain in the backside and honestly the glutes and the hamstrings and the calves.
He's on the hill right now. This is sort of when you grit your teeth. You have to just zone out, think about absolutely nothing before you. He's just picked up another drink as well. So really important getting in the last bits of his race day nutrition, which seems silly. He's got 12 minutes left, but anything sort of helps at this point. You can cramp up, you can start hitting the wall in the last couple of kilometres. So even though he does only have 15 or so minutes left, it is important to get every bit of that nutrition in.
So he'll spin up, he'll take a little left. For people who know Melbourne particularly well, there's no better place to run the town, and that means whatever level you are at. And in fact, it is the best place to go for a walk as well. But he'll hang a left shortly down past the Botanical Hotel for people who like a little afternoon sip. I'm guilty. For a Sunday session. Then, of course, Anderson Street. And then into the river. Not hopefully, literally, and then to the MCG. So Jack Rayner is your leader. What is the distance between him and the chasing pack right now?
Yeah, so Fraser Darcy's 56 seconds behind. So he's made some really good inroads in this back half of the race. So he's 56 seconds behind. So Jack's increased his lead, but also Fraser's been able to get into that second place. Joe Fukuda's a further 4 seconds behind Fraser Darcy. Steve McKenna, the Ironman, who's having a bit of time off the Ironman circuit and concentrating on the distance running. He's a minute 34 behind Jack, and then Abdi Roble, who's in fifth, who's been a top 10 place getter at the Melbourne Marathon before, is sitting 2 minutes 22 behind. But everything Jack Rayner's doing, he's doing it well, and he's only got 4 and a bit Ks to go.
He is Domain Road. For people who would look to your right, that's what Domain Road would be right about now as he rolls around the back end of the town. Now, Trent, Tess, I was nervous because we spoke to Archie and I said, hey, you're one of the most recognisable people in Melbourne and in Australia, to be fair. And I said, the crepe line might belong. Just pull the old, do you know who I am? Now, we haven't seen him or heard from him since, so I don't know if he used that tactic. What I do know is he's having an absolute blast as everyone runs past him. Archie, welcome back.
Cheers, mate. You're giving me a bit of a complex now. I'm going to settle down with these crepes.
Don't.
Look, I'm here at the bend. I'm here at the bend with the half marathoners, and what's really beautiful is I think when they come around the corner, they actually see the full marathoners run past too. So everyone's giving everyone support. I urge everyone, if you're sitting on your couches watching this, come down, enjoy the atmosphere, maybe get a little bit inspired. We've got the Outlaws on the band over here playing, and it's just a beautiful energy.
Hey, Archie, that's something that we touched on a little bit as well. Running is such a wonderful community, and it doesn't matter if you're the best in the world or someone having you go at your first 5 kilometre, 10 kilometre half marathon. It is a family, and you're getting a real sense of it now.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean it's such a fab at the moment with running clubs. You could see a lot of the groups that run past here are part of those running clubs. And what I love about this marathon too, is you touched on it too, is about fundraising, charity. An organisation that I'm a part of, an ambassador for, is the My Room organisation. So there's a few running in that, raising money, and you can see everyone. I mean, it gets a little bit louder, as you can hear with the support from everyone with these runners. It's incredible.
Archie, thank you. Let's get back to the MCG because the surrounding areas is about to play host to the leader and the winner of the men's half marathon.
Oh, have to sprint sauce. Tess, this is great. I've got a lot of time and a lot of admiration for this young fella. He's a great story, Ethiopian background. He's obviously been in the US and has been attending the University of Villanova, Pennsylvania. He's come to Australia and as at home, and has just done so many great things in different disciplines of running, and to get a Nike Half Melbourne Marathon is going to be a great one to add to his CV.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see him sort of checking over his shoulder as well, just making sure he's clear of our second place, Zach Faccioni, who looks like he's put 49 seconds in between himself and Zach at the 19K mark. So it'll be interesting to sort of see when Zach pops up as well, when we get those 21 K splits as they come into the MCG.
And there's that MCG about to open up, Trent.
Yeah, here he is. So he'll have his own little lane to run into, have to Strinsos. And he's got 265 metres to run into the MCG. And I'll tell you what, an emerging runner on the Australian. And he's going to look behind him. He's going to soak up the MCG. He's enjoying every moment of it. He was second last year, have to Strinsos. And he's going to come around the bend for the final 100 metres. And he'll take out the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon. Listen to that cheer. He's given a little Finch Cliston, and he's just excited, he's waving, he's enjoying the moment. Listen to the crowd just getting behind him. And Haftu Strintos will run through. He's our Nike Half Marathon champion for 2025.
And a great time at that as well. Looks like it was around that 62 or just under minute mark. So we spoke about Maragami being, I guess, that kickstart event that he had at the start of the year. So he ran 60 minutes and 36 seconds. So around a minute difference, which is expected, but coming off our City Marathon. So a great time for Haftu. And
last year was course marathon, or the half marathon course record by Andy Buchanan. So he had a great run last year in a time of 61:42. So Haftu has run pretty well and not far off that course record. So as we welcome our second runner in, so Zach Faccioni, who had a nice little buffer. And I'll tell you what, he's had a great season as well. Australian cross-country champion. He made some really good inroads in the second half of the half marathon. And he'll take out second placing in this year's Nike Melbourne Half Marathon, but it's all about Haftu Strinsos in this Nike Half Marathon. Our second place getter, Zach Faccioni, he's a ripper, he's an exciting talent, and he's done extremely well.
It looks like third just came in behind. I'm not sure who.
Yeah, Toby Gualter from New Zealand. So the New Zealander's done really well, and he's had a great 2025 as well.
Yeah, very close call. I wonder if Zach knew that he was coming up. Looked like he didn't. Otherwise, he might have given it a bit more in those last 200 metres.
So they're just getting around the winner there. You have some cuddles, some celebrations. The crowd's building at the MCG. And some high-fiving there. So Faccioni second and Toby Gualter third across the line, the New Zealand runner. But it's all about Haftu Strinsos. Second last year, he stepped it up and he's gone first. And an amazing run. We'll get that official time, 62:13. So 62:13 wasn't far off course record time. Last year's course record, as I said, was 61:42, so not far away.
Yeah, not too far. It looks like Brett's just finished as well. I think maybe in fourth place there. I'm just waiting for the results to come in before we can understand how Brett's gone.
But a great run there by a superstar of running in Australia and Brett Robertson. So they're going to be coming in thick and fast now and enjoying that 265 completion of their journey inside the MCG, the Coliseum. And it's at its absolute best once again, looking absolutely sensational. And we're welcoming a number of our half marathoners into, and they're giving absolutely everything to finish off. So they're probably looking for PBs now as well for a lot of our half marathoners.
Yeah, so we've got Brett Robertson coming fourth in 63:57, Jacob Cox fifth in 63:59, and then Stewie McSwain in 64:19. So a good day for the Melbourne Track Club.
Absolutely, and Stewie McSwain, I reckon, be happy with that. Like, as we said, we sort of don't really know him much as a half marathon runner. It's more those middle distances and lower distances. He's got a number of national records, but that's a really great debut here at Nike Melbourne Marathon for his half marathon run.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. It'll be interesting to sort of see what Stewie does over the coming years, whether he might move up to that marathon distance or even some more half marathons to sort of, I guess, capitalise on the marathon boom that seems to be happening at the moment.
Jack Rayner, he's our leading male into the final aspects of his race. And he's only about 2 kilometres out. 2 kilometres out, Jack Rayner. So he is looking very likely to go back-to-back Nike Melbourne Marathon wins. And we'll get a bit of a time check at the 40-kilometre mark, which is only about 700 metres away from Jack's race, and see what the distance is from the next runner. We believe it may be Fraser Darcy who had that lead on Joe Fukuda. Only by 4 seconds at the last checkpoint. Steve McKenna, the Ironman, also in that top 4, and Abdi Roble was that 5th runner in the Nike Melbourne Marathon men's category. But we're going to be welcoming all of our elite runners from the Nike Half Melbourne Marathon into the MCG. They chuck on that Garmin, they click it on to say, listen, I'll finish the event, 21K's done. And
they upload it to Strava after that,
and
usually.
Strava
Absolutely.
As well. You'd be a Strava man, wouldn't you, Cam?
Oh, monster of Strava, man. I'm always putting my 1.1 kilometre runs up on Strava and then talking like I'm an Olympic athlete. No, Strava is an outstanding thing, and I think it leads to the community. I get more likes on Strava than I do anywhere else, and I don't do anything impressive on there. So it is a huge amount of fun. Let's get back to the MCG, because I believe Renee Buckingham might have a very, very happy person.
With the official male winner of the Nike Half Marathon, Haftu Srintos, how are you feeling?
I feel great. It was a great race, great atmosphere, great weather, so very happy with it.
You came back here after getting second last year and you come in first this year. What was the course like?
It was amazing. It was quite flat, fast. There was good depth in the field as well. So, you know, it was perfect time for it.
And that pure joy once you step into the MCG, I mean, talk us through that feeling.
It's an amazing feeling. I love racing at home, in hometown, and I'm a local. So I always look forward to races like this. It's a great feeling.
And you've had a massive year with Sydney and now this coming first place for the Nike Half Marathon. How are you going to be celebrating the win?
I'm going to be celebrating with people who've helped me get to this point, you know. My coach, Adam Didyk, my supporters, my mum, my biggest supporter, family is here. I've got a few cheerleaders out there, so I'll be celebrating with them.
Well, thanks to Mum and all the cheerleaders, and congratulations again on a well-deserved win.
Thank you very much.
We now have our leading woman in the Nike Half Marathon test.
Yeah, we've got Izzy Batdor coming into the MCG. She's looking really strong as she comes in, so very exciting to see her take out the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon event here.
Second time. She won it in 2021. She was third last year. She's second in the Nike Melbourne Marathon in 2022. So she's built a nice little affinity with the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And Izzy Bat-Doyle, she's a strong runner. She ran at the World Apps Champs only a few weeks ago in the 10,000 metres, finished 17th in the 10,000 metre race, but she's going to have her name on the honour roll once again. Izzy Bat-Doyle in the closing stages. Listen to the roar. She's an Australian champion, and she's going to come in. She's going to celebrate her second half marathon we're here in Melbourne, and she does it so nicely. Here's the tape. She breaks it, and there she goes, Izzy Bat-Doyle. The New Zealander wasn't far behind her, Georgia Gregic, and Sinead Diver, the course. Sort of hadn't seen much of Sinead, but she must have had a great second part of the race test. But Izzy Bat-Doyle, great to have another great name here at Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Yeah, for sure. Melbourne holds a special place to her. She obviously ran her debut marathon here a couple of years ago, running 2:28, which at the time it was the Australian debut record. Leanne Pompiani has taken that since I believe it was the women's marathon a year ago. So well done, Izzy, taking out the win.
So here's the New Zealand runner in Georgia Gregic, who will finish second across the line in the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon. And great to see, you know, our New Zealand visitor come over. We've got a number of New Zealand runners coming and being a part of it. She ran at Berlin this year with a 6th placing in the half marathon. Valencia Half Marathon runner last year. She's ran at the World Cross Country Championships as well. And she's one of 8 athletes to represent New Zealand at the 2026 World Cross Country Champs, so something to look forward to in 2026. And then we're suspecting that Sinead Diver will be our 3rd female across the line in the Nike Half Marathon. We'll wait till to get visual. Here she is, Sinead Diver, an Olympian, course record holder of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, 2:25.19. She actually had Jack Rayner help pace her in that year of 2019. To get that course record. It was an easy day, Tess, was it? But
no.
She's going to come out 3rd across the line.
Looks like she's got another helping hand here in Dave McNeil, who looks like he might have been pacing her for the half marathon today. But it's so good to see Sinead back on the streets. We obviously saw her in the Olympics, where she unfortunately had to DNF after a couple of kilometres, but it's great to see her back. She did come up again earlier this year in the women's After Dark Nike half marathon, running us around 77 minutes. But this looks like a time closer to her her PB, which is great to see.
Outstanding run, Sinead Diver, as we have the first 3 women home in the Nike half marathon, part of the Nike Marathon Festival. Jack Rayner, we've seen him just a minute or two ago on this little screen in the little box in your right-hand corner. He will not be too far away, Trent, from entering the MCG. Back-to-back champion is a possibility for Jack Rayner.
Absolutely. He's got a minute 28 lead on Stephen McKenna, the Ironman, who's made a really good throw of it to get on the podium in the last 5 kilometres. Fraser Darcy 2 minutes behind, and then Joe Fukuda 2 minutes 19 behind Jack Rayner. But Jack's going to do it again. He's a minute 28. Stephen McKenna, great story. He's having a little bit of time off the Ironman circuit just because he's one of his legs isn't strong enough where the World Championships is going to be held over the next couple of years. So he's concentrating on the longer distance running. And, you know, obviously, we said earlier on, he had a great Ballarat marathon, and then he did well at Sydney as well, a top 20 placing. So he'll have the power and the energy to finish. He's done Hawaii, Ironman, Kona, which is one of the toughest sports to take on in the world. So no doubt he'll be trying to chase hard, but Rayner at the moment, Tess, is looking the goods.
He's looking strong. Yeah, Steve McKenna is an interesting runner. He actually paced the Ballarat Marathon this year to run sub 2:20, which is just unheard of these days. You know, running sub 2:20 is really giving up your own race. He could have been running, you know, something around 2:15 that day or something like that. But yeah, ran with a flag on his back for a sub 2:20, which was great to see, helping out the likes of Fraser Darcy that day as well.
He's going to turn into Brunton Avenue very shortly. The MCG is something he'll be able to see right now. His view will have the MCG off to his right as he rolls down a little bit of the decline there. He's about to turn right and head towards Brunton Avenue and towards the MCG. And Trent, we are hearing a thunderous roar anytime there's a leader or a soon-to-be winner enter the stadium. This is going to be no different when this man, he knows what it feels like from 12 months ago, the half marathon as well, but he is very, very, very close to entering and hearing it again.
Oh, he's a crowd favourite, Jack Rayner, and everyone loves Jack Rayner. He's just got that really good feel about him, and to do it again is an amazing effort. So he's, 41.5, so he's only about 700 or 800 metres out from getting into the MCG and completing the journey. But to go back-to-back, you don't see it all that often. And I don't know how many times we've seen it back-to-back here in Melbourne. We'll have to look at the archives, but I'll tell you what, this will be an historic moment for Jack and for the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Yeah, I think he won the 2022, 2023 half marathon, and now he's coming. He obviously won the full marathon last year, and he's about to win his second marathon in the 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon. He looks so strong as he's coming in. I guess what can't Jack do? He's done the 5K this year, and now he's just running the marathon and winning the race.
You got the event village off to his left, so the noise will just gradually build. You have many of family and friends who are there to watch, obviously, their own beloved people run past them, but they will be getting around Jack Rayner right about now because he is the reigning champion. He was the man who took it from the opening bell, which was rung by Jess Hull. It's always a nice little add-on when a Nike runner wins the Nike Melbourne Marathon, of which we're about to see. But Trent Hill, you did it last year, you can do it again. Call us home, Jack Rayner, as he's about to enter the MCG. Yeah,
just finishing his run on Brunton Avenue, and he'll hit the 279 metres he needs to complete the MCG journey. He's not going to beat last year's time, but that doesn't matter. He's out in front. He's doing everything right. He's in those famous colours that Kathy Freeman wore in the 2000 Sydney Olympic Games. And listen to the roar when Jack hits the stadium. It's already started. He's well known for that great mow as well. He's got 2:79 to run, Jack Rayner. And look at him go. They're cheering him home. He's pacing well. He's just had such good rhythm throughout the course of the morning. Will he beat 2:15? We'll wait and see, but he's just casually taking it in. The MCG, the Coliseum, and we might have to call it the Jack MCG because he's just dominating each October. Half marathon wins, and he'll go back-to-back in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Look at him go. He's smiling. He's wanting the noise to ramp up. Festival atmosphere, the fireworks are going, and Jack Rayner in the final stretch of his journey here this morning in the Nike Melbourne Marathon will take it out for a second time. Jack Rayner, he is the king of the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
He's called for his own fireworks too. I don't know how often you see that, but he beckoned and they came. I think he might have been looking for the noise to amp up, which it most certainly did, but the fireworks, whoever's on the button deserves a kudos as well, because that was perfectly timed, Tess.
Absolutely, and he's giving his girlfriend Matilda a big hug finishing the race. She was holding the finishing banner up for him to come through the finish line.
Tell you what, she's probably happy. She was on the bike last year. Now she's just relaxing, holding the finishing line. So she's probably a little relieved as well. But that is outstanding. Jack Rayner has gone back-to-back in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Young Pre gets it done. And we'll be back in a split second with all the celebrations from inside the G. That you are looking at the winner of the Nike men's division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, Jack Rayner, a touch over 2 hours and 15 minutes. He was the man who took it over from the start. He was the man who set the pace. And one by one, he was able to drop them off. Fitzroy Street in St Kilda, about 14, 15 Ks out. He put the foot down, and in the end, it was the decisive move that sees him back-to-back Nike Marathon champion.
2 hours 15:02, so a good time. 2 hours 15:02, and you know, as we said earlier, there was a little bit of leaf. He wasn't feeling his best yesterday, but to come out and run the 42 kilometres and run it pretty well, he's done it nicely. Here's Fraser Darcy. So interesting to sort of see what's happened over the last couple of kilometres, because it was pretty tight between Darcy and also Steve McKenna, the Ironman. But Darcy's coming into the MCG and has run a very, very good race as well, and has had great form throughout the course of 2025.
Yeah, it looks like at that 40K split, I'm just getting them through now, Steve McKenna was leading Fraser Darcy, but only by a few seconds. So it'll be interesting to sort of see it. It looks like Fraser's actually taken over second place here. So very good, strong run from the last few Ks from Fraser.
So Fraser Darcy, he's just finishing his journey here in Melbourne. He'll be soaking up the MCG. He's asking for the ramp up of noise as well. He can't hear them. He's giving a little signal to his ear, and he's going to enjoy the moment, finishing on the podium here in the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Sydney Marathon top 20. Now we can add to the CV. Melbourne top 3 on the podium, and he'll enjoy the moment. Fraser Darcy, the South Australian, won the Adelaide Marathon earlier in the year with a time of 2:28, and his personal best is 2:17:24. And I reckon he might have been third across the line.
Third across the line. He looks like he's just missed a PB, but still a great day from Fraser.
Absolutely. Here's Joe Fukuda, who did much of the leading along with Jack Rayner early in the race. He's been an international marathon star for a number of years. He'll be fourth across the line. So our top 4 in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Jack Rayner, back-to-back wins. Second, Steve McKenna, the Ironman from South Australia. Fraser Darcy third, and Joe Fukuda fourth across the line. So as we sort of anticipated, some of the ones we expected at the start of the day to feature on the top 3.
Absolutely, what a day. Yeah, Steve McKenna coming in second. We must have missed the finish from that. But 2:16:42 for Steve and 2:17:38 for Fraser Darcy as their official finishing time.
PB for Stephen McKenna as well. So his best was 2:18:26. That was at Sydney. Obviously, he's bettered that with a 2:16:42 here in Melbourne. So, you know, maybe the change and having a rest from the Ironman and going into the marathon running might be a smart move.
Yeah, and obviously Sydney's quite even a hillier course than Melbourne Marathon, so he's obviously used that flat to help him run a better time. So, yeah, great job, Steve.
Bailey Mazurki, Hintz, also finishing his marathon, finishing in 5th position, a time of 2:18:08. So some really good times, and that's broken his personal best by 7 minutes. So a really good run there from Bailey Mazurki, Hintz. 7-minute break of a PB.
Yeah, fantastic run.
You see all the athletes reaching for their watch as they cross the finishing line. Doesn't matter if you're Jack Rayner or someone running the 10K for the first ever time. No doubt the Garmin, the official wearable technology and timing partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. There's the MCG from the aerial view. The noise within it right now continues to build as the morning continues. And you can beat yesterday with Garmin. Trust your training, listen to your Garmin, and remember to start your Garmin. No unproductive status today. Go and beat yesterday. Good luck. It looks glorious. The event village, as you can see just off to the right of the screen there, and the MCG, which is filling up not just with the family and friends and spectators, but the runners who are finishing. Jack Rayner is your Nike Melbourne Marathon winner again. We'll get back to the MCG next. And wherever you might be, a good morning to you. That's a beautiful sight. It wouldn't be as good, Tess, as running into it and it just opening up if you're Jack Rayner and you're about to win it, but it's a beautiful sight to see running dominate the Hello Turf for the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Yeah, definitely not as good as being on the field, but the aerial view will have to do it, really capturing the atmosphere of that finish line. You're seeing all the spectators gather around. They'll be looking out for their family or friends, trying to give them a hug or a cheer as they come across that finish line.
Jack Rayner, 2:15.02, the official time. He called for the noise, he got the fireworks, and now he's got Renee Buckingham as they're inside the MCG. Renee?
Yeah, guys, here with the official Melbourne Nike full marathon winner, Jack Rayner. Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, happy to get my second win in the marathon here. And the support out on the course was just second to none. There's times where it's just a roaring cheer for kilometres on end. So yeah, I really appreciate all the support, and hopefully everyone achieves their dreams today.
Well, you absolutely achieved Melbourne's dreams right here on the MCG. I've got to ask, though, what was in your shoe early on in that race? I mean, Joe was so close to you.
Yeah, at about 14 or so K, the one rock on the course that I stepped on, it managed to get jammed into the bottom of my shoe. So I could just feel it every step I was taking. So I had to stop and get it out and then catch back up.
And at what point did you know that that win was going to be yours today out there?
Oh, to be honest, I started cramping at like 23K. So my brother was out on getting my drinks on course, and I said to him, you got to get me salt somewhere, and he managed to stop and get salt at a shop and put it in water, so I think that saved me. But yeah, probably after like 35K or something, when I had a good lead, I knew I could hold it.
Yeah, and you weren't feeling the best yesterday, so to come back today and have a win, I mean, that must feel so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a bit under the weather yesterday, so I was just trying to do everything I could to get here as healthy as possible, so yeah, glad that I could do that.
And first hug off the wind today was with your beautiful girlfriend at that finish line. That must have felt so great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she held the tape last year, and I knew she was doing it again this year, so just made it extra special crossing the line and seeing her first.
And what a victory today, winning again for a full Melbourne Marathon right here. How are you celebrating?
Putting the legs up for a few hours, and then we got my coaching group's after party, so Pulse Running. So yeah, we'll be keen to get there and have a few drinks.
Well, look, huge congratulations on what an epic win was today, Jack. All the best and enjoy the victory. Well done.
Renee Buckingham with the winner of the marathon, the men's division, Jack Rayner. He'll be knocking down some better beer very shortly at the after party. There is Caitlin Adams, who is the leader in the women's division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and we're going to come back to her on the other side of this. Is within sight for Caitlin Adams, who leads the women's division. Trent Hill of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Jack Rayner wins the men's division, and she has been in control almost from the opening bell.
Yeah, she absolutely has. She's run a beautiful race, Caitlin Adams, in her debut marathon, especially here doing it at Melbourne, a really special feeling. So 2:23's ticked over. I'm not sure whether she had a time specific that she was looking to achieve, but I'll tell you what, she's had great support out on the road. And the last kilometre checkpoint at 35 kilometres, she had a 3-minute 47-second lead over Sarah Klein. Millie Clark a further 5 minutes behind, and Greer Wilson and Izzy Hume are about that 6 minutes behind our leader. So she's on the finishing parts of the course, and she'll make her way to the MCG very soon. She's about 40.3 Ks into the race, so another 1.9 kilometres out. Tess and Caitlin Adams, what a story. This is going to be some great headlines for the Nike Melbourne Marathon today, in the fact that Jack Rayner's gone back-to-back, a little bit sick, had to get some salt to get help with the cramps, stone in the foot, and now you've got Caitlin Adams in her debut, had Jess Stenson assisting her, who's well and truly in the lead in a really strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great day on the course. Caitlin's looking really strong. She's running with Pat Monty side by side there. He works at Up There Athletics, so one of our specialty running stores in Melbourne. So really good support from the pack there.
Absolutely. So beautiful sights. They've sort of gone back down, past Fed Square, Flinders Street Station, St Paul's Cathedral's another great part of Melbourne that our runners get to enjoy. and she'll certainly soak up the next, K and a half, Cam, because it's just a beautiful part of the Melbourne.
Incline too. When you turn that right, you go you're back up to where, of course, you left a couple of hours ago. You got Federation Square on your right, Flinders Street on your left. You turn to right, St Paul's Cathedral is there, and as you can see now, she is heading downhill. There's a decline there a little bit towards the MCG, which is a big shout to the organisers because that always helps. But she is right now in the presence of the MCG. It'll loom large as it does over this beautiful city, and she'll be able to see it. She's still probably got 4.5 minutes left to go, but there is no doubt, Tess, when you get to this situation, the pain doesn't totally disappear, but I guess it's a little less when you know that with the finish line there and no obvious danger overly close.
Yeah, you can see some of the runners she's passing are struggling. There's one off the back there with a hamstring tightening up, so a big cramp there. But yeah, this part of the course is actually really interesting. You can see the MCG, but you just seem so far away, and you're confused as to how you're going to get there. And then all of a sudden, you're running up and under it. So a bit of a confusing part of the course, but also a great one.
She's out there by herself. She has been outstanding. She started with Jess Stenson, who was her pacer through the first half of this marathon, and she was in total control. There was a huge crew, 10, 11, 12, 13 people for a majority of it. We spoke about finding the rhythm. You look at her running action there. We've touched a fair bit on it. She runs a little bit ungainly with her arms, a little bit differently, but that has been the rhythm she has been from the opening bell, and she is in total control, Trent Hill.
Yeah, she certainly is. So what would her mind, what would be going through her mind now? Obviously, debut marathon, not knowing what to expect. Obviously the training runs are one thing, but actually being on course and doing it's another.
Yeah, hopefully she's had some feedback from the crowd as to where she is positioned. Obviously she's winning, but just how far in the lead she is, so she can really, I guess, soak up that atmosphere. This doesn't always happen, running and winning a marathon, so you really want to just embrace it and think about it and have that memory, I guess, forever with you.
So 2 hours 27 has ticked over. No one's passed the 40k mark, so she's still got a nice little lead for whoever is running second behind her. But it's all about Caitlin Adams at the moment.
It most certainly is. She has been in absolute control of this race. Nike Melbourne Marathon women's leader Caitlin Adams in the shadows of the MCG. Welcome back. Let's go to the MCG because Caitlin Adams isn't too far away, but let's get down to Renee Buckingham.
Dino, we're going to go to Izzy. Okay, sure. Coming to you now.
We're going to try and get to Izzy Bat-Doyle in a split second. Caitlin Adams is about the MCG. And we got you, Renee.
Hey guys, down here at the MCG with the Nike Half Marathon winner, Izzy Bat-Doyle. I mean, huge effort out there today. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm stoked to get the win, and yeah, really happy to get the course record too. It's just an amazing atmosphere, and I love being a part of this event.
You debuted back here in 2021 for the Half Marathon, competed last year, and to win this year, I mean, must be an unreal feeling. Mum's still out there, is that correct?
Yeah, Mum's still out there in the half, so go Rosie Bat. But yeah, it's great to be back. Like, I debuted in the half 2021, debuted in the marathon 2022, so I can feel all the emotions that Caitlin's feeling right now. She almost comes into the G for her debut marathon. And yeah, just love being a part of this event.
And mum and daughter duo, I mean, what a special day. How are you guys going to be celebrating tonight?
Yeah, we'll definitely celebrate with a few glasses of champagne with Mum afterwards. Yeah, it's lovely to celebrate the journey together and be here with a lot of friends and family.
Well deserved, and we're so excited to welcome Caitlin into the MCG now. That feeling, she's about to unlock it as well. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go, Caitlin. Bring her home.
Beautifully done, Izzy Bat-Doyle, the winner of the half marathon, and Caitlin Adams in her first full marathon about to enter the MCG. Trent Hill, take us through it.
Yeah, 5 minutes she's got on Sarah Klein, so it's hers. So she's going to enjoy this next little bit of time, isn't she, Tess? Because it's been a remarkable debut. Great support, and look at the support on the sidelines. People getting out and cheering her through as she almost finishes her run on Brunton Avenue.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see her arms swing now even more, driving upwards even more, really pushing those last few kilometres, picking off a few of those men as she's coming into the MCG. A great run from Caitlin Adams today.
Absolutely. She's one of Australia's rising long-distance talents, and I'll tell you what, she's going to get some great celebrations in the MCG when she arrives in there. So she turns left. She's only got 300 metres to go. And Caitlin Adams will soak up the feeling of the MCG in front of a big crowd in her debut Nike Melbourne Marathon. She's going to get it done. The smiles there. She wants to finish strong. So 2 hours 30, so it's not going to really matter about time because it's her debut, so she'll obviously have one in place that she'd love to achieve, but at the end of the day, she's going to go through first across that honour line. So Caitlin Adams, she's waving everyone. Let's hope she gets the big cheer like Jack Rayner did as well. She's waving everyone. What a story. Jess Denson, helping her through the early parts of the race. She had a number of other support crew there as well for the remainder of the journey, and Caitlin Adams will go through and put herself on the Nike Melbourne Marathon Honour Roll, the 2025 edition. They're getting behind her. Here she is, arms out. She's going to celebrate the moment. Here's the winner's tape, and Caitlin Adams is a 25 Nike Melbourne Marathon champion. What a story, Tess Marks. What a story. Debut, and has done it so well.
Absolutely. She's looking like she's quite gassed on the finish line, but so proud. What a moment for her, winning her first ever marathon.
No better way to finish that than have Steve Monteghetti and Jess Hull holding the tape for you as you not just complete your first marathon, but win it. Nike Melbourne Marathon style. But that was a wonderfully aggressive, confident run from the outset, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. She had a real motive at the start, to start strong, to break away, because there was some really strong competition there. Sarah Klein in there, Kate Mason, who's a podium place getter before. So there was a bit of quality in there as well, but she made a stance early. But I think having Jess Denson setting the tone early for her, along with the other in that group, really made a difference.
Yeah, and I think she knew the field as well. Like, obviously Sarah's coming off the world champ, so maybe not as strong a race for her as what she would have if she hadn't run the World Championships. But yeah, it's great to see Caitlin running off the front and running strong all the way home.
And a bit of background knowledge too. She's been here before. She's ran in the 10 kilometres a couple of years ago. She won that in 2022. Last year she was 4th in the half marathon. So Melbourne's not an event that's that's foreign to her. She knows what's expected. She knows the course, the half marathon course. Is just adding that little bit extra, isn't it?
A little bit extra.
Yeah, a little bit might be an understatement, Trent, but the theory's correct. I see a couple of support staff that she had earlier on track, just giving her a little hug. She had many people around her from the start, which was outstanding, and a credit. A credit to her running partners and also to the crew that no doubt had a really good strategy, a smart strategy, a tactic that they clearly knew that they wanted the race to unfold in a particular way, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can see her embracing some of her teammates from ASICS, Team Tempo. Maybe they would have been supporting her throughout the race and throughout her training block, so it's great to see her finish. She looks shocked and tired, as you would after running 42.2 kilometres, but also really happy, so she should be really proud of her race.
What's the first thing you want to do when you cross the finish line? Is it hug someone? Is it stay away from someone? Is it get a drink of water? Is it to try and catch your breath? What is it, Tess?
Oh, it changes every year. It depends on the race that you've had. I think last year I cried.
Yeah, fair.
Just an overwhelming sense of emotion. You've obviously exhausted yourself, so you just sort of lose control of what's happening. And a friendly embrace from a friend's always wanted as well.
I would assume there would be a lot of tears after running 42 kilometres, emotion, relief and excitement and everything else. I don't know the emotions right now or the tears, if they are there yet, for Caitlin Adams, if at all. But what I do know, she's about to speak to Renee Buckingham. Renee, to you.
Guys, here at the MCG with the Nike Marathon winner, Caitlin Adams, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. Oh, hey, Mum.
Kisses from Mum.
I'm feeling incredible. I've visualised that finish for about 8 weeks, and I didn't know if it would happen, and I just had so much support around me. I really loved everyone's cheers, and thank you so much to Cam, Jess and Jack for helping me out on course and pacing me. It was incredible. I loved it, but those last 5Ks, damn, they really hurt.
I mean, imagine being here for a debut and then winning it, that feeling unreal. Mom's here, the energy's incredible. Talk us through the Melbourne crowd.
Oh, I love coming to Melbourne and doing this event, and I just love it. So thank you to all of the organisers. I debuted in the half marathon last year and loved that, and I've won the 10K previously, but man, to be back here and winning the marathon on debut, that's something special, so I'm going to cherish that memory.
You said you weren't sure if you were going to have it. At what point did you lock in and you knew that it was yours?
I felt a little bit wobbly at 20K, and it was so good to have everyone around. They just really encouraged, stay in, stay relaxed, and then I felt like I got a burst of energy coming back through the crowds at 30K, and I think at that point I was like, I think I have this. I'm waiting for the wall, but I'm pretty confident. So thank you for all the cheers. I really appreciated it.
Yeah, the crowd's been amazing, and to come through the MCG and win today, we're so proud of you. How are you celebrating? I'm sure you and Mum going out tonight.
Yeah, I've got my team here, Team Tempo, and my family that have travelled across from Adelaide to watch and cheer on. So I'm definitely going to be like giving back to them and celebrating together.
Well, a very well-deserved win. We're so proud of you. Congratulations on winning the official Nike Melbourne Marathon today.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Big morning for Team Tempo. Caitlin Adams wins his second place, Trent Hill, in the Nike women's division of the marathon.
Sarah Klein. I take my hat off to Sarah Klein, Tess. Only a month ago, or 4 weeks ago, competed in the marathon at the World Athletic Championships, finished 42nd. Last year's runners-up, she's been fourth placing in a couple of efforts in that as well. So another second placing. She's an amazing athlete, tough, resilient, and I'll tell you what, an almighty run backing up after a big overseas journey there only a short time ago.
Absolutely, and it wasn't just a marathon in Tokyo, it was a hot marathon.
Yeah.
So
brutal.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. The recovery would have been really intense for her. So for her to get up and race today and run a decent time as well is really impressive. So looking like it's going to be around 2:35 or 2:36, just under.
Gee whiz, Sarah Klein, she's an absolute ripper, and as I said, tough and resilient. Like, that wouldn't have worried her being, racing a month ago. That she would have had Nike Melbourne Marathon in her mind for a long time, and she would have wanted to take that out. There's no doubt about that. But to finish second against a runner who's on the horizon, who's looking really, really good in Caitlin Adams, it's a great performance. And then here's our third place female runner, a former winner, Millie Clark, the Tasmanian. And, she's had such a great career as well, and really worthy of a top 3 placing as well. She's been a star and won in 2021, and she gets a chance to be on the podium again.
Yeah, absolutely. 2021, she ran 2:26, and a really impressive run from her, obviously doing a lot of COVID training. And yeah, today she'll run just under 2:40, but looking strong as she comes into the finish line here.
So she was 5th last year. She was 2nd in the Melbourne Marathon in 23, so she's becoming a Victorian native at this time of the year. So Millie Clark, a former champion, coming in and finishing her event, and will be on the podium, 3rd place in this year's Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. So it was a 5-minute buffer between Caitlin Adams and Sarah Klein, and a couple of minutes in between Sarah's finish and our 3rd place getter in Millie Clark. The Tasmanian, she's accomplished so much, and a very worthy recipient to be our 3rd place getter here in Melbourne for the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
It is, and Nike, the moment these athletes have finished, you've done the hard work, now treat yourself to the latest Nike running footwear and apparel at the Nike retail space, which is part of the Village, of course, featuring the latest performance innovation for all, including kids, located within the Nike Run Club outside Gate 2 of the MCG. So if you're there, you see your beloved finish, head out there, grab yourself a pair of Nikes or all the apparel. Everything is there outside Gate 2 of the MCG. Talking about the MCG, we're going to go back inside it on the other side of this. Trent Hill, Tess Marks, Cam Luke, good morning to you, the beautiful MCG. I want to give a big shout to St. Ali and the coffees. You were able to get a couple back here, which is remarkable. Pre or post-race coffee, mocha, pastries, whatever you want. There's plenty there. Don't miss Runners High. Our marathon exclusive iced drink with cold brew, coconut water, coconut cream, hydrating, energizing, and a perfect recovery sip to keep you moving long after the finish line. That is a remarkable effort. Can someone talk to me how he's just finished in a suit? Or is he just getting home and he's just, no, he's an official runner. I thought he might have just accidentally just stumbled across the MCG after a big night. But no, that's an amazing effort.
You can tell us that one, Tess. I don't know how he's done that.
I don't know how he's done that either, to be honest. Must be going for some sort of world record, maybe. Fastest time in a suit.
Well, speaking of that, we won't be too far away from old Beer Can. The Better Beer Can being close to the MCG, trying to break the 3-hour mark. Better Beer, of course, a great partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Can say that the Better Beer Bar is open at 9 a.m. in the event village, so make sure you go and hydrate. It's the day for it. But the Better Beer Can, we do believe, is trying to break the 3-hour mark and breaking a world record for someone dressed as a beer can. So that shouldn't be too far away, crew.
I've actually just got his splits up here.
Here we go.
It looks like at 35k, he's still averaging the 4:13 per kilometre pace that you need to break 3 hours. So he's got another 20-odd minutes of running left, but it looks like he's on track to run sub-3.
That's a remarkable effort. That is absolutely remarkable. But we'll keep an eye on the Better Beer Can. What is the person's name? We're going to...
His name's Kento Hori.
Kento Hori.
Yes,
Okay.
very good runner, sub 2:29 at Gold Coast, pack-a-day smoker. So he's really come a long way since then.
Did he used to be? Is he still a smoker? Has he given up?
He's given up.
Okay, good. Outstanding news. I figured as much.
And moved on to running marathons.
Good. Outstanding. Hey, all thanks to Better Beer. Make sure you get involved. And you see the Better Beer Can out there. If you're listening to us on SEN Radio right now and you're around the precinct and you see the Better Beer Can, give some encouragement because you want a Better Beer Can world record here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. It starts to get pretty full down there quickly, doesn't it, Tess, in the finish line with all the different events finishing at different times, but it can fill up quite quickly.
Yeah, it really does, and people sort of start to linger around wanting to see their friends finish, see what time they've run in, get that finish line hug for their friends running across the finish line. So it does fill up really quickly.
I'll tell you what, the volunteers do a great job in marshalling it down there to make sure everyone enjoys the moment without pushing them out of the MCG precinct too quickly, and they get to enjoy the moment, get that selfie, that photo at the finishing line, and then usher them through, and then they get all their finishing medallions and T-shirts and the like, which is always a great memento to finish an event like this for our novices that are out there doing it for the first time or for the 5th time. It doesn't matter, but just a really nice way to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really well-run event. Like, you can stand around in the finish line area before you move out into the stands, get your medal. They've got post-race nutrition as well, bananas, Gatorades from memory last year. So you're sort of stumbling around on your tired legs, eating some food and chatting with your friends. It's a great way to finish the day.
Just looking at the top 5, Cam, just quickly, Caitlin Adams first, obviously Sarah Klein third, Millie second, Millie Clark third, Greer Wilson, PB broken of 21 minutes, so 2:58 to 2:37, and then 5th was Isabel Hume, a debut marathoner as well.
Yeah, another Nike athlete in Izzy Hume, so great debut. She ran 75 minutes at the Copenhagen Half Marathon about a month ago, so well done, Izzy.
Beautifully done as we start to see some of these fast times roll into the MCG. BMW is the official vehicle partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and the BMW X Range is designed for those who push boundaries, similar to the athletes at the 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. BMW X Ranges thrives on endurance. The MCG is humming, both on the running track as we see that 279-metre track. Am I right there, Trent?
Correct.
You're the distance specialist. 279 metres, but also into the stands as well, as the Melbourne Cricket Ground gets busier and busier this time of the day. And have a look at that. There's not many better scenes in Melbourne. They're taking a little left and seeing the MCG and its beautiful surroundings at the end of 42 Ks or 21 Ks or 10 kilometres or soon to be 5 kilometres as well. Good morning to you, SEN Radio Network, or if it's via YouTube or SEN TV, we are taking you through the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Jack Rayner has gone back-to-back in winning the men's division, just a smidge over 2 hours and 15 minutes. And Caitlin Adams, in her marathon debut, set the pace from the opening bell and went bang, and was really never in doubt. She spoke of being a little wobbly at the 20-kilometre stage, but in the end, the surge of the crowd and the fans that lined this wonderful course got her through. From about 30 Ks, Trent, she said, you know what? I got this. So she is the Nike Women's Marathon winner for 2025.
Yeah, terrific performance by Caitlin. As we said, debut marathon. Bit of an unknown on what to expect and time and the like, but she had great support staff, and that was able to get her over the line. And a bit like Jack, sort of had some times where she felt a little bit uncomfortable, whether it was tiredness or, a little bit of cramp. But I'll tell you what, she's done it so well, really performed nicely, and she'll cherish this moment. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. She ran Gold Coast Half Marathon in about 70 minutes and 55 seconds, I believe. So, yeah, running a 2:30 marathon was definitely in her wheelhouse today, but it's great that she's actually gone and done that.
you just want to finish right the first one, and then you start to worry about PBs later. Is that right, Tess, or not? You athletes are different beasts, and being positive when I say that. So would the time have mattered as much to her as winning or getting through and understanding the 42Ks?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think for an elite athlete, they do have a time goal in mind. They'll be training at a certain pace to try and hold that marathon effort across the distance. So I do think time does matter to them, but ultimately winning for Caitlin Adams was the most important thing.
When you're talking about elite athletes, it's not they. It's we. Trent and I, they, you, we. Let's have a look at the men's results from the Nike Melbourne Marathon this morning. And Jack Rayner, as we touched on, take us through this crew, because we'll start with you, Trent. He was in control. He broke them going up Fitzroy Street, and in the end, he cruised on the back-to-back champion.
Yeah, it was a terrific run by Jack, I should say. And obviously, he ran with Joe Fukuda for a lot of that race, and just felt that, down that Fitzroy Street area on the way back into the home stretch, the home part of the marathon course, that was where he wanted to go. But Steve McKenna, the Ironman, second across the line, a really good run here in Melbourne. Caitlin Adams, as we've spoken about, 2:30.26 in her debut marathon. Sarah Klein, who's just a perennial Melbourne Marathon runner and performed really nicely for another podium finish. And Millie Clark, the 2021 winner, third across the line. But today's all about Caitlin Adams. She'll celebrate it, and I cannot wait to see what her marathon journey looks like in the coming years.
There's one thing, Tess, to know your way around the track, and Jack Rayner being a Victorian and Melbourneian, absolutely. But Caitlin Adams speaking about the familiarity with the event, first time into it, 10Ks, into half marathon, now into the full marathon. It does give you an advantage, but also a thrill of being able to understand what it means for the racing community and the athletics world in this country.
Absolutely. She spoke about it on the finish line. She was practicing visualization, which is one of those techniques that elite athletes will use in the preparation for the marathon. So she would have been visualizing that finish line, maybe visualizing a time on those Nike Melbourne Marathon big bollards at the finish line, and really sort of, I guess, putting herself in that position before the races even happened.
Did anybody have a homemade sign for you, Tess, when you rolled into the G last year?
Unfortunately not, but on my first marathon, my girlfriends from school were standing on the course with a homemade sign, so I have had that experience before.
Beautifully done. It is quite a prevalent thing right across the 42Ks of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Candy Hertz was there at the start, and she's still there now. Let's get back to her in the event village.
I am at the Chobani Fit Cool Down Lounge, and this is a very cool space to be. There is a delicious menu, as you can see here. What are you going to choose? Strawberry, vanilla, you can choose vanilla and almond, or the caramel. They're all packed with protein, which is really essential to refill yourself after that big run. Now, I'm going to head up and try and beat the crowd and see if I can try and figure out which is the best flavour for us to try. Sorry, guys, can I have the best flavour you've got on offer? Caramel it is. That is delicious. Guys, I'll try and send some back to you in the studio.
See, there you go. That's what Archie Thompson needs to do. Just take the camera through the crepe line and it just pass like the Red Sea. There you go. The MCG starting to fill up continually, and then they walk out and get out to the event village where there is so much going on, and all our wonderful partners here have so many activations of where you can sample free stuff like Chobani. Quick break. The MCG is rocking, and we're going to get back there. On the other side of this, it is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. Good morning to you.
Urbaness, no matter what your day holds.
right there.
Fitness, it's a whole person thing.
Goodbye, stress.
As much about staying in shape
That was easier than I thought.
as it is about busting stress
That's my kind of yoga.
and working on your socials.
Yeah, let's add another 20.
So, for a gym where everything works out, try a different approach with Snap Fitness and enjoy the feeling. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
Beautiful, homemade, handmade signs at the MCG, welcoming the runners. Might be the full marathon, the half marathon, the 10K, the 5K. However, that particular athlete has got to the MCG on a Sunday morning here in Melbourne. Okay, however, that particular athlete has got to the MCG on a Sunday morning here in Melbourne. It's been greeted with love and excitement and energy and tears, but most certainly satisfaction and a huge amount of pride. Just quickly, Tess, I want some background on the shoes. All thanks to Nike. We're seeing a lot of ads around some of these new Nike shoes. Talk to us about how important footwear is when you're running. Doesn't matter if you're just starting or you're running a marathon.
Yeah, footwear is one of the most important things, I think. You want to not only pick the right shoe for your foot and the right size, but also the right, training shoe now. So you can get carbon shoes, you can get cushion shoes, you can get everyday joggers. We've seen the Nike Vomero premium ads, which Nike's coincided the launch with the Nike Melbourne Marathon event. And I had the pleasure of running in that on Wednesday night, and it's one of the best shoes I've run in so far.
I'm a big Nike guy, which I'll explain a little more about it as the morning continues. This is the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Tess Marks, Trent Hill, Cam Luke, the MCG, the Nike Melbourne Marathon. It is all happening. Jack Rayner wins the men's division. Caitlin Adams wins the women's. And we're just starting to build up. And what's a wonderful morning. The streets of Melbourne are full with runners of all ages and experience and levels of speed, but in the end it all culminates in the MCG. And to be fair, all thanks to better beer, a lot of these after parties sound like the same, Test, when we get into a Sunday afternoon.
I mean, what better way to replenish your stores with more carbs in the beer? So yeah, that's where all the runners tend to head and drink pints and pints of better beer or other sorts of beers.
Best way to go about it. Archie Thompson is out and about. Let's get back to him in beautiful St Kilda. Archie, it's starting to fire up, and you're seeing so many of these wonderful athletes run past you.
Yeah, I am, and there's all walks of life, to be honest. I mean, it's really, really inspiring, if I haven't said that before. I've seen a couple of old-timers that are making me question maybe what I should be doing, but I was actually, funny enough, I am looking for a pair of shoes. I've searched the website, I've looked at the Hockers, but what I'm hearing about the Nikes, they might be the ones to go. But like I said, I mean, I was here at the start of the race. There was a lot of smiles. I'm here probably around the sort of halfway mark. This is the stretch that takes you to the MCG, and there are a few tired faces, but there is a lot of support. There is a lot of banners on the sideline. There's a huge one over there at the back, but just amazing. Like, I think that's a word I've used a lot, but first time experiencing the marathon right in the mix of it without running it is incredible.
It is a wonderful word to use, Archie. I want to know, of course, you're talking about the runners and the smiles at the start, and then maybe not the smiles as time goes on, but the people lining the street, they have an absolute ball, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I've really seen and really loved. I mean, like I said, you've got the music in the background. There's a few vans with the coffees and the crepes. Yes, the crepes. But
delicious.
It's just great to get people down. Yes, delicious. Get people down watching here in the atmosphere. And like I said, it just inspired me to maybe think a little bit about maybe the next year's marathon. But like I said, they've got people doing the half marathon. They're merging with the full marathoners, so I reckon we'll see a lot more numbers maybe doing the full marathon next year.
Archie, if we can get a pair of Nikes, you and I, whatever distance you commit to, I'll commit to.
Okay, well, you heard that, Nike. If you've heard that, we want your most expensive shoes.
We do.
Your hottest outfit.
Yes.
And we'll run the. Are you keen to do the full marathon or maybe half marathon?
Whatever you commit to, because you have probably, you're a professional athlete. So, if your body might not be at the level it has to be to run it. Whatever you want to do, however your body feels, I will do it with you. I'll commit.
Well, to be fair, I've been standing here for the last 3 hours and the back's gone, so I don't know how much I'm going to be able to run. But hey, like I said, I've seen a couple of old boys out here giving it a real hot crack. So, what about maybe the full? How are you feeling about the full?
You know what? Right now we'll start the full. We'll discuss it off air and see where we land.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It might change towards the end, but I am inspired to do the full.
Then that's exactly what a lot of people, I think, watching it actually feel right about now. Archie, thank you. We'll get back to you very shortly.
100%.
Candy, thank you. Candy Hertz is out and about. Candy, where are you?
Okay, the jokes are done. Candy with candy. I get it. But you know what the difference is? These are completely natural and gut-loving, delicious sweets, all thanks to Fun Day. They are natural confectionery. I pre-opened one, and I'm going to try and do a cross with one in my mouth. Is it going to work? I have no idea, but let me show you the rest of this activation. Okay, so firstly, you come in here, you either have the fruity sweets or you can have the butterscotch flavour. Then you sit down and you get an amazing massage. This is what life is about right now. I'm going to eat my lolly. Please go ahead and get my massage. Apparently, you caramelt into the massage. This is what our runners need. And the lollies are really good. Just a little harder. Thank you. Perfect.
Beautifully done, Candy Hertz. The sweets, the official lolly partner, the Fun Day Sweets. I just asked Dean, our man out the back, if he'd come and give me a little shoulder rub, and he told me in no uncertain terms to go and get stuffed. So Candy's in a better position than I am right about now, but she's loving it, and that is the million different ways you can enjoy the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Have a look at this. It's just getting jam-packed now. It's getting jam-packed. It's so cool to see. The joint's starting to hum along nicely. It's full. I don't know how many times there'd be more people on the MCG than after this particular event, Trent. Like, I know there's a lot of people at halftime and after an AFL Grand Final. I absolutely understand that. But, geez, there's a lot of people on the field now and starting to finish their runs and being met by plenty of people who are keen to welcome them home.
Absolutely, and hard to get them off too. Once you're on there, you don't really want to get off. And just looking there, Tess, in the pictures we've seen here back at the studio, our Better Be a Man's finished. So you might give us a bit of an insight on how our Better Be a Man's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a drum roll. He was able to run sub 3 hours. So actually a 2:56.48 for Ken O'Hari in the Better Be can. So a very impressive run. It must have been so hot in the Better Be can, but he's managed to pull it off.
That is remarkable.
Absolutely.
Remarkable. Now, before... Actually, no, I won't tell that story yet, but I'm going to tell you a story that makes that even more remarkable. Let's get back to Renee Buckingham because she's with the absolute legend, Steve Monaghetti. In a minute, we'll get to Steve Monaghetti and Renee Buckingham as we continue to look at the MCG. Of course, the Garmin's getting a decent work here. Just on the sweets, Fun Day Sweets. What's sweeter than a PB? Fun Day lollies at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Find us at the finish line, treating runners and cheer squads with gut-loving sweets. No sugar added. They are delicious. 5-star health rating as well, which is outstanding. So all thanks to Fun Day. They are the official lollies partner. Now, Steve Monaghetti, he's fast, so Renee had to catch him. Now she has caught him. Let's get to Renee Buckingham and Steve Monaghetti inside the G.
That's it, here with Australian running royalty, Steve Monaghetti. You've been here as an ambassador, as a runner and a mentor. What do you make of today's performances?
I love seeing people run fast, but what I really enjoy is the crowds growing as people are returning to the G. The atmosphere in here, I know it's big for footy, but it's pretty big today.
Yeah, today is what it's all about. And let's speak about today, the half and the full marathon. What did you make of the performances out there by the athletes?
Yeah, some debuts like Caitlin running really well, and obviously Jack. It's great to have him back and, you know, being able to run here. He loves running in Melbourne. So some really fast performances. I think the weather was pretty good. Happy in the half as well, running fast. So I think the times show that the weather's been pretty good. No reason why people can't be enjoying the day.
And let's talk about the crowd today. I mean, it feels like it just gets bigger and better every single year.
Yeah, no, I think people are loving and understanding that, you know, the benefits you can get out of running, and you train really hard and it can be sometimes pretty lonely, but then days like today, it's reinforced that it is such a social experience and you're able to share it with so many family and friends and training partners.
I mean, you've inspired so many runners throughout generations. Does any part of you today wish you're out there running?
Oh, yeah, of course you do. You know, you still remember what it was like, but you know, I'm just delighted so many people have discovered running. You know, we used to sort of be seen to be a bit crazy. Now everybody's running, so...
We're all crazy.
We're all crazy together, exactly.
Yeah, and you're going to be recognised shortly as you're going to present the male winner of the Melbourne Nike Marathons Award, the Steve Monaghetti Award. I mean, what a special moment for you to be recognised.
Yeah, it's special, and it's really significant for me because the female one's named after Karen, who was a close friend of mine. So I get a bit emotional when I think of her, and she would have been, you know, that moment she was here in 2006, and here we are. So I remember Karen, and she's one of the people who would have inspired so many people that are participating today.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. Everyone's got a why, giving it a go, and here to celebrate what is just one of the most epic days in Australia.
Yeah, congratulations to everybody that supported the event, and you know, the volunteers, just everybody's allowed us to indulge and have what is going to be a fantastic day.
And that's what it's all about. Over to you.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Steve Monaghetti, and of course, Karen McCann. Of course, I don't think anyone who knows athletics or even knows sport will ever forget what happened in 2006. She was the reigning Commonwealth Games gold medalist as well in 2002, but in 06 with the Kenyan, just chop and change, and to run into the MCG and to do what she did, it transcended sport. It's one of those moments, marathon or otherwise, you just never forget.
Absolutely, and it's a great way that they recognise Karen's legacy with awarding the first Australian female runner across the line with the Karen McCann medal, which is terrific, and the same for the Steve Monaghetti medal. Just looking at the pictures here, this is one of the biggest crowds I've seen at the MCG from a support point of view. Usually, you know, behind the punt road end goals where we'd be accustomed to with football, and even some of the Great Southern Stand, don't usually see a lot of people in there, but gee whiz, there's a lot of people supporting, which is terrific, and I think it just shows you how much work goes into preparing for whether it's half marathon or full marathon, that, you know, they really support those that are running on the day.
And that is the view as you run into the MCG. So those athletes, phones are out, Tess. That is a moment, doesn't matter again what level you are, if it's your first or your 100th run, be it marathon or otherwise, that's a moment you never, ever forget, and probably never get used to, be fair.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking up and looking across the G, looking at the time, looking at the board, looking at the crowd, it's unforgettable, that experience. So it's such a great atmosphere that Nike Melbourne Marathon can put on for this such a great event.
Hey, all thanks. A lot of these athletes go to Snap Fitness, no doubt the official gym partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Snap Fitness is at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Head to their stall, take on the Race to Win challenge, spin to score awesome snap prizes, and experience it all for the feeling. We'll be back, plenty more on a Sunday morning around Australia. Jack Rayner, Caitlin Adams, the winners of the two Nike Melbourne Marathons. There's not many better left-hand turns when you're running than that. I get a chill just walking into the MCG, and I am lucky and privileged enough to go a huge amount of times over the course of the year. I live pretty much right next to it, and with my AFL work, I'm there quite a bit. But to run into it is an incredible feeling, which all these athletes are feeling right now, Tess, and it's making us jealous.
Absolutely. Maybe you'll have to do the Melbourne Marathon next year and experience it for yourself, Cam.
Oh, Will you pace me?
I mean, I could.
7.5 minute Ks. You're okay with that?
Yeah, we'll do our best.
A couple of years ago, we actually had a commentators race at the back end of the day. So it was only at about 300 metres out. So we had a commentators race, and let's just say a few of us weren't all that quick.
Did you finish at least?
We finished.
Okay, good.
Didn't come last. That was the main thing.
That's it. You just got to beat somebody home.
Correct.
That's a very good point. Hey, just want to just on Sarah Klein's test. I just want people at home just to be taken a little bit inside this. So she ran a marathon a month ago. Like the way of which you'd be able to, it takes ages to recover. What would she have done between that and today where she ran so incredibly well?
Yeah, I mean, everyone does it differently, but you'd want to have some time off after the marathon. So a few days, getting back into some easy jogging, or we call it aerobic running, over that first sort of week, and then slowly building back speed sessions in. So she would have used that fitness she would have had from the World Championships to buffer herself into this marathon. But yeah, really focusing on recovery and not really training, I guess, as she usually would for a marathon.
I will get to the exact results, but I imagine this is one of our first wheelchair athletes that is just finishing the Nike Melbourne Marathon today. So we'll get to the official results there as well as we see the logjam as people go over the line. But it caters for everything. Everything here, Trent. I think it's a wonderful part of these festivals that, not just for today, but organisers around the world put together.
Oh, absolutely. Inclusion's so important. You know, welcoming everyone with open arms, and I think the Nike Melbourne Marathon do it so well. And another little great part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon is our Spartans. So just keeping an eye on David Foskey. Seen him on during the news during the week. He's ran all 47 Nike Melbourne Marathon. So he's out on the course at the moment. He's just past the halfway mark. So David Foskey there for the first one in 1978. And he's here for this current one in 2025. So absolutely terrific and a really important part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon is our Spartan runners and our original Spartan runners.
Absolutely, really important. Yeah, I can't believe he's done 47. That's an insane amount of marathons to run. Obviously, he's getting into his older ages too. So just so impressive that he's still on his feet and able to complete the 42.2 kilometres today.
I'm getting my calculator out, by the way, for this. I'm just trying to work out how many kilometres that would actually be all up. That's nearly 2,000 kilometres of Melbourne he's ran since 1977?
1978.
1978. Yeah. And that's just at Melbourne, by the way. And that's just on race days. So you imagine how many Ks he's put into his legs over the course of the last 4 decades. Nearly 5. Hey, just quickly, we're seeing all the emotions. We just seen a young lady just finished there, and the tears were obviously quite prevalent. The emotion that comes with running 42 Ks and also achieving a dream that is for so many, but it is a full gamut of emotions, isn't it, within the MCG straight after that finish line? Oh,
you go through it all. It's tumultuous, really. You go from feeling so ecstatic to proud of yourself to somehow crying. So yeah, I guess the photographers at the end of the finish line are really there to capture that emotion, and we can see it as they're coming in now. People are really sort of starting to feel the pride that they have for completing the 42.2 kilometres.
From training to race day, look and feel your best with Urban Mess's range of hair care, grooming and skin care. Trusted by Australian men for over 13 years, Urban Mess is the go-to no matter what your day holds, including if it does include a marathon. Welcome back. MCG is where we see right about now. Look at that, lots of talk. I was gone. Now I fought back, and now the emotions and the relief is there. But it is such a cool moment. There you go. Good luck to Ryan. I'm not sure if he's finished yet, but if he hasn't, he's about to get into the MCG and have a wonderful time. Renee is down on that finish line. I believe she has what has only been described as a colourful character. Renee, over to you.
I mean, it would be hard not to miss someone in a better beer outfit. I mean, it's one thing to run a marathon. It's one thing to run a marathon sub-3. But to do it in this, I mean, Ken, talk us through how you went running in this today.
Well, we came here last year and got the Guinness World Record, but that was a longer suit. This year we came back better than ever. Aerodynamics, collaboration with NASA, aerodynamics, cooling system, and we were aiming for sub-3 and we got it, yeah.
And you got it, congratulations. I mean, do you train in this? Is this your normal day-to-day running kit?
No, I train without the suit, unfortunately. Ignorance is bliss. I'd rather not know about the pain before the race.
Totally, and I'm sure the crowd absolutely loved it out there today. What was the crowd's reactions on ground seeing you running this?
So I got a bit of experience from last year. Everyone's really happy and really encouraging for the first 30 Ks, but then once it starts to hurt, everyone starts to be say some they're not as encouraging.
At any point did you want to take it off during the race? I mean, it's no easy feat to run a marathon, to do it sub 3 in this as well.
Yeah, actually, I think 10 Ks in or 14 Ks in, I was really regretting it. Everyone got a bit quiet and the legs started to get real heavy. But a few Morton caffeine gels numbed the legs and we got through, which is good.
The Nike Melbourne Marathon completed in a beer suit. I mean, congratulations. All the best. Go enjoy some beers.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Renee. Better beers. He should get at least a year free. Better beers. Whether you're competing or cheering on a loved one, the Better Beer Bar, it's open right about now, serving refreshing frothies all weekend. It's in the event village in Yarra Park, and there's no doubt that many people will be there, if not already, but very, very shortly. Candy Hertz is actually down there, somewhere in the event village. Where do we find you now, Candy?
Oh, you know what, Camma? There is so much action happening down here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. I've got Soundcore with me, and Nick is from Soundcore. Tell me a little bit about your product.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm from Soundcore by Anchor Innovations. We're showcasing at the Melbourne Marathon. Come check out our stand. I'm wearing the Aero Clip, which is one of our premier open-ear headphones. What's unique about them is it's an open-ear design, it's fashionable, and it's quite comfortable as well if you're a runner, for example.
Yes, it keeps you safe on the road as well. Make sure you go and check out these guys. Also head across to Chemist Warehouse. I've got Matt with us, and he's got a bag full of goodies for everyone. Matt, what is in the bag?
Some protein bar, we got some sunscreen, I think there's a serum or something in there as well. What was that? Yeah, serum as well. So, yeah, plenty of good stuff.
There are lots of goodies you can always get from our friends at Chemist Warehouse. Thanks, Matt. And then you thought the big race today was running. The big race today is right here at 40 Wings. Who can make their bed the quickest? You've got 40 seconds. We've got 2 contestants who are about to have a go. Let's see if they can win themselves a mattress. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1. Start making your bed, people. I mean, I don't know if anyone made their beds this morning. I'm sure everyone had a very early alarm clock. Mine definitely wasn't made, but I'm not sure if the success is happening on the sheet front. Or is that a made sheet? That is definitely not army made. Okay, we're still on this side. Haven't even got the sheet even on the bed yet. This is already a fail. Hey, does that count?
No, that does not count.
That's a very sloppy made bed.
That's not a made bed.
That does not count. Oh, I feel like that. I mean, you kind of just want to get back in that bed. Hey, if you can be the one who gets it done within 40 seconds, you can win yourself a bed and mattress, all thanks to 40 Wings. I'm ready. I've had my snacks, had my massage. I'm now ready to tap in. Good night, guys.
Night, Candy. We've had the relaxing massage. Away you go. Hey, just on Soundcore, fuel your runs with Soundcore's open-ear headphones. We did see a pair there. They let you enjoy your motivational playlist while staying aware of your surroundings for a safer, more immersive run. Add some powerful sound to your training and race day, all thanks to Soundcore. Did you make your beds this morning?
No, I stayed at a hotel, so
I
didn't have to make it.
Someone else will do that.
Someone will do that.
Yes.
I left my partner in my bed. I had an earlier call time than he did.
Yes.
He ran the half marathon this morning.
How did he go?
Quick shout out, Nick. He ran 86 minutes and 40 seconds, so 4:07 per kilometre average. He's run 72 minutes for a half marathon, but he's coming off some injuries, so great job today.
Would he be happy with that, or again, competitive beast? Would he understand and be logic coming off injuries, or would he be disappointed?
No, he's very happy. I sent him a text message and he's stoked with his result.
Outstanding, the way he should have been. Congratulations, Nick. 86 minutes is flying, regardless of what athlete you are currently at. Hey, you've been a lot, Trent, in this MCG as a spectator and as a commentator in particular. You touch on the energy and the excitement. This is going to new levels today. I know we're a little way away from it, but it's quite easy to pick up that this is getting bigger and bigger. And this energy is something that I think is driving a lot of people in that last little run, regardless of how much they're hurting.
Oh, it's infectious, Cam. It's really infectious. And it's amazing, as we sort of said, a lot of people hang around that finishing line area because they're waiting for a friend to congratulate, or they're having a conversation with someone they may have made friends with out on the course proper, and they're just soaking in that last bit of the moment of the MCG. And the support off the ground and then on the ground is just absolutely phenomenal. And that's why You know, we speak about the elites being absolutely sensational to watch, but it's got that really great community feel about it too, the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And it is a festival because we're celebrating all facets of distances that have been run, half marathons, 10 kilometres. We'll have walks and the 5 kilometre run a little bit later on this morning. So there's a real celebration of just running and togetherness. I think that's the real key word, is that togetherness and celebrating and enjoying each other's company.
Absolutely. I've experienced that camaraderie for myself. It's everybody gets around each other, cheering as you sort of come through that 36, 37 kilometre mark through the 10. The crowd support just improves and increases, and you really get that boost coming through down to the MCG. So all of these runners here will be experiencing that and really driving that momentum towards the finish line.
And when you have the music, you know, blaring in the background as well as you come into the MCG, it gives you a bit of motivation and just amps up that, you know, the momentum a little bit too. If you are tiring or part of your body is getting a little bit sore.
Absolutely, especially if they pick a good song, you can sort of dance your way down to the finish line.
So post-event, Tess, is something that always interests me. So there's such a big build-up for our runners, you know, training and making sure they're getting all their plans and race day plans, you know, to the absolute, you know, to perfection as best they can. They've done the race, they get their finishing medallions and the like, and then have that little bit of celebratory, you know, at the end of the day. What do they sort of, you know, what next, you know, is in the mind of someone who's done a marathon? Is it thinking about, what's my next challenge? Is it, you know, just thinking about having a bit of time off the road and not, you know, having those runs? Like, I guess it's different for everyone, but sort of, you know, with you being someone who's had that experience, what's been the thought process in your mind at times?
Yeah, I think for all the marathon competitors, it's really important to sort of take a step back from running. You've obviously done a huge amount of training in the lead up to the event. Your body needs a break. It needs to rest. It needs to restore and recover. So taking a week, 2 or 3 weeks off running, and then gradually getting back into it. So starting to pick up some of those easy jogs before getting back into sessions, because, for the likes of Jack Rayner, they'll probably have another race on the calendar. We've got Zatopek coming up. We've got Maury Plant meet coming up early next year as well. So they'll want to be getting back into their training within a couple of weeks of finishing the Melbourne Marathon.
MCG filling up, runners rolling home. I've got a good mate's about to enter the MCG in a moment or two. He's just passed over. This app, again, organisations are great at apps. I'm certainly not a technology person, but my man Brent Soleil is about almost at the 41k mark, so he'll be seeing the MCG right now at a 4:45 pace for him, which has been outstanding. Quick break from the MCG. We'll get back there shortly. Trent Hill, Tess Marks, Cam Luke. Have a look at that crowd. That is remarkable. It also means it'll be remarkably chaotic when you finish and your phone, hopefully you've got it on you, and it's going to be hell though trying to find loved ones. So those homemade signs come in pretty handy this time, Trent, when they're trying to find someone, or if you're Max Gorn and you're just a way taller than everyone else. But the amount of people there today in the stands is something that I haven't seen before. Yeah, it's as big as I've ever seen. I've done this event for the last 11 years, and it's terrific, that support. And funnily enough, yesterday, just going around that event village area yesterday where there's a lot of activations going on, there were so many people there that actually don't have an affiliation with the marathon either yesterday or today, but they just wanted to be a part of the day and see what it was all about. And speaking to a few people yesterday, said, we're going to come along and have a look. We've got no one running that we know, but we just want to see what it's all about, you know, hearing so many great things. So I think for a lot of people, they just want to come and have a look and experience what the Melbourne Marathon's all about. And tell you what, they're enjoying what's been a great day thus far. Yeah, and I think those people will be the next generation of runners. They'll want to sign up after seeing the finish line for next year's race, either the 10 or the half or even the full marathon. Driving that, I guess, excitement forward into the coming years. So how many of you ran, I know the marathons you ran 4, but have you ran the other events, Tess? So I've run 2 marathons at Melbourne, and I've run 2 of the half marathons. 2 halves. Yes, this is the first year in 4 years that I haven't participated, which, is crazy. It's a good way to experience it, though, being up here. How's the FOMO? It's actually, I didn't think I'd have FOMO, but I'm getting tingly and excited for everybody doing the race and wishing I was down there. And we're seeing so many different names, you know, having that opportunity to be at the top of the table too. You know, Adam Goddard, a great story in the fact that he finished 3rd last year in the 10-kilometre men's SriLankan Airlines race. And then takes it out. Ali Pashley back from having their 2nd child. And, so good seeing Ali up there. An amazing runner. And, you know, she's such a lovely person, Ali.
to see her, get line honours was terrific. Then you got Haftu Strinzos in the men's half marathon. Great story, second last year. Obviously, really loves Melbourne, being a part of it. Up against some really quality marathon and half marathon runners, and then someone like a Stuart McSween who is having a taste of it for the first time. Izzy Bat-Doyle's got her own storylines as well. It's just everything's fell into place really nicely today with our winners, but also too our general runners out there have got a purpose that they're running for too.
Absolutely. There's a place for everyone at Melbourne Marathon, whether you're elite or you're just wanting to run a marathon or a half marathon for the first time. It's such a good event where everyone can get involved.
I've just had a friend text me before too saying the hype zone's amazing out on the road. So just had that little bit of extra spur on somewhere that may have been a little bit quieter, not as much patronage over the years before, to have some music and that going along the course really just built that momentum and made them smile. So they said the hype zones across the course have been absolutely sensational.
Absolutely. Such an important part of the day, I think. The fans, the spectators, hyping up the runners. It's such a hard event. So for them to get a little boost throughout the course, whether that's at the 25 or the 30K mark, is so important for their race.
So we're at we're up 3 hours 19 into the marathon. So a lot of our runners out on the course, they'll be looking for, to beat 4 hours. Sub 4 hours will be their aim and purpose over the next half an hour to try and do that. And for others, it will be just trying to finish the event too.
Absolutely.
Outstanding. I just watched one of my mates, Brent Soleil, finish. I'm just trying to see who else might be on course. It's amazing how we got the best view in the house here, actually. I mean, the energy a little bit less, although the Sound ALE coffee is doing its job. But we're able to see a lot of things that we wouldn't traditionally see when it comes to the marathon. So keeping our eyes peeled across the 42, the 21, the 10 or the 5 and the beautiful roads on the city of Melbourne as these athletes right here are about to turn left into the Melbourne Cricket Ground. All thanks to Nike. We'll be back with plenty more next. Brunson Avenue, it only gets closed for the big events, of which the Nike Marathon most certainly fits a part of that. No cars. This is all about the runners today and the athletes about to turn into the MCG, of which you can see right now. Jack Rayner, if you're joining us for the first time, wins the men's division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and Caitlin Adams in her first go. So we've got a back-to-back champion in the men's and a debutant winner in the women's. Caitlin Adams from South Australia wins the women's division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and I would say they might be having their first sip of better beer right about now because they've been finished for a little while as well, Trent. Yeah, absolutely, Cam. I think the activation zone opened about 8 o'clock, so they're well and truly into it now, but no better way to celebrate. Just being a mad AFL man, I know that there's a few ex-AFL players out on the course, and one being Bob Murphy, former Western Bulldogs superstar. Just looking at where he's located at the moment, so he's just past the 30-kilometre mark in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So whilst we've got our great elite runners from Australia that have on the international stage and domestically are so strong, we've also got a number of celebrities and I guess public figures out on the course, and Bob Murphy's one of those. Buddy Franklin's out there somewhere too, I believe. I'll chuck him in the app to see where I can find him. I think he's training for a big event overseas in the coming months, I think, Buddy Franklin. So he's in the half marathon. I'll see how he's trekking along. All right, look at this. These are all our great partners who do a wonderful job, the charity partners, and you talked about it earlier, Tess. People run for different reasons, and that's exactly what's happening today with so many charities and people supporting it. And of course, download the app to track your friends and family, which we are doing here in the studio and at the marathon on Instagram, TikTok, and probably a million social media apps that I don't even know exist, Tess. But either way, the Melbourne Marathon, if it exists in a social media sense, Melbourne Marathon is on there. There you go, at Melbourne Mara. And get involved and put stories and posts and everything up there, Tess.
Absolutely, a great way to track your friends, see how they've done. So definitely tag at Melbourne Mara, or at Mel Mara rather, on Instagram. Monday will be a big day because it's usually Medal Monday, and everyone does on the Melbourne Marathon socials. Instagram's been the big one. They'll have Medal Monday where they're donning their medals, or they might have it somewhere placed at home. Always a great sight to see. And post-race beers. It's where everyone wears their medal proudly, telling each other stories of the race and their time. So it's a great way to, chat through the event. Yeah, most certainly is. And you're right, if you're in Melbourne and it's a buzz today, there's a fair bit going on
in the city of Melbourne. You'll see many people with medals, and give them a pat on the back. They'll probably be limping around a little bit. They'll have a smile on their face, but there is no doubt at all that they will appreciate the congratulations that you will throw towards them. So if you see someone with the medal around their neck, absolutely tell them how much of a great job they have done, of which all these people are doing right about now. No, I tell you what, we're going to split seconds. I'm going to tell a story. Back before I was a broadcaster, early doors, I used to dress up in a shark suit at the Melbourne Aquarium. Now, I'll tell you this, when you're at uni and you're trying to find a job...
You'll do anything.
Pretty much, but it was also pretty well paid, actually. But what you had is you had 15 minutes on, 15 minutes off. So you didn't spend long in the suit. You put it on. It's pretty warm, as you can imagine. It's got the big head on it, and you have someone who walks around, you take photos, all the rest of it. Fine. I lasted 15 minutes, and you sit out and you're just trying to cool down quickly, you're sculling water. The fact that he was able to run and break 3 hours and 42 Ks in a suit is unbelievable, because I was just walking around at a slow pace taking photos in a shark suit, and I couldn't last 15 minutes. That is a remarkable effort. Remarkable.
It's such a remarkable effort. Like, the heat exertion and the fatigue he would have felt to run under 3 hours is such a phenomenal effort. I don't think, hopefully the spectators and the listeners can understand how impressive this run is from Kent.
See, the 3 hours is just an incredible achievement on time.
Absolutely.
Just the 3 hours.
Oh, exactly.
Not wearing a suit. I do like the fact that he was extremely honest, and he said, by 12 or 14 Ks, I'd had enough. I'm regretting that decision. So that's good honesty and transparency which we get here. That is brilliant. I'm just trying to track my sister who is out there. Now, we've got a split second, so I don't want to bore too many people with my rubbish stories. But in 2021, she ran the marathon. It was a very hot day. And I was on track supporting her. And I was walking down, I live in Richmond, I was walking down at the arts centre there, and where you turn that left and you go around under the tunnel. So I was walking to there, and my phone starts ringing, and it's her. And I'm like, this is not a good situation. So I answer the call, and she's out on course, she's struggling, and what happens, you get caught up a little bit in it. She went out a bit quick, and it was in December, not October, due to COVID, as you would know, Tess. So I sort of started walking down St Kilda Road to meet her. And she was really, really struggling, and finally bumped into her. She had 12 Ks to go, and she was really in Hertzville. And I started just to shuffle along with her. I was in cargo pants and a T-shirt and Nike Air Max 90s, which weren't even done up, because I'm a casual Nike guy more so than I run in Nikes, but I casual more than run. So for 12 Ks, I shuffled alongside her. People were shouting out, thought that I was running. I didn't have a bib. There was a time where the great volunteer asked, you should be. I said, look, I'm not going anywhere. And she was able to get home. But my feet, I still haven't recovered, and it's been nearly 4 years later. But that's how I knew it was so darn hot. And I pulled up worse than her, by the way. After a day or two, she was fine and ready to talk about doing another one. And she's out there today. She's done a couple of New York marathons since. But I'm still hurting.
Yeah, I mean, Air Maxes aren't the typical running shoe.
They're a great shoe.
Yeah, I think that there's a few war stories from that 2021 Melbourne Mara. My mum and dad were riding their bikes on the course with me, and I was coming down through the Botanical Hotel, so down Domain Road. And
I know it.
There was an ambulance sound, and I was just like, oh, maybe someone's, dehydrated and they need an ambulance. But sure enough, I finished the run. I get a call from a friend saying that, your mum's actually gone to hospital, and she's gotten her bike stuck in the tram track, and that ambulance wasn't for a runner, but it was for her. So, yeah, not a good day for my mum on the course either that day.
No, absolutely. That's and I was actually going to mention that with the Jack Rayner situation on Fitzroy Street when he was trying to look for a little bit of extra food or drink, whatever he was looking for at that particular point. And it is dangerous, and I watched a little bit of cycling, and once they get started, you're gone.
Oh, you're gone.
You can't get off because the thing just... There's the photo of this is coming down. We just turned right. For people at home won't be able to see this, so it's not great TV or radio, but we just turned right at Flinders Street. My dad was watching. He runs a little bit, not a great deal. He's in his 70s now, and that's me. I want to be honest.
Water boy as well.
Well, I was drinking a Powerade, but my shit stopped talking. So the Powerade in my hand, a lot of people thought I was being a good bloke and offering her the Powerade as she was finishing 42 days. That was absolutely for me. And I think that was a blue Powerade test, one of your favourites, because lemon lime wasn't out there. So
no, lemon lime's a recent addition to the lineup for Powerade.
So that was one of those photos. You know on Instagram where there's a photo and you just take credit for something that you don't deserve? That was that, because they thought I was hydrating my sister, and technically I was sculling it just to try and get through.
Mate, I'm impressed you got through with the cargo pants.
Oh,
more than anything.
It was rough. It was rough. And I mean this legitimately. My feet were stuffed because I don't do shoelaces up. I've got in excess of 65 pairs of Nikes at home, and almost all casuals. The Nike Air Jordan 4, by the way, is
65,
the best.
did you say?
More. The Nike Air Jordan 4 is the greatest shoe in the history of the world, but I digress. So I wasn't prepared to do this. Maybe in hindsight I should have thought to dress a little more, but I was like, hey, no one's going to need me to get to the end of the marathon. Turns out she did, the one time she did. And I was limping around for about 3 months.
Yeah, you would have had some black toes after that, I'm sure.
I tell you what, I absolutely won't take my shoes off, but I have a feeling that it took like 2 years, and then I went for a run last year and it happened again. Either way, I digress. If you're still listening, firstly, thank you, and my rubbish stories are done. It is the Nike Marathon morning around Australia. Good morning to you. The MCG is full of jubilant, proud people. Believe is a really good word, isn't it, Trent?
Oh, it is, and it's from Ted Lasso as well, which is coming more prominent and prominent in the sporting circles. But just those, the signs of support towards all our athletes, and that's amazing. And yeah, the little ones love it if mum or dad or an uncle and auntie are running out there and supporting them. But we're just seeing an influx of runners, half marathoners making their way into the MCG. I love this sign. Remember, you paid to do this.
Yeah, you see a few of those out on the course.
Good point.
It is a very good point, but really inspiring time now, because all our elites are through. Our main elites that we've spoken about early in the morning, they're all through. So now it's all about our runners that are out there every day. They've got a purpose, and it might be a bucket list item to complete a half marathon or to do a full marathon, or they've progressed through the ranks. They've started the 10K kilometre mark here, the SriLankan Airlines event a couple of years ago, and they've just progressed through each and every year here at Melbourne. You see a lot of repeat people come back and do it. It's just a really infectious festival that they just can't get enough of, Tess.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the atmosphere, the crowd, the volunteers, they're all so supportive. And we were talking about training before, and a lot of these marathoners and half marathoners, they're out on course for such a long time. So the hours that they dedicate of their week on top of working is incredible. They're spending 4 hours doing long runs every weekend. So it's such an effort for them to even get to the start line. And the race is just the cherry on top.
I'll tell you this, for people who are watching at home and want to be involved in the Brisbane Olympic Games, volunteering is such an amazing way to be involved in the atmosphere of an amazing event. Now, I don't know the strict protocols of which you have to pass through to be a volunteer, and I'm not suggesting that I know every bit of info in the T's and C's, but the volunteers do a wonderful job at events like this. But to be involved in Olympic Games, to put your hand up, if you're thinking about it, if you have done it before, or you're thinking that it'd be something you'd like to do, maybe think a little bit about it, and there'll be some information in the next couple of years how that can actually go, because these events do not run without the volunteers and the power and the army of the volunteers. And then if you're such a selfless person, there's a huge amount of satisfaction to be involved in something like an Olympic Games, which we're going to see in our home country in 2032. So it might be something, if you are sitting at home and you want to be involved in something like this, there's always volunteers and the possibility to get involved. So next couple of years, I'm sure there'll be information tests out for people to fill out and see if they can be a part of what is a magical moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Olympic Games are just such a special time, and we're so privileged to be able to host the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane.
And now in saying that, I'm feeling for volunteers right about now, because you alluded to it before, Trent. You finish, you're on the MCG, you're full of jubilation. You've either ran with someone, or you know someone you've ran with just in front of you or just behind you. There's always people, like the amount of people you see and know is amazing. And the volunteers are trying to do a great job and just trying to clear the space, because as you can see from our wide shots, the MCG is jam-packed. So those volunteers are saying, no, move on, move on, move on. You'll then go, I'm not moving anywhere because old Johnny Smith, my best mate or my cousin or my partner is on the way in 2 minutes' time. So the old volunteer push-pull right now with the athletes is something that's happening at the MCG. It's a game within a game.
Oh, absolutely. And there's other elements of the game too, because then you've got obviously your respective lanes for your marathoners, your half marathoners, and your 10-kilometre runners. So making sure, there's going to be runners a little bit disoriented with the distance they're running, so making sure they're in the right lane, so they're going over the right timing, Matt. But then you've got the runners too that are feeling the pinch. They're a little bit sore, they're cramping. So having those volunteers go over and make sure that they're okay is another element of what they do. So they do a great job out there, whether it's handing out medallions, supporting our runners if they're feeling a little bit sore, or just directing. They do a great job. And these events just don't run without the great support of our volunteers. And they love it too. They get a real buzz out of supporting all of our runners because they know everyone's got a story and everyone's from a different walk of life.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of volunteers, I obviously ran the Melbourne Marathon last year, and one of my friends actually volunteered to pace me the entire way to the sub 249 or to the 249 marathon time. So he was very selfless. He's actually run. His name's Liam Beecroft. He's run 2:35 today, so a big PB for Liam. So he's done a lot of training. He actually had a bit of a fall on a bike last week, so I'm glad he's okay and he's been able to run a big PB.
So lots of runners just on the course, and they're enjoying the moment. There's so much to enjoy. The spectacle of the Melbourne Marathon, I think, is something that attracts our runners as well. Obviously, a big mass start at the at Batman Avenue, but once you get out onto the road and you're going through all those great places that you're running past, Fed Square, Flinders Street Station, the Arts Centre, the Botanical Gardens, the Shrine of Remembrance, like some inspiring places you're running past. It's I think that's what really brings a lot of people to Melbourne to take part, be on the roads, and then, as we sort of said many a times before, finish on the mighty MCG.
There might have been an AirPod that just went flying there.
They weren't Soundcore. They weren't Soundcore. They weren't sticking to their ears.
Soundcore wouldn't have fell out. That's how I know it must have been an AirPod. Let's get to the MCG because it's time for the half marathon presentation. Simon Mallory and Renee Buckingham.
Yes, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to our stage as we get underway our official presentation for the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon. Renee, this is exciting to see. The males and females have just lifted it up a gear.
It's been some incredible efforts today, some debuts and some wins on debuts as well. What a truly honour and special place to be as we are about to present these well-deserved awards.
Yep, so to help us with the presentation, I'd actually like to welcome to the stage the Nick Atkinson, our Pacific Senior Director of Marketing from Nike, to the stage to help us. We will start with our females. And ladies and gentlemen, in third place, raising themselves $2,500, Sinead Diver at 1 hour and 10. Please welcome her to the stage, Sinead Diver. And in second place, earning $5,000, Georgie Gregich at 1:09. And our winner of the 2025 Nike Melbourne Half Marathon, please get loud and welcome Izzy Bat Doyle at 1 hour and 8 on debut. What a win.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our official Nike Half Marathon female winners today. And we'd now love to invite on stage our male Nike Melbourne Half Marathon winners in third place, receiving $2,500 prize money at a time of 1:03 and 21 seconds. Please welcome to the stage, Toby Golter.
Toby.
Then second place for males today, Zach Faccioni with a time of 1 hour and 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And what an effort in first place today. Eyes on the prize to the very last moment, crossing that finish line with pure joy at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Welcome to the stage, Haftu Striftos. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our official Nike Half Marathon male winners of today in 2025.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Simon. There you go. Half marathon, 1, 2 and 3 in the men's and the women's in front of a packed MCG. It is Nike Melbourne Marathon morning. Good morning to you. Trent Hill, Tess Marks, Cam Luke. This is all thanks to Nike. The Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival continues. That's a big smile, Trent. It's a big smile from a very fast young man.
Absolutely, and there with his guardians, and I'll find out a bit more about Haftu because he's got a great story. Obviously, Ethiopian, come over to Australia with a family that have looked after him and have taken him on board. And I'll tell you what, his emergence as a runner is just climbing and climbing. He's such an exciting talent.
Yeah, I believe he was adopted by a Greek family in Melbourne.
Yes.
Yeah, Ethiopian born, like you said, and then adopted into the Melbourne atmosphere and the running scene. So it's great to see him out on the field and winning the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon today.
He's strengthening speed. He obviously has that strength handover from the Sydney Marathon, but his speed, when he had to put the foot down, he left him pretty quickly as well, which is a credit to him in the way that he's running and developing, maturing, because it's one to have one part of the facet of strength, another one to have the speed, but to have them both, it's a full credit to him because he was brilliant today.
Oh, he was absolutely terrific. His mother is Maria Strintos, who was an aid worker in Ethiopia for more than 2 decades, so obviously a great story to have to cut into their family, and he's done so many great things. And you're right, his race today, like we thought it was going to be really tight. The way it started with Brett Robertson, Stu McSwain, Toby Gwalter, all the big names in there, but he just found a moment where he thought, this is where I can break it. The experience of last year no doubt would have helped because he was second in the event last year. So it was a great move in the end, a winning move, and I'm looking forward to following him a lot more because I think he's got a lot of exciting times ahead.
Do you think he could break the Australian marathon record, Trent?
Oh, I don't know. I guess anything's possible. Gee whiz. You're throwing,
loaded question,
it is a loaded question. I don't know. I think, his world's his oyster, and if he can put in the hard work, there's probably every chance he might give it a very, very close checking, but one that's it's a pretty impressive record.
How old is he?
That's a great question.
As we look at the...
Born in 1999, so he'd be 26 years old.
26, okay, so he's got plenty of time to peak into these type of distance races, so I was really impressed today. I was interested to see how he was going to go in the shorter distance. Clearly he's got a little bit of speed and he's up against some incredibly good athletes, Brett Robertson and Stuart McSwain, two high-profile names, but his ability to be able to put the foot down and be able to find that speed and pretty much say goodbye to the 3 or 4 other contenders pretty quickly was impressive, Tess.
Absolutely, and I think, as we said, he's 26 years old, so he's still got a long career ahead of him. We've seen Brett Robertson and Andy Buchanan, Andy now holding the Australian marathon record, but obviously into his 30s, so we'll see what Haftu does as he sort of races more and has more experience across the marathon distance.
2 hours to 6 minutes and 22 seconds, the Australian record by Andrew Buchanan. So, he's still, as you said, he's got time, and if that's the distance that he's looking for. But I'll tell you what, he's got a great career as a half marathoner. He was impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll just be interesting to see. Brett Robinson's obviously got the Australian half marathon record,
57.
57, that's right. So it'll be interesting to see if he holds that, because it's stood for such a long time now.
Yeah, he's had it for 5 years.
Yeah.
2:06. Big shout to Andy Buchanan, because that's flying, as we see continually quicker and quicker marathons as well in both the men's and the women's. And well documented the Australian women last year, or this year, heading to the Olympic Games. Last year, it is 24, yeah. Over a year ago now. I'm getting old. Of course, and they all ran so particularly fast right across the world, and then the situation on the back of that. Quick break. The MCG is where it's happening, but Archie Thompson is out and about. We'll get to him next. Tess Marks, Trent Hill, Cam Luke, wherever you might be, good morning to you. All thanks to Nike. You've done the hard work. Now celebrate today's finish line by customising your Nike apparel at the Nike retail space. It's located outside the MCG, Gate 2, the Nike Run Club. Available with purchase of selected Nike apparel. Terms and conditions apply. All right, Archie Thompson's been ripping it apart, firing up the runners as they go past him. And I believe now he's grabbed a fundraising participant. Archie, who you got?
Yes, I have. I've got Dawn with me. She is Superwoman. Can you tell us a little bit about your story and I guess you getting here?
Yeah, Archie, look, I have just finished running and riding for 200 days around the country, all to raise money and awareness for heart health for the Heart Foundation and Royal Flying Doctor. So I'm wrapping it up with a marathon, just finished a marathon.
And you only got into Melbourne yesterday from Adelaide, right?
Yes, correct. Literally arrived back in Adelaide on my big Queen of Hearts run and ride only 4 weeks ago. Got a couple of long runs in, got a Guernsey by the awesome 40 Winks, got me on board and put me in a marathon today. So I'm running my second marathon. The first one I ran was 7 years ago, and it was Melbourne as well.
And I also want to ask you too, there's a special Archie in your life. No, it's not just me, but something else.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Archie. You're my second favourite Archie. My first favourite Archie is sitting at home with my husband right now, my little puppy dog, Archie.
And he's done the travels with you too?
He has. He loved it. Absolutely loved it. He was definitely a caravan dog now, not liking being at home, I think. So, no, it's 200 days on the road. He got us quite a bit of fundraising.
Okay, and the Melbourne Marathon, is this your first one?
No, this is my second one. The first ever marathon I did was 7 years ago, and it was the Melbourne Marathon. So I came back to do it again today, and I'm already PBing. So life is good today.
And the message to all those people out there that are thinking about marathons, what are your thoughts?
Oh, look, anyone can do this, guys. I only took up running myself about 12 years ago, and I've just run and rode 15,500 kilometres around the country. So, and I'm 41 years old, so no excuses, people. No excuses.
Well done, Dawn. Now on your bike. You've still got a bit to go.
Better go and run. See you guys.
Bye, Dawn. What an absolute superstar. I mean, there is a couple of strugglers, but I think it's the inspiration of it all. It doesn't matter if they're walking, they're running, they're trying to get to the end line, and there's a lot of gels and snakes, not the actual snakes, but lolly snakes all over the place. But it's absolutely brilliant.
I'll tell you what, I hope not. I hope there's no real snakes out there. Just quickly on Dawn, the Queen of Hearts bike and run was outstanding. 200 kilometres, as we heard, raising $2 million. And very humble, mind you, she's mid-run. But if you check out her website, check it out, because her mum was unwell, heart condition, had a heart attack, and she explains this on her website. Dawn gave her CPR in the foyer of a theatre in Perth. Her mum survived, and that gave her the kickstart to be like, okay, cardiovascular health in this country, need to raise money for it, learn a little bit more about it, and this is where we see her treading to Archie Thompson in the Nike Melbourne Marathon on a Sunday morning. So a remarkable woman is Dawn.
Not all superheroes wear capes, do they? You know that saying, and obviously a superhero. And I love the fact that she's actually on track for a PB, and she actually had time to sit and have a chat with Archie, which is amazing as well. So she must be going all right. But yeah, a fantastic event. And there's a lot of those stories too, which they get broadcasted and showed throughout the course of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and that's just another great one to celebrate, Tess.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a great story. And yeah, as you said, I can't believe she stopped for nearly 2 minutes and still on track to run a PB. So what a good day for Dawn.
And if she doesn't break her PB, she's going to blame Archie Thompson. So I'm looking forward to how that plays out on the back end of it. We're going to squeeze a break in. Wherever you might be around Australia, it's Nike Melbourne Marathon morning.
need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Are you made for this? I mean, we all made of the same stuff. But choosing to do something, even when you don't know if you could do it, that just shows you what else you can become.
The MCG is looking as splendid as it traditionally does on a Sunday morning in October. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Caitlin Adams wins the women's division, just a tad over 2.5 hours. Jack Rayner wins the men's, just over 2 hours and 15 minutes. And two people who dominated those particular races from the early onset. When the bell was rung by the Olympic silver medalist, the World Championship bronze medalist, and Nike ambassador Jessica Hull. And there are some very happy people crossing the line right here, Tess.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what time they're running, but they look really excited, so I'm guessing it's under sub 3 hours and 50 minutes or so. So well done to all those athletes running big PBs by the looks of it.
Isn't it? Running lends itself to a sport like no other, because it's not about finishing first or second. It's about running personal best, and the excitement, the glee, the satisfaction you get out of running faster than you ever have ran before is something that is not overly prevalent in many other sports. We'll get back to that very shortly. All thanks to Nike. This is the Nike Melbourne Marathon. But just not, it is, it's weird, isn't it, Tess? So, well, not weird, I think it's great, the satisfaction of being able to go against yourself rather than other people, but running and the amount of people we're seeing it now are competing against themselves, which is much better than trying to compete against someone else when you're not at the professional level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you get out there and you're lining up for the start of the race, it's you against you. You're trying to run either your debut marathon, so getting to the finish line, or you're trying to run a personal best. So it is really you when you get out there on the course. But to get there, it does take an army of people. You know, we spoke about sports psychiatrists, there's dietitians, there's physios, there's people that you train with. So it can be a team sport in that sense, but then when you get to the start line, it is about you and how you perform on the day.
If I'm ever to run a marathon, I'm going to need a support staff of at least 35, and that's going to include a lot of massage therapists and, well, probably a couple of psychiatrists as well. Hey, Candy Hertz is out and about, as she has been all morning. Where do we find you, Candy?
Camera, I'm doing some Pilates. Oh, wait, I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm really not very
Is this
good
your
at
first time doing Pilates, Candy? I've pegged you. I've known you a long time. I thought you were a Pilates gal.
No, this is not my jam, but this is definitely Alice's is Jam. She is our official physio for Nike and for dairy farmers. That was really embarrassing and a poor form by me, but everyone behind us is doing an exceptional job. Tell us a bit about the role of Pilates in the recovery.
Yeah, so Pilates is a really great movement to do post-marathon because it's quite literally decompressing the muscles, tendons and joints. They've just had a huge impact out there on the roads. Plus, it's a really lovely excuse to just simply lie down on a mat and roll around and, chat about all your goals and everything you've achieved on the day.
And if you're like me, have a good laugh and it keeps working on your abs. Great effort. Now, I absolutely love that you've partnered as well with dairy farmers. It's all about the protein hit. How important is that in the balance of things?
It's so important. Within that 30-minute window after such an exertional race, getting that 30 grams of protein is a really hard thing to do, but they've made it so easy with all the great flavours, and teaming that with a stretch is probably my ideal recovery.
Now, Alice has given them some great stretches, but we've got another very important move for everyone to do. Do you want to tell them the official move to do now?
The official move of the Melbourne Marathon is quite literally grab your bev and have a sip.
Let's have a look, everybody. Have a sip of your delicious protein drink. This is the official move of the Dairy Farmers Pilates session here.
Delicious. There you go.
Delicious, delicious.
Unbelievable. Candy, you got 12 months to work on your Pilates. That's one thing for sure. It's the one thing you can't do, obviously, and I'm surprised by it. Run, recover and replenish with Dairy Farmers Protein. Recover with a guided stretch session by our very wonderful Pilates instructor there, Alice. Pilates for runners and life in between. Then replenish with a free Dairy Farmers Protein smoothie, chocolate, strawberry, banana and honey on the menu. Quick break. The MCGs we're going to get to on the other side of this. Good morning to you right around Australia. If it's the SEN Radio Network, you're listening to us via radio. If you're watching us, SEN TV or via YouTube, this is the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Jack Rayner wins the men's division. Caitlin Adams wins the women's. It has been a huge morning already, Trent, but there's a lot to get into still. You look at that, the phones are out as you run into the MCG. So great to see.
Oh, it's a great sight, and I just love the amount of people going into the MCG and celebrating the moment, celebrating their accomplishment and enjoying that last 250 plus metres in their respective journeys. And they're getting all the kudos from all the support from the people in the stands. And listen to that. It doesn't matter whether you're Joe from Warrnambool or Brian or Ali from Timbuktu. It doesn't matter because you're all doing a great job here this morning here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And 50,000, we haven't really punched on the number, but record numbers again this year. Like, the festival is just getting bigger and bigger. I know there's a few more opportunities for entries in a number of the categories this morning than what we had last year. I think last year's number was about 42,500. So 50,000 the number, another 7.5. And hottest ticket in Melbourne when entries are released. The marathon sold out in 24 hours. The half marathon was 48 hours. The 10-kilometre SriLankan Airlines race wasn't far along after that. They had 11,500 competitors. And we've still got a couple of great events coming up, which will be the 5-kilometre Dairy Farmers Run coming up. And then we obviously have the 2.5-kilometre walk coming up a little bit later on this morning. So, Tess, it's a hot ticket. Everyone wants to get it, and you've just got to be lucky enough to be at the right place at the right time to get your opportunity to run in Melbourne.
Yeah, it's reminding me a bit of, Splendour in the Grass or festival tickets when you were sitting on the computer refreshing your screen. It is a really hot ticket to get, and you've got to plan for the mass runners really far in advance what your running calendar is looking like for the next year. 4 or 5 years ago, you used to be able to buy a ticket a couple months out from the race, and now we're seeing, as you've said, the tickets are selling out in 24, 48 hours, so it is involving a lot more planning from the mass runners there.
So a terrific site. It's a great site, the MCG, and it's been a great finishing line area for a number of years now. I think it's been into year 16 or 17 since they've had the finishing line at the MCG. The track and the course has taken various routes over its journey over the 47 years. It first started heading in the Frankston direction, but how so much has changed. It finished at the Arts Centre in the early 2000s. Former federal MP Stewie MacArthur making his way into the MCG. Always a regular down at the Great Ocean Road Marathon down in Apollo Bay. He's former electorate down there in Corangamite. And Stewie, who I think is pushing just over 80 years old, or maybe at the late 70s or early 80s, still going and going strong.
Yeah, and he's getting the crowd support as well. Everyone seems to be tapping him on the back, urging him on. So, yeah, great camaraderie again from the runners out there.
Brilliant, outstanding in so many different ways and so many different things that motivate people to get out of bed nice and early on a Sunday morning after months and months of training and have a crack at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Running Festival. That is brilliant to see, and you're right, Tess, the amount of people getting around him is outstanding, and that's exactly what the running community do, and it lends itself to all in and motivation and help even in the most unlikeliest ways when you're out there.
He's actually 87.
Wow.
87?
87 years old.
Gee, that's a remarkable effort. But running that's what running allows you to do. If you get in the groove early and you love it and there's passion for it, of which so many has it, it continues to help you in so many different ways with your health and fitness, both physically and mentally. We're going to get back to the MCG very shortly. This is a wonderful morning, the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. The event village is fired on up. We're going to get to the presentations of the marathon very shortly. Wonderful scenes in the MCG. 87 years of age. Checking the Garmin as we look at it as well. That is brilliant. And the MCG is a place that he's ran into a couple of times before, Trent, no doubt, but I have no doubt the thrill is there. And have a listen to that crowd who understand exactly what this man is doing.
Yeah, he's finishing the half marathon, so he's a Nike half marathon runner, 87 years old. He held the seat of Corangamite for 23 years, from 1987 to 2000, or 23 years, 84 to 2007. And as I said, he's been a big advocate down at the Great Ocean Road Running Festival for a number of years. He's done every one of the events since the early 2000s, and he backs it up with a visit down to Melbourne each and every year. So well done to Stewie. He's an absolute ripper. He loves it. He loves getting behind the running fraternity and people in general. And what a great sight it is. Stewie MacArthur should be so proud. 87 years old. That's an amazing effort.
I think it just goes to show that anybody of all ages and all backgrounds can run. Just you and a pair of running shoes in the course ahead. He's obviously checking his Garmin, checking for his time. Not a bad time if I do say so myself. Around 3 hours it's looking like.
Have you seen if he negative split on the way home as well, which is outstanding. That is such a cool story. And one that, again, this is what this leads to, Trent. A story that I absolutely was unaware of, and you're able to tell it as you have, you and Tess, on a wonderful Sunday morning right around Australia on TV and on radio. But they're the type of stories that there seems like there's a million of them that come out of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
And that's what I love about this event. As I said, early in the day, we really speak about the elites and highlight their great efforts and achievements, and we see so many great performances by our elites, but it's the people like, Stuart, who's 87 years of age, or, someone who may have been, wanting to do a marathon for years on end, actually having a go and succeeding, and he'll enjoy every one of these moments. He loves his football, he loves his sport, so finishing on the MCG will be a real highlight for Stewie once again.
And within a minute, Channel 10 News, now I'm a Channel 7 guy, but Channel 7 are smack bang into it, which is outstanding, and he will speak, obviously being a political person, he'll be very, very, very comfortable in front of the camera.
Well, I think his wife, Bev, is obviously still in state politics and that as well, so there's still a heavy connection with the politics, but terrific effort, and let's really celebrate the moment for Stewie MacArthur.
It is absolutely unreal. What did you do last year, Tess, after you finished? What was the after party? Did you have one, or what did your Sunday afternoon look like?
Yeah, actually went and celebrated with Jack Rayner and the Pulse Crew. So we've got our run coaching organisation where we coach a lot of athletes.
Yep.
So went and had a few beers, and I think I can't even remember what I did, to be honest. But yeah, it was just a great time. Chatting stories, war stories, if you will, with all your friends, and really celebrating the moment and highlighting everyone's achievements.
Do you wear the medal? Did Jack have the medal on? Did you the people who wear them aren't traditionally the elite athletes, but do the elites still get around and wear the medals? They should.
They should, but they don't.
No.
Yeah, I tend to keep mine at home. I've got a collection on the back of my door where I put them. But I've only, because you do so many events and you get so many medals and things. I've only been taking the medals where I've run a PB recently. So otherwise, I'd have hundreds of them.
Yeah, well, they sort of get to a point, I suppose, that you probably need to put on another story or two on your house if you continue to take medals every time you run well. So that's fair enough. That's very smart. You talk about the Great Ocean Road running. You, Warrnambool and Western Victoria. One two-part question. Is running going to another level? Have you noticed it on the back of COVID like everywhere else? And two, what other runs, fun runs, maybe not marathons, but organised run events are there down in your part of the world?
Yeah, there's plenty, and I guess the Great Ocean Marathon's probably the major one. This is obviously IMG, who are the owners of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, also own the Great Ocean Road Marathon too, and I know that that's a really hot ticket. You'll get, I think the numbers down there are around roughly 10,000 over the 2 days of the weekend. So you've got a 6-kilometre run, a 14-kilometre run, and then the half and the marathon, and then an ultra. So ultra's becoming a really hot ticket with that one as well. And Dan, I guess from our end of the woods is Port Fairy's marathon's really increased. Reece Edwards, who won the Melbourne Marathon a couple of years ago, won that, I think may have been this year. So that one's really increasing that one. But you're right, since COVID's come, there wasn't much to do. And then when you were allowed out, running and organised sport wasn't a thing as such. Running is something that's really increased.
And now, before we get to the presentations, that is a brilliant sign. Pain is temporary, Strava is forever. That is outstanding. You're right. And then, of course, you can... that is one of the most creative signs you'll see today. The Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Well, did you see the next one, the one next door to it?
I didn't.
Hurry up so we can drink.
Well, fair enough. Here we go. There we go. Pain is temporary, Strava is forever. That is outstanding. And there you go. Hurry up so we can drink. Wherever their after party is, which no doubt will be fueled by better beer, I wouldn't mind getting a part of it a little later this afternoon. And let's get down to the MCG because it is presentation time for the marathon.
Welcome, Steve. We will get into our third place for the 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon females. Please welcome Millie Clark in third place at 2 hours and 37. In second place, Sarah Klein for 2 hours 35. And then your winner, Caitlin Adams, 2 hours and 30. We'll grab a quick photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your official Nike full marathon winners here of 2025.
All right, to welcome the males to the stage now, we will get our third place finisher, Fraser Darcy, at 2 hours and 17. Please welcome Fraser. In second place, Steve McKenna, 2 hours and 16. And back to back, he did it last year and he's done it again. Your man, Jack Rayner, 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Let's hear it for your official 2025 male Nike full marathon winners.
Jack Rayner, back-to-back, outstanding run, and both Jack Rayner and Caitlin Adams, who are joining us for the first time, took control of their respective races nice and early and are the champions. Jack Rayner, 2 in a row. Caitlin Adams, debutante, marathon debutante, and looked, I'm a gambling person, always gamble responsibly, but she was probably about $1 from about the 3 or 4K mark. She looked great from the start. She had a great support crew. And she never really, she spoke post-race with Renee Buckingham that she got a little wobbly around the 20K mark. That wasn't obvious to us. We are sitting a little way away from it, but she looked great, and that is something to majorly build on when you run that well in your first run.
Absolutely, and Jack Rayner is saying as well that he was cramping up at the 23k mark. We had no idea watching that from the live stream. And a very funny story that his brother was going to go grab some salts for him so he could finish the race.
Let's get back to the MCG because two wonderful awards named after two running legends are about to be handed out in the middle of the MCG.
That's it. Welcome back to the MCG presentation stage. A true honour to be presenting the Memorial Awards. The Karen McCann. Please welcome to the stage Jenny, representing the McCann family, who will now present the Karen McCann Memorial Award to the first Australian female to cross that finish line for 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon. Jenny's here to present the award to our winner, Caitlin Adams. Her debut marathon and taking home that very special Karen McCann Award. What a special moment here, 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon. And for the Steve Monaghetti Memorial Award, please welcome to the stage Steve Monaghetti, who will now present the Steve Monaghetti Memorial Award, the first Australian male to cross that finish line in 2025 for the Nike Melbourne Marathon, Jack Rayner. Such special awards to be recognising Australian athletes. What a special moment right here at the MCG.
And now for our Athletics Victoria presentations, we would actually like to welcome to the stage the Manager of Sport Delivery at Athletics Australia, Craig Wallace, to the stage, please. So Craig Wallace to join us for this is our Athletics Victoria presentations. From Bendigo University, Rebecca Wilkinson in third. From Box Hill in second place, Isabella Hume. And in first place, from Frankston, Sarah Klein.
Huge round of applause for our athletes here today. We're going to welcome on stage our male winners. In third place, Michael Tozin from Mentone jumps up on stage to grab that well-deserved award. In second place from Sandringham, Bailey Mursvecki-Hintz. Welcoming Bailey to the stage. And from Western Athletics, back on stage one more time. Please put your hands together in first place for Jack Rayner.
Well, there they are. Congratulations to all of those competitors and winning the Athletics Victoria presentations. We will be back in a little while with more presentations to finish out today. Thank you so much for being a part. Your voice is loud, your voice is proud. Back to you in the studio.
Beautifully done, thank you. Jack Rayner's going to have to drop some stuff off on the way home before he gets out amongst it, well, thanks to better beer. As will, to be fair, Caitlin Adams. But those two wonderful trophies. Yeah, I don't know if I get caught up in trophies in world sport and how good they should or shouldn't be and how they look, but they are two delightful trophies those two wonderful humans just won.
Oh, absolutely, and I think they'll take great pride in winning those because obviously named after two exceptional athletes in Karen McCann, who we spoke about earlier on, and then obviously Steve Monaghetti, who was there to present. And I reckon the McCann family would take great pride in coming to the Melbourne Marathon each and every year to hand over that trophy to the next emerging athlete that takes out Lion Honours because, to have her legacy remembered, something pretty special for her family, I would have thought.
Absolutely, and it's carried down. We've got Caitlin Adams and, we've got the 24 winners, 23 winners who would have had that award as well. So it's just great to see the emerging athletes coming through the ranks.
I'm just going on YouTube now just to make sure it's there. If people, and there might be some younger people who haven't watched it or are unaware of the story, just Google 2006 Commonwealth Games Marathon Women. ends here in the MCG, and it is one of the most remarkable sporting situations of all time. Now, we are a little bit biased because an Australian woman who went back-to-back ended up winning that particular goal. But go and check it out, and it is one that, and the postscript to that, of course, with the passing of Karen McCann a number of years later, it is clearly close to so many people's hearts in Australia, and maybe it adds to the emotion. But I can tell you, watching it live at the time, the emotion, the intrigue and the drama, the intensity, the energy, and every single emotion was wrapped up in those last 3 or 4 Ks.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I guess she was carrying the nation on her shoulders too, because we expected so much from her because she was such a terrific athlete as well. And so being at our own home Commonwealth Games at the MCG, everyone wanted Karen to get the job done. And yeah, it was a night to remember, that was for sure. And I know that a lot of runners would look back at that as being one of their favourite highlights over the years gone by.
I should know this. She most certainly was on a Chicago Marathon podium, and I don't know if it was a silver or a bronze, but she was one of the best marathon runners at the time. She was an outstanding runner, 2-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Of course, the hometown, anytime there's a major event in Australia, clearly there's always a little extra pressure on an athlete. She'd won in 2002, so she probably carried that just a little bit, but she was able to do it. But I do apologise, I should know that, but she most certainly placed the Chicago Marathon.
You're right, she was a bronze medalist in 2001.
There you go.
Yeah, and that's a big marathon. It's one of the big ones. One of the big ones across the world. You know, she was great at World Championships, multiple Olympic Games. 96, she finished 28th. 11th in 2000, and then obviously the Athens 31st. So she had some strong finishes at Olympic game level on that as well. And I dare say Caitlin will take great pride in holding that trophy aloft, named after the great Karen McCann. And Jack Rayner, well, he gets to spend a bit of time every year, I'd imagine, at different events with Steve Monaghetti. And listen, Monas has been a terrific advocate for running for a long time, as well as what he's produced on the running course over his journey, and still runs really strongly. For his age, he is still one of the best runners in the world. I reckon he might have set a world record a couple of years ago for his age group at that. I can't remember what the distance was, but like he'd be running Lake Wendouree every day, and you'd have so many followers just loving what he does. He's a superstar and a great advocate and ambassador for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
If you are a person who loves sport as much as I do, and I don't shy away from being a sports geek, just Google the 1988 Olympic men's marathon, which Steve Monaghetti was involved in. Unfortunately, didn't end up on the podium with a 4th place finish, but it's when he announced himself as a superstar of Australian athletics and the marathon world, and it led all the way to that Sydney Olympics where he finished top 10 at that final Olympic Games. And just quickly, while we've got a split second, we're going to go back down for the wheelchair presentation shortly, but the Ballarat Marathon, which he would be a driving force of. Now, it was invented or developed or created in conjunction with what we thought was going to be Commonwealth Games in 2026. That hasn't worked out the way we would have liked. But in saying that, the Ballarat Running Festival, now I haven't been a part of it yet, but for people who have, it's got pretty big quickly. Now, Monas will be ahead of it, but no doubt. Tell us a little bit about that, Tess. You know much about it?
Yeah, I was part of it this year. I did the half marathon.
There you go.
A bit too scared to take on the marathon. There it is. You know, Melbourne Marathon's got such a great out and back course all through, you know, the iconic scenes that we've been talking about this morning. But Ballarat, it's 2 laps of the same course. So I'm not quite game enough to suffer through 2 of the same laps. But the half marathon was so good. It's really flat. It's fast. And as you've said, it's grown in the couple of years that it's happened.
And you look at a lot of the athletes that are here today, they've used that as a part of their, I guess, their training, you know, schedule in readiness for Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2025. And, you know, a lot of our main runners that have used it. So we speak about Steve McKenna, who finished 2nd in the men's marathon. He was 4th as a pacer, and he was sub 220. So it's a great course and a great run to be a part of in the lead up to something like the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Does it end in Sturt Street, I'm assuming, the main drag of Ballarat?
Yeah, it does end up in Sturt Street. It's a nice little finish. They have changed it since the first year, last year that it ran. You did have to go up this big hill and then turn into Sturt Street and finish. But now it's a bit flatter and faster. That's
why when I do run for the kids, and they finish on that hill on Collins Street, for the Melburnians listening or watching, will know what I'm talking about. Should be an incline. It should be an incline within the last 3 Ks. It should be a rule that there's no uphill running. Now, it doesn't have to be downhill. flat's fine.
Yeah, I agree. I've run that Collins Street hill too many times.
Come on.
And always feeling the big pinch at the top of the hill.
Just absolutely throws you out.
Hey, our leading wheelchair athlete is just about to hit the MCG, and this is going to be Ian Gainey. And Ian, well, he's a co-leader with the most wheelchair wins here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival with 4. This will make it number 5, so he'll be the outright leader. And he is a great supporter of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And listen to the cheer and applause he will get as he comes into the final part of his journey. But this will be win number 5 for Ian Gainey. And our lead female, who we had at the start, is Shana Digby. And she's making her way into the MCG as well. So a great performance, a different type of strength having to be used with their arms, and to do it over 42 kilometres is an amazing effort. And they'll be certainly feeling the pinch, not so much in their legs, but certainly in the arms, because they've had to do an almighty bit of work. And Ian Gainey, he's an absolute legend here of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and he'll take out win number 5, Tess.
Yeah, it's just amazing what these athletes can do. They're wheeling at such a fast pace, and obviously having to, I guess, wheel through the crowd as well. So it's adding a different, challenge to the course. And yeah, you can see here Ian's also getting the crowd pumped up. So good to see him coming through to take the win.
Outstanding point there, Tess, because it is very packed. Trent told us the numbers a couple of times of how many people are on course. When you are running and there's someone who kind of gets shuffled one way, you're able to just sort of avert yourself quickly. You're in a wheelchair. It's not as easy when you've got so many different people who are unpredictable, who are trying to find different ways through the crowd. That's a really good point, and one that adds a little complexity to the amazing job they are doing.
So he's enjoying the last 20 metres of his race. Ian Gainey, this year's Nike Melbourne Marathon wheelchair winner, win number 5. An amazing effort. And Shana Digby not far behind as well. She's got the beautiful pink frame and really working hard to finish this event off strongly. And a real positive message at the start of the morning that, you know, she was so excited to be here. And when you're going into the Coliseum of the MCG and you're getting the support that she is getting, to be our first female across the line is an amazing thing, and she'll celebrate the moment as well as she rolls over. Our first female in the Nike Melbourne Wheelchair Marathon, and that goes to Shana Digby.
Well done, Shani.
Brilliant. MCG is humming. We've been crossing there all morning. The noise, the energy, higher than ever. Good job. Quick break. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Whether you're up at dawn or meeting under the clocks at noon, our city rocks its own vibe. So when the final whistle blows, stay and play. Only in this city of ours.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Big shout to BMW, partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon and the MCG. These colourful, wonderful moments. Every single runner who is crossing the line are experiencing a energetic MCG, homemade signs. That's a vision impaired athlete. There you go. That is a remarkable effort. And again, we talk about volunteers. The two athletes who are, in this particular case, but many more across the entire morning and events right across the world, taking time out to guide an athlete home who might be fully blind, partially blind, but is most certainly vision impaired. And that is the kudos to everybody involved. I'm getting excited. I'm getting very, very excited because this stuff fires me up. The MCG, the fireworks, the gorgeous Sunday morning in Melbourne. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Back with plenty more in a split second. Tess Marks, Trent Hill, Cam Luke, good morning to you, wherever you might be. Hang on.
Still morning.
It is still morning. We have been here a little while. Tell you what, Jack Rayner and Caitlin Adams go put their feet up after running for our 42Ks, and we're doing the harder yard. So I don't know who's going to pull up worse, me or Jack. Either way, we'll push on what is a wonderful morning. And wherever you might be, hello to you. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome. If you've been with us since the start, it's been fun. Renee Buckingham is within the MCG, chatting to all the winners, and she's got another one now.
Yeah, that's it, guys. Just here with Ian Garney, the official wheelchair marathon winner, crossing the line. We're straight to you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. The weather conditions were just 99%, just about perfect.
We had a great chat to the weather gods yesterday, and they did turn it on. I mean, you're no stranger to this course. 5th time. How does it get any easier?
No, it doesn't get any easier, but I find that I'm enjoying it more, and I'm getting a bit more senior now at 73, and I'm pretty proud of myself to complete 33 Melbourne marathons. 33, that's absolutely insane. Let's talk us through the Melbourne crowd today. Is that also getting better each year? The crowd's getting bigger, and once we enter the unique MCG, there's nothing like it, and with all the crowd, they're screaming and yelling and encouraging me to get to the finish line. And as they should, well deserved, and fueled by Snickers chocolates, I see. Is that the secret? Just a bit of top up energy, because I'm burning plenty of micro calories out there, that's for sure. Calories, thank you. Well done to all your efforts today. Go and enjoy the victory. Well deserved. Thank you very much.
Tell you what, I might start smacking stickers down if you look that good at 73. What a legend Ian is. What a superstar. And he just ripped Melbourne Marathon apart again. Outstanding. Brilliantly done. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon, wherever you might be. Good morning to you if you're listening to us on the SEN Radio Network. We thank you if you're watching us via YouTube or SEN TV. Absolutely outstanding. Is there anything, Tess, you've ran into the stadium. Is there anything you would change, anything you would add to the MCG in that last 300 odd metres?
Oh, not a lot. Maybe those
fireworks
for everybody.
For everyone.
Yeah, I think so. That'd really add to the atmosphere, but I guess they've got a limit on how much fire they can probably use.
We touched on it earlier. There is no doubt it's expanded, which with the numbers it has to, and it's clearly a bit more running space. Of course, we're in the cricket season, Trent, as you well and truly know, so we're starting to get to preserving what's going to be, of course, a Sheffield Shield, and then, of course, into an Ashes test, which is headlined by the MCG Boxing Day test. But we are expanding a little bit, so the force of numbers does make it a little bit bigger and better, so we can dare to dream and come up with out-of-the-box ideas, Tess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Trent, we had 50,000 runners this year participate in the Nike Melbourne Marathon, half marathon or 10K. So, yeah, let's dare to dream and we can make this event even bigger.
Oh, absolutely. I think, the organisers would love this event to be, to grow in stature, and it certainly is. So it all comes down to what your quota numbers and all that are going to be like over the coming years, because I know they'll have to they tick a lot of boxes in the organising side of things. But you're right, even just looking at the matting that's on the MCG and you're preserving the hallowed turf, a lot more in that outlet area where you've got your competitors that are going out and they're going down into the the areas that you're vacating the precinct. But also too, the columns or the lanes are becoming wider, giving runners more of an opportunity to just have that space coming into their own specific lane coming into the MCG, which I guess, in previous years has probably been a lot more narrower. And as Cam said a little bit earlier too, that, it was probably a bit more on grass at times as well. But it's great that we can have this opportunity to have all our competitors finish in the MCG, and you're buzzing with absolute hype and excitement at the start of Batman Avenue, and then to finish at the MCG, you're even buzzing even more. And, you might be hurting, but I'll tell you what, it makes you feel better when you're at the G.
There is no doubt the scenery makes a huge amount of difference. It doesn't matter if it's 5K, which we're going to see very shortly, the bell be rung there, the 10K, the half K, or the full marathon. And that's what these beautiful cities, and we talk about the major marathons, we did see Sydney earlier in the year, but these beautiful cities, which Melbourne is number one, no doubt in my mind, it would help you, because there's always something that comes up. If you're starting to hurt, there's the Shiny Remembrance, there's St Kilda Road, there's Luna Park, there's always something. There's Flinders Street Station, St Paul's Cathedral. By that stage, you're probably on the downhill slide and you're like, well, you know what, I'm nearly home anyway. But it lends itself to be able to take your mind off it, which is a huge part of being able to compete these wonderful events.
Yeah, absolutely. We're so privileged and lucky to have so many iconic Melbourne scenes and monuments to look at while we're running. I know Sydney Marathon is obviously big. They've got the Opera House and the Sydney Harbour Bridge, but we've got Beaconsfield Parade. You finish at the MCG. You've got Flinders Street Station, the NGV, all of the above. So it's a great race to be part of.
Now the 5K isn't too far away. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this.
Oh, you do it easy, Cam. Sure.
Oh no, not the 5K. I'll be able to do that. I'm going to try and set a challenge for people behind the scenes, headlined by Amandine and Renee within the MCG. So my sister's at about 37 Ks. I'm going to see if when she finishes, we can grab her to talk to her. Now, she doesn't like talking to me at the best of moments. So I dare say after 42 Ks, the last thing you want to do is to hear is my voice. But I did say she lives in Bacchus Marsh. She stayed over last night at my house in Richmond, a little closer. So I'll get the bib number to the crew. I'll be able to give a vague idea of when she's going to run into the MCG, and we'll be able to hopefully grab her and try and have a quick chat to her. I don't know if we've got the headphone capability down there. At a minimum, Renee can chat to her at all, but she's a couple of Ks away. But I told her the last advice I gave her, the last piece of advice, was like, don't get caught up. Do not worry about your time. Just go out and run it and enjoy it. And I've just heard from her husband that that's first time in 43 years she's ever listened to me, and she's just enjoying it, which is the best way to take a marathon on. So we're going to try and get her, hopefully. Okay, perfect. Renee is listening, and she said I'm going to find her. She's only about 5'1". She's jockey-sized, so you should be able to find her, but I'll point it out at some point. And that is what, even though we are here a little bit removed from the MCG, these type of events do test. They get you fired up when someone's running that you do know. Oh, absolutely. Like I'm following all my athletes and my friends on the Melbourne Marathon app and getting so excited when I'm getting messages coming through. Or I've run a PB, 1 minute PB, and all of those great results that are coming through. And it's making me want to participate in the marathon next year. Hey, the Dairy Farmers 5K isn't too far away. Candy Hertz has been, everywhere, to be fair, this morning. and she's feeling very relaxed. She got to have a massage. Candy, the 5Kers aren't too far away.
They are. I do feel relaxed from my massage. Definitely not from my Pilates effort. That was no go. But this is so much fun being back here on the start line. It is the Dairy Farmers 5-kilometre race that's about to be underway. A lot of fun to be had on this. And you know what? A lot of people involved. Some elite athletes, people, families. It's everybody's game when it comes to the 5-kilometre. Now, afterwards, after they've given it their all, it's a good chance to head to the Shoal Recovery Tent. Now, in there, you're going to get yourself a blister pack. I think you might need that. You look like you're about to run really fast. And you can also get yourself a delicious foot spa. This is good. I think you need this foot spa. You can run with that, enjoy it later from Shoal. It's a bit of fun that we're having down here on the 5-kilometre line. Of course, they're about to get ready to go, and then they're going to make their way into the MCG. Before they do, we want to lift the energy here on the start line, and we're going to do that with a big wave. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go! Check that wave. It's going all the way back down Batman Avenue.
Thank you, Candy. Always makes me nervous, those situations. It always makes me very nervous when you got someone really hyped up. Just drops a little off-colour comment, but Candy Hertz doing a wonderful, wonderful job. That is outstanding. It's all going on Melbourne Marathon. I've had a couple of people text me. They're already on the better beers. It's 11 o'clock local time if you're not here in Melbourne. Good luck to Bradley, as you can see there. Good luck. We're going to get to a break. Plenty more to know. Nike Melbourne Marathon on the other side of this. Nike Melbourne Marathon, good morning to you right around Australia, listening to us on the SEN radio network via the SEN app, or if it's on YouTube or SEN TV. It never gets old, that camera shot, just the MCG and the view of the runners who are put everything into it, and not just today, Trent, it's of all the training and everything that is going on. I think there'll be a few martinis over the course of the afternoon as well.
I think there'll be a lot at the back end of the day, that's for sure. But I guess and Tess is probably the best to explain about this, but it's a sacrifice that the runner is making. Now, whether it's a 10-kilometre run or it's a half marathon or a full marathon, it's a sacrifice because you don't want to go in unprepared. You want to go in prepared and giving yourself the best opportunity to perform at your best. And, you know, that might mean that there's some early morning trainings or after dinner trainings or during work or whatever it may be. You know, and the families are really important into that progressive, you know, you training to you hitting the course.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've spoken. It takes an army of people to get you to the start line. So there's some sacrifices that you need to make, that are made to get people to the start line. So yeah, I know family members, partners. You know, the early mornings, the training sessions, the getting tired after work and needing big meals made for you because you can't, you know, you don't have the energy to do that. It does take, yeah, a true army to get you to the start line. Nutrition's
going to be the thing after post race, so food-wise. I know you're probably doing all the carb loading and that in the lead up, but what a lot of the runners eat post race, you know, do they have a bit of a guilty sort of, you know, meal that might be something that they might not normally eat?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's so interesting. I think when I finish a marathon, I'm so full of gels and carbs and all of that I don't actually think about eating after a marathon, which seems crazy because you'd want to, I don't know, a big chicken sandwich or something like that. But yeah, it does take a couple of hours for your body to reset. You put it through so much. So usually that post-race meal comes a few hours following the marathon. You might, as we've said, have some Dairy Farmers 30-gram protein drink. You do have that 30-minute window to try and get in some nutrition if you can, but it can be quite difficult for the runners just because they've consumed so many gels on course.
And a good old-fashioned banana probably wouldn't hurt as well, would it?
No, banana would go down quite well.
I tell you what, some great sights, and a lot of runners there they're probably thrilled that they're at this part of the race where they're on entrance into the MCG and celebrating their moment. They're already pumping their arms and getting excited.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the on-course entertainment there in the corner, getting the runners hyped to do their last 300 metres on the MCG.
Very hard to go in that entrance traditionally as well. For people who may not be aware, if you try to get into the MCG, you have to go into the car park or down there. If you're in a car, you have to get out of the car. You get the wand run over you, and then they run a little detector underneath your car to make sure that you're not taking something, which is great security, but this is as easy as you can get into the MCG. Now, when I say easy, I preface that by saying that these men and women, boys and girls, have ran either 10, 21 or 42 Ks. But once you get to this point, it is easier, or at least more time efficient, than it would be on a traditional Saturday afternoon for a game of AFL. Hey, what we might do, we need to check as well on some of those, the high-profile runners as well. You touched on Bob Murphy earlier. I know Buddy Franklin is out there somewhere as well. Headphones galore. We heard from the crew at Soundcore earlier, the official audio technology partner. Fuel your runs with Soundcore's open ear headphones. They let you enjoy your motivational playlist while staying aware of your surroundings for a safer, more immersive run. Add some powerful sound to your training and race day, and you can see so many of these wonderful people have Soundcore headphones in, listening to whatever helps them get through a wonderful run. The beautiful MCG looks a little different than a couple of weeks ago when the Brisbane Lions were able to win the AFL Premiership, but the joint is rocking nonetheless. Family and friends, there's the marshalling area. The volunteers are trying to give you a pat on the back, give you a medallion, give you a drink and just shuffle you out. You're trying to wait to see where your mate is, or your partner, or your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, your cousin, your second cousin removed, or someone you once met at a run club and you want to soak it up within the MCG. Either way it leads, Trent, to wonderful moments and wonderful memories.
Oh, and memories that will last absolutely forever. And it might be the person's first opportunity to ever go to the MCG, and they'll just get in there. And I know, being a mad AFL man, every time I go to the G, and I've probably been there 100 times or 200 times, that the hairs on the back of the neck stand up, and it's just, this is what it'll be like there for others. Looking at a couple of the other athletes you spoke about, Cam, so Bob Murphy, he finished his marathon in 4 hours and 5 minutes, so a great time there by the former Western Bulldog champion, captain, and Abby Holmes, an ex-AFLW star at Channel 7.
Stablemate. One of the best
commentator, absolutely. She does a great job, boundary riding and the like. She finished the 10-kilometre run in 32 minutes.
I want to point this out. Ran the New York Marathon last year, 7 weeks pregnant, unbeknownst to her at the time, by the way. Ran the New York Marathon, was unaware, and her and Keegan had a little baby boy about 4 months ago now. So that tells you the amazing woman that she is. She proves it each and every week on screen for Channel 7 and then off the screen with these type of things. So congratulations to Abby on another wonderful moment. She is a brilliant person. Nike Melbourne Marathon. Anyone else still that you know on course, Tess?
Not on course, but I've just had a look at Izzy Bat Doyle's mum. So Rosie Bat was doing the half marathon, and she's run a time of 1 hour 45 and 30 seconds. So a very impressive run from Rosemary. Obviously, Izzy's a great coach, so she's really done a great job in getting to the finish line in a great time.
And the other one that probably stands out for mine as well is Holly Mills, so an English heptathlete and long jumper. She was making her marathon debut today as she transitions from world-class athleticism from track to road. She's done it in a bit over 3 hours as well, so a really good debut run there by the former heptathlete Holly Mills from England.
Very impressive.
Very, very impressive. Starting to thin out a little bit in the crowd as the event village starts to fire on up. But the 5K isn't too far away, all thanks to Dairy Farmers, the official milk partner. Run, recover and replenish with Dairy Farmers Protein. Recover with a guided stretch session, of course. We've seen Alice earlier talking to Candy. Pilates for runners and life is in between. Then replenish with a free Dairy Farmers Protein smoothie. Your choice of chocolate, strawberry or banana and honey. So you run, you recover, nice little stretch session, have a little Pilates, and away you go. Dairy Farmers Protein Smoothie, chocolate, strawberry or banana and honey. And all thanks to Dairy Farmers, the 5K isn't too far away. And what I will say is don't just limit the old Dairy Farmers Protein Smoothie to after you're running on a Sunday. Knock it on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday or a Friday. Just roll around as we see the men and women, boys and girls about to go the 5K, which couldn't be too far away. All thanks to Dairy Farmers. River to your left, if you don't know Melbourne, that's Rod Laver in the National Tennis Centre to your right, and onto the left would be the Maribyrnong River. Hope it's not the Murray River, or we're talking about the Echuca 5 kilometre.
6,000, so sold out this one. Sold out once again, so another one of these events that are sold out and everyone that just wants to be a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
And Candy Hertz has done everything today except for one thing, and that's start a race. And she's about to. She said to Jess Hull, you go relax in the Nike store because people are heading down to get their apparel personalised and they want to see the superstar that you are. So I will take control of the bell. So Candy Hertz only moments away from ringing the bell to start the Dairy Farmers 5 kilometre. Have a look at the numbers, Tess.
I know, the street's completely full. It's unbelievable to see that people are getting out for a 5K at 11:15 on a Sunday morning. The 5K at that could be one of the harder races, if I do say so myself. On. You do, so obviously the half of the marathon, you're running slightly slower, whereas a 5K, you're sprinting from the start. It's hurting from that start line, whereas the marathon starts to hurt in the last 10 Ks or so.
One of my favourite parts of the 5 kilometres, got your young emerging athletes. So I'm talking about a lot of your kids coming through. They just hustle for that front position to try and get the right spot, and they'll start hard and then just slowly slow down a little bit. But last year's times, Ash Cowan was our male winner. He won a time of 14:56, and our female winner was Tessa Ebert, who was 16:13. Tessa was in the 14 to 17-year-old age group, so a younger. Our top 3 last year in the female category were 14 to 17-year-old age group, and we had a couple of our older runners, Ash Cowan and Christopher Dale, taking out first and second in last year's 5 kilometre event. So 6,000 runners. Looking forward to seeing how this one works out, and whether we might see some of our young emerging runners coming across and getting line honours, or we might see a couple of seasoned runners. We'll wait and see.
I'll tell you right now, they don't stuff around these young juniors either. They just absolutely ready to go. Let's get down there for the Dairy Farmers 5K. Candy Hertz, is the bell in your hand?
Tell you what, guys, I'm feeling so much pressure right now because Jess Hull was up here earlier today and she just looked effortless doing it. She did it like this. She had a beautiful trick. She just looked amazing doing it. I have no idea how to make sure I master her, but I'm listening and I've got 10-second countdown.
Here we go.
Okay, join me for this one.
Go on, Candy, you can do it.
I'm so excited and nervous. I'm using my left hand too. She do this for so long.
I told you I was worried about it,
Maybe she used her right hand. I have to be honest, I'm not that coordinated in my left.
You're going to need to switch hands at some point as they're off in the Dairy Farmers 5K.
Okay, so I had this great idea that I would do this and I thought it would be fun for you guys. I just had to look up now to see how many people are running and they're not moving that fast. I'm going to be here for a while.
No, it's 11:15 a.m. You'll be done by about 12:15 a.m. So you just keep chipping away. We'll come back to you in about 45 minutes' time when the last of them are about to start. But the Dairy Farmers 5K is underway as they roll up towards, I'll snake around towards Flinders Street, and away they go. And this will be hilly to the 5K, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not actually too sure of the course for the 5K, but they've obviously started up Batman Avenue, so the runners look like they're really pushing up that first hill.
We might have a little look at the course, but you would say that Anderson Street at some point is going to get a little workout, which always... I'll have a look. Candy's looking at this going, oh no.
She'll be there forever.
I've committed too early here. She's got a microphone in one hand and a bell in the other one. Here is the course. And of course... Oh, geez, I'll tell you, that's a nice little run into the MCG. I'm just trying to work out exactly where it goes. The 5K, all thanks to Dairy Farmer. I did lose it, but they run around and wrap around the river, which means the tan and and no doubt the Anderson Street Hill will be involved in some small way. Yeah, look at it. You can hear in the background, all thanks to Dairy Farmers. Candy just... I'll tell you what, she's lost a bit of steam out of that bell, though, right now, I think, Trent.
Absolutely. She's not pumping as well as what it first was, but I'll tell you what, an almighty effort. 6,000 competitors, and the great thing is too, like the event for a lot of the runners, once they've passed the timing amount at the start, that's when their event starts, and that's when they can start. Look at poor old Candy, she's getting the water bottle.
Oh, that is remarkable. Come on. She's had a massage for this exact moment. She's struggling. Come on, Candy, lift.
I'm not sure if you're supposed to go with the bell or go against it.
She might have to alternate a bit of right-left combination stuff just to ease the right-hand shoulder. We don't want to getting RSI in that because that's a microphone holding hand.
It is, and we need that. We need that. All right, we might try and squeeze a break in. They're away in the Dairy Farmers 5K. So there you go. So they do the quick U-turn which is before you get, so they don't head towards Flinders Street. They do a quick U-turn and go back, pretty much back where they started. So then they'll go around the river and they'll loop around and then get back to the MCG. This is the Nike Melbourne Marathon on a Sunday morning. Good morning to you. Dairy Farmers 5K, some have started. In fact, there'll still be some who haven't started when they whip back around the leading crew. There's Candy Hertz. I think she might have got a second wind actually there. It sounds like a little more energetic. As it stands right about now as they start the Dairy Farmers 5K. What is your... Gosh, she's given up. Remarkable scenes. Remarkable. What is your per kilometre for a 5K test? Would you run many 5 kilometres in training, or are you more of a longer run athlete?
I do prefer the longer distances, but I've done a couple of track 5K events. Look, it's been a while since I've done one. I've run 17 minutes and 24 seconds, so I think it's about 3:30 per kilometre. Okay. But it's just honestly it's too fast for me.
Yeah.
I'm better at the longer distances.
Yeah, well, you know what? That is, by the way, that is quick. What you are dishing out as we look at the Dairy Farmers 5K. So they'll wrap back around and head back towards the river as they're about to fire it. How about you, Trent? You're a runner every now and then?
Yeah, 5K is probably the threshold this day and age now, Cam. So if I'm running 5 minute Ks, I'm happy. Footy injuries and stuff certainly limits my pace anymore, but no, great distance to get out. And I'll tell you what, a beautiful scenic event here as well. Once we get to that 2.6 kilometre mark, we'll have an understanding of who our top few athletes are. But our leaders have certainly whipped around and they've gone past the start line on the opposite side of the road in Batman Avenue. And 6,000 are taking part, so a really nice number and sold out. So another event that just, once that ticket opens, it's quickly sold out.
Yeah, another great event. I'm just having a look at the course here. So they're coming up over Swan Street Bridge before they cross over to the other side of the river and hook up over the Princess Bridge before coming back through to the MCG to finish off the race.
So we've got a couple of, one runner out in front and then a few chasing behind, but there's not much distance between, I guess, the first 7 or 8 runners. Can't see a female in there from the vision we've got, but I'd imagine our first female's not far away as well. But we've got 6 or 7 male runners that are out leading the charge and enjoying that part of Melbourne around the Botanical Gardens.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part. Often you see a lot of, runners doing their long runs around here. You can connect up some beautiful paths along through the Tan, along the bridges and up through the capital city trails. So another iconic part of Melbourne.
So it's always a great event. The 5 kilometre one here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. So they're about just under 2Ks into their event. So still a little bit of time and distance to go. Last year's winner in the males was just over 14 minutes. So conditions are ideal once again for our runners. So I'd imagine something pretty similar.
Yeah, I'd say so. This isn't the fastest course. You do have to kind of duck and weave in and out of, I guess, the bridges and through to the MCG. So, yeah, I'd be guessing we'd see something close to 14 minutes. It'd be interesting to see what that chase pack does, whether they end up catching this lead athlete at the front here or if he can hold them off.
So a great start, 6,000, and I'd imagine Candy still might be ringing the bell down there at the start line because it was a big start line down there at Batman Avenue, but they're well and truly, just as you can see the vision there, they are well and truly still filtering through the starting area here for the Dairy Farmers 5 kilometre event. Now, nearly one of our last events for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival get underway.
It is all happening. Dairy Farmers 5K. There will be somebody finished before somebody starts. And the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival continues. As we get back to, if you are joining us, hello, welcome back. As we get back to the Dairy Farmers 5K, that's early doors, where these particular runners are now heading back towards what will be St Kilda Road. And there's a fair bit of speed attached to that right now. And you are right, Trent. You did suggest that there'd be a couple of young guns who are going to try and lay down the gauntlet early, and this is what looks like this leading pack is full of. A couple of young, very, very, very fast men.
Absolutely. So Harrison Baxter's our runner out in front. I'll try and get a little bit of detail about Harrison and his background, but certainly looking very comfortable out on the road and, continually looking at his watch. So no doubt he's got a time in mind that he's wanting to hit, whether it's, I'm not sure what the course record is for the 5 kilometre dairy farmers run, but certainly looks in control of what he's doing and looks really in a good rhythm and comfortable where he's at the moment, Tess.
Yeah, he's definitely looking comfortable, particularly, that last 2K of the 5K really hurts. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can hold off that chase pack or if they'll end up running over the top of him. Looks like he's holding them off well, though.
So I did just miss you talk over the course. So they just roll down here and go to Flinders Street and they turn right then on their way home?
Yep, yeah, it's just a short and sweet
short
course.
and sharp, and they are making it seem even faster than it most certainly feels. But yeah, there you go, outstanding.
Looks like Harrison Baxter has a 5K PB of 15:22, which he set at a Vic Milers event at the start of this year. So I think Harrison, from the looks of it, will be on for a big PB today.
Yeah, turning, he might have just turned 19 or nearly almost turning 19. So young at heart and young in legs. And well, they've just gone past Fed Square, plenty of development going around there. They'll go through past St Paul's Cathedral and en route to the mighty MCG, where it's been a favourite finishing place for many runners throughout the course of the morning.
So this will be interesting because they will go over the bridge, I assume. Do they go over the bridge that we spoke about earlier, or do they stay just running straight down the road? Now, the reason I ask is that this will be downhill right now, which is going to be a little bit hard to be able to take probably, 10 or 15 metres currently. But if they go back up and go over Federation Bridge into the MCG or towards the MCG, it might test the leader a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on this in the Dairy Farmers 5K. Blink and you miss it because it is over fast and they are flying right now, led by Harrison Baxter. So we'll keep an eye on this. All thanks to Dairy Farmers, the 5K.
So nearly at the halfway mark, Cam. So 2.3 there already at. So some fast pace. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the split will be at 2.6 and see what time he's looking at aiming at here, Harrison. Because as you said, Tess, he had a really good time earlier on this year and maybe looking to better it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely looking to better it for sure for Harrison Baxter. Cam, to get to your question, it looks like they're just going to continue down Wellington Grade. Yeah, so no hill. Looks like they've done the hard pit already.
Yeah, okay. So this will be hard to run down the leader here because there is no doubt this is going to be downhill. We've touched a little bit on the incline. I thought maybe we did see it earlier, maybe running over the a little bit hard to take that. I know it's only maybe 10, 15 metres, but it is hard when the leader's got an incline. You've got to try and run it down or run him or her down, in this case, him. So we'll keep an eye on that. But, geez, I tell you what, they're going quick.
They're looking sub 15 at the moment.
Yeah,
so
they
about
are.
14.50 is what they're estimated at the 2.6 kilometre checkpoint. He looks fluent out there. He looks comfortable, happy with what he's doing, and trying to increase that little distance he's got from the chasing pack of 3.
He has done that. There's a wonderful cafe just he's about to run past it, actually, not too far down here once I go through the lights. Little East Melbourne cafe that I do forget the name of, but I spent a lot of time in over the times. And in fact, there's a lot of trade period wheeling and dealing gets done with the AFL clubs there. So he'll see that. He'll run through lights in a matter of minutes, and then on the right-hand side, I'm going to guess, Tess, he's not going to stop for a latte. He can grab a Sonali coffee when he gets to the event village, but it's a beautiful part of the world in East Melbourne there, and the MCG clearly is the major presence. As he has a look at his watch, he clearly has a time that he absolutely is chasing.
Yeah, he'll be on for a PB here. He'll be wanting to run. I'm just having a look at his World Aths profile now. I believe his PB is actually 15:03. So hoping to get under that 15-minute barrier for Harrison Baxter today.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's stretched a little bit of distance as well. So he's put a little extra on these chasing pack of 3 or 4 on the back of him. So you can see marathoners, you can see half marathoners that are finishing on the other side of the road. Right now, though, he is not going to get to the cafe because he turns right at the traffic light, so we'll have to go back there after he's finished. But he is well and truly, as he enters Brunton Avenue, got his head down, and that 15:03 PB has to most certainly be in some type of doubt.
Yeah, for sure. He's just increased distance from that chase pack, so I think Harrison Baxter is set to win this here, but he will be running scared. He'll be checking behind to make sure the others aren't creeping up behind him and making sure he secured that win.
Well, once take a big effort. Go, Trent.
Yeah, once he comes into the MCG, I guess it's a matter of, is there anyone that's got a strong sprint to finish off that he might have to be a little bit worried about as well? But at the moment, he's extended his lead by a little bit, and he looks fluent, he looks happy out there, and it's continual time checks just to make sure that he's on par with what he's wanting to achieve.
Yeah, and counting down those last few 100 metres, he'll be in a world of pain right now. The lactate will be so intense, he'll be gritting his teeth, just wanting it to end at this stage.
Beautifully done. The MCG not far up on the left. They just might have taken just a little bit of distance off him. Now, he hasn't got long to go. Now, they will go past the entrance and go and do that U-turn and come back. So it's not just as simple as the MCG and the entrance is there. He'll go down a little bit, down Brunson Avenue towards Punt Road. For the Melburnians who know Punt Road, well, you've been stuck in it because it's the most congested road in the history of the world, but it does link you to pretty much everywhere if you do need to live in Melbourne. But he will be the man who'll go past the entrance to the MCG, go down a couple hundred metres and do a U-turn and head straight back. So he's in control, chasing that PB of 15:03.
Harrison Baxter, just looking at the leaderboard, I reckon Ben Gibson, Benjamin Britton, Brody Tahara, or some of those other runners that are behind him, his number hasn't been picked up across the timing, Matt, at that 2.6 kilometre checkpoint. But nevertheless, he's looking strong, he's looking happy, and he's going to converge and make his way into the
My apologies.
MCG.
He doesn't run past it, he goes straight into it. That was a little earlier. Now, people need to just squeeze out of the way because the MCG is about to fire up. Taking away the Dairy Farmers 5K, Trent.
Yeah, he's only got about 251 metres to run. And Harrison Baxter looking very strong out in front. He hasn't broken stride. He's just looked fluent from the get-go. And he's got a halfway to go before he hits the finishing line. Be interested to see if there's anyone really trying to chase hard. The podium finish for 2 and 3 might be interesting, because there was a group of 3 runners there, but Harrison Baxter out in front and looking absolutely sensational. He's going to look like he's going to break a PB quite easily. Last year's win, it'll be nearing last year's time, but it doesn't matter. He's got line honours. The Dairy Farmers 5K. Harrison Baxter takes out line honours for the 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Brilliantly done, and talk about a fast time. That is definitely going to be a fast time. The Dairy Farmers 5K is his. Outstanding. Outstanding. Brilliantly done.
A gutsy way to win it as well, just off the front from the start. Not a lot of athletes would have that sort of tenacity to run off the front, but Harrison's done a great job. It's giving a bit of Stuart McSwain energy, the way that he ran that event.
He's the 5K leader in the women's, in the Dairy Farmers 5K. About to go into the MCG as well, and you can just feel that energy must just give you that extra little kick. Got to try and fight your way through the crowd, Tess, but she has been outstanding.
Yeah, it's Abby Reid, so out in front. So at that checkpoint at 2.6 kilometres, she was a minute 14 ahead of her nearest rival, Catherine Griffiths. So she's done it really nicely, Abby Reid, and again, she looks comfortable out there. Something that she's had in mind. She's wanted to finish strongly and start strongly, and she's been consistent over the race as well, Tess.
Yeah, she looks so strong as she's coming in. She's obviously well clear of second. Put a lot of effort into the training that she's done for this event. That just doesn't happen overnight. So, yeah, great job, Abby.
And looks young in age as well. And this event tends to find next emerging young ones, and young Abby looks like she's one of those. So a great effort here. She'll take out the 5 kilometre Dairy Farmers win. Abby Reid, a name to watch out for in the coming years. And she does it really nicely as well. And a successful day for her coming into the MCG and being a part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2025.
These kids are running fast. All thanks to Dairy Farmers. And the MCG is the place to be right about now as we start to see. I'm telling you, I reckon not everyone has started the Dairy Farmers 5K yet, and these people are finishing, which is a credit to themselves, but also a credit to everybody, which suggests the amount of numbers that were getting out there at 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning as part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. That is outstanding.
Abby Reid's times just popped up here, 16:09, so 3:14 minute per kilometre pace, which is absolutely phenomenal.
So our second female comes across the line. We'll get official timing on that great Melbourne Marathon app, and she looks absolutely gassed after a big event. And more and more of our dairy farmer 5-kilometre runners coming through. So Charles Pearson was second across the line in the men's category. Nick Hersham third across the line. Jake Hilson fourth. Glenn McMillan was fifth across the line. Kate Brown was our second female. So Kate Brown taking out the second position on the Dairy Farmers 5-kilometre podium.
Just scraping under that 17-minute barrier as well. 16:59 was her time.
So 3:24 kilometres. So great run there from Kate Brown, and we'll await our third place getter. And looking at some timing as well, which was Jordan Turner coming across the line there. So some great performances all round for the Dairy Farmers 5-kilometre event.
Outstanding. Renee Buckingham is in the MCG, and she's got the best job in the world because she gets to meet people probably for the first, second or third time with big smiles on their faces. And the winners of the Dairy Farmer 5Ks with Renee now. Exciting times, Renee. Down to you.
That's it. What a pure joy being here at the MCG for the Dairy Farmers 5K. Official champions of 2025, Abby Harrison. How was it out there?
It was great. It's my first time running the event. I've never done a real road race, so it was so fun to get out there. The atmosphere was amazing.
First time and winning. I mean, mind you, Harrison, a PB for you?
Yeah, PB, and it was my first time as well out here as well. So I've come up from New South Wales, and yeah, the atmosphere is electric.
And I mean, Melbourne really turns it on. What was it like running on the MCG? I mean, it's a Taylor Swift moment for you, surely.
It was amazing, honestly, just coming around, seeing all the people here cheering. I felt like I was playing footy, and I'm hopeless at footy, so I'm glad it was running instead.
And for you, Harrison?
Oh, it was one of the main draw cards for why I wanted to come down here and race, and it lived up to expectation. It was absolutely amazing.
From everyday runners to elite runners, finishing on the MCG is the most iconic way to do it. Well done to both of you, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
There you go, the winners of the Dairy Farmers 5K, outstanding, the MCG. Now, you hear it there, the excitement and the nerves and the energy and exactly what being in the MCG does. We're going to squeeze a break and be back with plenty more. Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival continues on the other side of this. The MCG is the biased opinion, the most unbelievable, beautiful stadium in the world, and there are more than 50,000 people who are experiencing what it's like to run onto it on a Sunday morning, part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. The marathon, the half marathon, the 10K, the 5K, we have winners that are already did what they had to do, and they did it extremely fast, Trent. It is so fun hearing people talk about the excitement of being in the MCG, which sometimes, in their own minds, is a little diminishing or at least shadowing what they've actually done and win the darn race.
Oh, absolutely, and it's a moment they'll never forget. And I think, too, as young Harrison said, it's probably a draw card for a lot of people. There's a lot of sport nuffies out there that obviously love running, and it's, you know, the main reason they're here for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. But secondly, to get the chance to run on the Hello Turf, it just doesn't happen. It's sort of like the Great Ocean Road Marathon. The Great Ocean Road never really shuts down at all, except for a couple of events a year, and it's a draw card that people want to be a part of. And this is exactly the same here with the MCG. So yeah, great feeling for our runners to celebrate their moment, to have the big crowd in the background supporting them across the line, and to get that atmosphere, that party atmosphere. You know, we've got the fireworks and all that sort of stuff going along with the BMWs. Look great on the side of the finishing course and that as well. But it's an exciting day. It's always a great day to be a part of, and I'll tell you what, the runners have just enjoyed their time out there.
The MCG, it's a place to be. Have a look at it. The 5K, the Dairy Farmers 5K, outstanding. This is a quick course.
It is a quick course, and you can see everybody coming in and sprinting for the finish line, trying to get under a certain time, stopping their watches at the end, checking their splits, celebrating. It's great.
The Garmin.
The Garmin.
The Garmin
exactly.
is getting a workout, the official wearable technology and timing partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Beat yesterday with Garmin. Trust your training, listen to your Garmin, and remember to start your Garmin, which is extremely important. You don't want to get 17 Ks down and then all of a sudden realise you haven't started it. No unproductive status today. Go and beat yesterday. Good luck. All thanks to Garmin. This is such a cool experience. Have a look at the excitement on these athletes' faces, which is probably going to be etched on their face anyway when they're getting to the end of a long run, but the MCG is a little dollop of cream on top.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, these runners are ecstatic. They finished their race, all of their weeks, months, years of training, just, culminating to this moment of them entering the MCG and having that last final 300 metres of celebration.
That's a really good point you make, and we've spoken about it earlier, but the fact is, this isn't just a moment that is etched in today as much as it is cool that this is the finish. The fact is you have to commit, however you got to commit, you have to sign up, you have to commit yourself to training then, so there's 2 commitments, you have to then have the discipline to roll on through. So there's a million different things to lead to this moment, which is why the emotions are always on high alert.
So high. So to all my athletes who run a marathon or a half marathon, like the event is just the icing on the cake. You know, the training is the hardest part of the marathon itself. So to get to the start line is such an achievement, and you know, runners need to remember that if they've had a bad race or if things haven't gone their way, they've done all of that training and put in all of that effort in the weeks leading into the race as well.
Outstanding. Brilliantly done. More space than ever at the MCG, and these athletes who were sent on their way by Candy Hertz and the outstanding bell ringing. Now,
she's still going?
Yeah, well,
I'll
tell you what, I think Candy Hertz, when it comes to ringing the bell, she was quality over quantity. So it was the amount of brilliance she did, not the length of time. But she probably would be going, because I think the Dairy Farmers 5K, with a huge crowd that got involved, might just be a moment or two away. But outstanding, outstanding. So many different stories. The Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival will continue on the other side of this. Wherever you might be, Tess Marks, Trent Hill, Cam Luke, working your way through what is going on in the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Now, I said Renee a challenge down in the MCG. There's over 50,000 people who are doing this particular event, all different distances, and I did say, come on, Renee, I believe you can find my sister, who is today competing in her 6th marathon. I told the story earlier about how the last one went where I had to get her home, so I was a bit nervous this morning when I said goodbye to her, but she's with you, Renee, and I'm very proud brother here in the studio.
Ken, that's correct. You set me a challenge, and challenge accepted, and I'm here with your sister, Hayley, who's completed her 6th marathon, 2nd time through Melbourne. I mean, surely this is bragging rights at Christmas, Hayley?
Oh, it absolutely is. Cameron's never run more than a half, I don't think. He always talks about it, but never been here.
Okay, and as an everyday runner, tell us about what you saw out there. Best sign on ground?
The best sign, and I'm pretty sure it said something like, "That's not sweat, it's sparkle." And I was looking out for Taylor signs, because I've run New York before, and the whole way through New York was all these Taylor Swift signs. And I was really hoping I might see some today, but that's the closest I got, and I was pretty happy with that.
Well, forget that. You're on the MCG where Taylor Swift once played, so you're having a Taylor Swift moment right here. How are you going to recover?
Oh, well, my recovery is a chocolate Big M, which my husband has strict instructions to get that to me as soon as I cross the finish line. So he's over by the fence now with it, ready to give it to me. So that's what I'll be having, and hopefully that'll perk me up a bit, because I'm feeling it right now.
Sweet treaty, well deserved. Congratulations, Hayley. And Cam, I'm sorry, but she's one up you.
Yes, definitely.
Do not encourage her, please, Renee. Thank you. She's more than one. She's 6 up. Let's get to Candy Hertz. Candy, what do you got for us?
The very final event of the day, the Chobani Fit Walk, 2.5 kilometres. But you need to remember that these people are taking it very, very seriously. Now, I've got Nicole and Diego with me. They're going to show us the 2 styles of walks that are available. Diego, please show us the first style. This is how some people might walk. Very casual. That's why he's wearing the Nike kicks. I get it. But then you've got the Nicoles of this world. And Nicole is going to show you what the athletic version of walking is. Let's go, Nicole.
Excellent work. Well done, ladies.
I mean, it's semi-dance version as well. I think she's a bit on the dance floor, but I love it. I love it. These are the options we have. Make sure you're having fun with the Chobani Fit Walk, of course. Everyone behind me is pumped and excited. Are you ready to go? It is our final race of the day. What a fantastic day it has been down here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Candy, brilliantly done. And of course, the event, it caters for so many different levels, ages, experiences, speed, walk, half dance, run. It's what a running festival should be, and the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival has nailed it.
Oh, absolutely. And I reckon too, this could be the start of a walking journey. We've had so many great Australian walkers over the journey. Kerry Saxby Jr., you've got Nathan Deeks, who is a great walker as well. Rydian Cowley, who's certainly one of the ones that's world-class at the moment. So could be the starting point for some of our emerging walkers being a part of the Chobani Fit Walk for the 2025 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Are you allowed to run in the walk? Maybe that's a stupid question.
Generally, you would have thought you just walk, but the young ones get a little bit eager. And it's usually trying to get line honours and first.
That's the thing. What do you reckon, Tess? Someone might break into a jog into the MCG just to be home first.
Yeah, I mean, I'd struggle with just walking. I'd get the white line fever and want to pick up the pace a little bit and, take home the bread.
If it was an official, they might get the DNQ, I reckon.
Yeah. Imagine that. I'll tell you what, if the security comes out and puts out a red card, there could be hell to pay for a, you're right, an 8 or 9 or 10-year-old who desperately wants to just be the winner of the Chobani Fit Walk, which is outstanding. It is brilliant how many different ways you can get involved in this. That's why there's more than 50,000 people involved, because there are every single option available. And I think that's the best way about this particular event, because there is not an excuse in the world why someone can't roll up, commit yourself and have a crack.
And I think it's a starting point for a lot of runners too. They might go, listen, I might start with the 5 kilometres and then feel really good about it. Think, gee, how good is this a festival? How good is this event, both on the course, off the course? I'm going to come back next year, but then I'm going to push myself to maybe do the 10 kilometres, push to a half marathon and then a marathon. So it's a starting point for many. I know friends of mine have done the half marathon in previous years, said, stuff it, I'm going to have a go at the full marathon this year. It's a great event, it's a great course. Let's get involved. And I think that's the beauty of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, is that that's what it allows people to do.
Absolutely.
In 20 years' time, we'll have somebody who's done the Chobani Fit Walk, the 5K, the 10K, the half marathon, and the full marathon. In fact, we should have a medal struck for the first person to actually do them all.
I'd say there probably is maybe someone that's done it over the
journey.
Well,
how long's the Fit Walk been around for?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
See, and what happens, this is what would traditionally happen, is that people would skip. So if you're a 5K and you're a good runner, you might skip the 10K and go straight to the half marathon, or you may never have done the 5K. So while there's a good chance that somebody has already done it, they should get a retrospective medal. The fact is that there's always one of those logical things that people skip one of those. So you need to probably start as a 3 or 4-year-old to do the Fit Walk, and then away you go.
Well, maybe that might be you or me, Cam, that we could actually start at the walking style, and then we can sort of build on our repertoire over the coming years.
This is our young man, I reckon. This is our young man.
He looks like a winner to me.
He does. Chobani Fit Walk today, into the 5K in a year or two. He's off too. He's broken a world record early. 10K, he might be our guy. That is
looks like it might be a walk, jog type of activity here today.
Absolutely. I mean, you are right. It is one of those situations that you can find a little bit of speed early doors, and then if you need a rest just for a K or 2 or a little bit less, away you go.
That little man's name was Listia Dewey, so he might be the name we'll be watching out for in the next couple of years.
I'll tell you what, I don't like putting pressure on young athletes, but it's up to him now to win the what I would like to call the Cam Luke Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival medal.
I'll tell you who did an event yesterday, the mini marathon, was Archer Gregson. So Jen and Ryan Gregson's little boy, and I believe he ran in a Peter Pan costume.
Really? How was he, 3, 4?
Yeah, he's about 3 years old.
Well, she had him after Tokyo, so yeah, that would be it'd only be at 3 years of age.
Not bad pedigree either, just both mum and dad pretty good at the caper.
Well, and Jen ran next to him the whole way, so.
Yeah. Well, Jen's a competitive person. I wonder if she allowed him just to cross the line first, or if she just inched herself in front over the last sort of 10 metres or so.
For sure.
Now, is this the Chobani? What is this?
I'm just trying to work out.
I think this is the walk.
I don't know whether that would meet the rules that we would usually enforce for the walk.
What actually is this? Because...
No, I think this might be the Chobani Fit 2.5K walk.
Yeah, well, a couple of things. Firstly, they're not walking. And secondly, I thought there'd be other people on the other side of the road. Either way, they've put a little bit of speed into the race early doors. Now, look, far be it, I'm no athletics coach, but I reckon the young man in front, he might slow down a little bit and get closer to a walk as time goes on. But they're away in the Chobani Fit Walk. And that answers your question, Tess. There are people who run it.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got marshals or something on the course to wave a red flag or a yellow flag to disqualify these athletes.
He's the more relaxed part of the Fit Walk, all thanks to Chobani, while the ones at the front are a little more serious. There we go, dancing away. It's unreal to see. So cool.
Good to see family involvement as well here.
It is. It is, and I guess that is probably the main priority when it comes to this type of thing, that you can go and walk with. Look at it. The little one's there's about a year old, and that first step was only about 3 days ago, and now this is Chobani Fit Walk, which is outstanding, and away we've started. That is brilliant to see. We'll squeeze a break in and try and get some clarity on where that all sits, because while I believe this is the spirit of the Chobani Fit Walk, the young fellas at the front most certainly are putting head down, bums up, and trying to get to the MCG first. Quick break, we'll be back with plenty more. The Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival continues next.
Fitness, it's a whole person thing.
Goodbye, stress.
As much about staying in shape
That was easier than I thought.
as it is about busting stress
That's my kind of yoga.
and working on your socials.
Yeah, let's add another 20.
So, for a gym where everything works out, try a different approach with Snap Fitness and enjoy the feeling. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
Welcome back to the Melbourne Marathon Festival. Have a look at this. This will be the 5Kers. Starting to slide into the MCG, the Dairy Farmers 5K. Outstanding. All the training, the blood, sweat and tears, carving out time from work or studies to go for that run, knowing that it's going to help you. Well, it's all worth it when you make that little left from Brunton Avenue into the MCG. And the MCG opens up, as Tess has explained so well to this morning. And you run the 200 and, what is it, Trent, 279 metres?
2:79 for our marathoners.
We sent Trent out first thing this morning before anyone else was there with the tape measure, and he's got it perfectly done. This is the Melbourne Marathon. Wonderful views. Wonderful views into the MCG and a lot of excitement. The phones have been out all day. And talking about being within the MCG, which has been a hive of energy since the start of the morning. Let's go back down now to Renee, Buckingham, when it comes to the wheelchair presentations after the Nike Wheelchair Marathon.
Yeah, guys, here with Simon at the MCG. I mean, I've had goosebumps for hours. I don't know about you. This has been so inspiring.
They just keep coming. People are still coming across the finish line. And the noise in here from the crowd, second to none.
From everyday runners to elite athletes, I mean, everyone is here to support and get amongst such incredible efforts today. And we're so excited and proud to announce the Nike Wheelchair Marathon. Please welcome to the stage the Nike Wheelchair Marathon presenter, Molly Stutchberry, Nike Pacific Lead, Running Brand Marketing, to present the awards to our Nike Wheelchair Marathon winners, which are...
Yes, we have our female winner. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the stage, Shani Digby, in 3 hours, 25 minutes and 27 seconds.
Incredible efforts.
And we have our male as well that has put in a huge effort. Please welcome up Ian Gainey at 3 hours and 24 minutes and 32 seconds.
Back again, it's so good to see these athletes tackling the course, and what a beautiful day it is here in Melbourne. And as Ian mentioned earlier, the weather has just turned it on. Congratulations to our wheelchair Nike winners of 2025.
Beautifully done. Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Simon, and congratulations as Ian into his 70s. And Shani outstanding as they went out and completed 42, just over 42 Ks of the beautiful streets of Melbourne. And the winners of the 2025 wheelchair division of the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
What's that, 33 for Ian Gainey, has completed events, and he's a 5-time champion now. So, you know, he's etched himself in the record books for when you get the event history on the Melbourne Marathon website. Ian Gainey, 5 wins. It's an amazing effort, and he just loves being a part of the event like everyone else does that's been there today.
This Dairy Farmers 5K, there's a lot of competition when you get into the MCG. I do notice that the split times, I think, have fired up late. The Stravas will be working overtime, all thanks to the Garmin. Best way to time yourself. But the fact is, there's a lot of people hitting the line hard test. There's a lot of, I don't know if there's been saving energy or the MCG energy has been transferred into you, but geez, that last 50 metres or so, there's people lifting their heels and having a crack.
Yeah, I think it'll be the latter of that. The MCG is just giving that electric energy, and it's really, I guess, pushing forward those athletes coming to last. 279, I can't get it even after a morning of listening to it, 279 metres of running.
It brings out the competitive juices, doesn't it, the MCG? Because it's funny, like, you may have ran with someone for the whole morning, whether it's 5, 10, 21.1 or whether the 42, but then you get to that last 100 metres, you want bragging rights over that person. So it's amazing how many times you see that sprint to the end. They're trying to get that win, that little win, I guess, that they're chasing. But yeah, it's been an amazing day, and people, they've got their phones out, soaking in the atmosphere. It's just got such a really big aura about it, doesn't it, the MCG? And to be on there and enjoy it, see yourself on the big scoreboard if you've been lucky enough to have the camera shown on you. Yeah, what a great way to finish off what's been a big day out on the road, and respective course that our runners have been taking part of.
The competitive juices is a big one, as you touched on there, Trent. You are right, because you just have to outdip your brother or your sister or your husband or your wife. You just have to play it smart. You've done all the hard work, just outdip them, or maybe they're not really suspecting that you are that competitive and you're going to try and slide past them in the last couple of metres. Just play it cool, because you get in there first, doesn't matter how, as long as you get there first, Tess. So I can see a couple of those, especially the Dairy Farmers 5K or the Chobani Fit Walk. I can feel that there's going to be a couple of hustle and bustle late, a couple of sneaky tactics to make sure you get home first.
Absolutely. A few photo finishes there, I think.
Yeah.
A few sprints. It's all happening. I tell you what, me and my partner were both quite competitive with each other too. We both ran the Berlin Marathon a couple of weeks ago, and at 30K, we ran 30K together, and then all of a sudden he runs off on me, and I see him at the finish line. So he wanted to get the win over me a couple of weeks ago.
Tell you what, he took off early too. He could have waited a couple more Ks. He said, you know. Well, you did tell us the marathon doesn't start to the 30K mark, so he just proved it, I guess, in some regards.
Exactly.
Just quickly, Berlin, wonderful experience.
Wonderful experience. Yeah, it's my second World Major Marathon, and it's just an incredible course. It's really flat. The atmosphere's electric. It's almost comparable to Melbourne, I'd say. Melbourne, like, you get a lot of the spectators out on course. Berlin also, but it is a bit of a different atmosphere. I think a lot of the spectators are there cheering for a partner or a friend, whereas at Melbourne, people are cheering for everybody. So, yeah, it was different to experience that in Berlin, but yeah, just a wonderful time out there.
Now, you're 2 down. There are 5 to go because Sydney got added. Is that something you are keen on having a crack at, trying to get the Abbott's medal and running all 7 majors? Yeah,
definitely. I think I'd save a few for my lady years, maybe. They're definitely a good experience. Sydney would be the next one on my cards. Maybe next year, me and my brother might sign up together. He lives up in Sydney, so might run with him for a sub 3 hour attempt, maybe.
Perfect. There's the Chobani Fit Walk or the Dairy Farmers 5K finishes. Of course, we were trying to find some clarification on any rules and regulations around the Chobani Fit Walk after a couple of the youngsters took off from the start, but we haven't been able to find T's and C's, so maybe they just were able to work their way around the system, Trent.
Well, they've done it pretty well, haven't it, those young bucks? They may not have been able to get into the 5-kilometre event, so they wanted to make sure they were able to run, and the Chobani Fit Walk was their best avenue. Speaking about the 7 majors, I was just in our notes, Charlie Marr, and I'll jump on and see how he's finished, but he was aiming to be the first Indigenous man to complete all 7 majors, completing his 8 marathons in 8 states journey in Melbourne. So another little nice human story that, marathon running, no matter where it is or where you're doing it, brings out the best in people, and obviously it gives you a chance to be aspirational as well.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great achievement. Did you say 8 marathons in 8 different cities or 8?
Yeah, so first Indigenous man to complete all 7 world majors.
Wow.
And completing his 8 marathons in 8 states journey in Melbourne. So obviously
incredible.
Done the majors, or I'm gathering it's the majors.
Canberra Marathon, Sydney Marathon, Perth Marathon, which I think is actually happening today as we speak too. There must be a Queensland Marathon happening, but what an achievement.
So Charlie finished in a time of 4 hours and 1 minute. So first Indigenous man to complete all 7 world majors, which is a great effort. And isn't this great to see as well? The youngsters, these are our emerging superstars that we'll be keeping an eye on over the coming years. And it's just great to see that mums and dads, we've got the young ones out there being active and enjoying, the outside time and a bit of exercise in that as well.
She needs a bit more room. She's ready to actually unleash into the G, and she's sort of a bit hampered by the amount of foot traffic. So hopefully she gets some clear air when she gets onto the actual turf and really lets loose, because she looked like she had a little bit left in the legs.
Well, she might be going for age group line honours or
possibly
something or other. It might be that 5 to 6-year-old or 3 to 5-year-old age group line on it. But it's terrific. Great to see the young ones being involved.
Here's the volunteers doing a wonderful job in the nearly said the marshalling area, in the post-race area, where it gets a bit cramped, in particular with the huge amount of numbers in the Dairy Farmers 5K. Probably not finishing as far apart as you would, clearly, for obvious reasons, than a marathon or a half marathon. So, wonderful job. Instagram absolutely getting a workout. The Garmin getting a workout as well, as people check their times, and the personal best is being broken left, right and centre. The joint is humming down there. Humming. We're not too far, for people who may not be aware, which would be almost everyone, we aren't too far away from the MCG. I reckon we could almost be able to hear the music and the frivolity from here if we walked outside, which is a testament to the atmosphere creators at the MCG and part of the organising committee.
And all the hype zones in that as well. I've just had another friend text me saying the hype zones have been amazing successful, and I know they've had grandstands out on the road, so more people are out there supporting those on the road, and listening to a couple of our interviews already with our winning athletes, and some of our athletes have just been out on the course. That they've enjoyed the spoils of that excitement out on the road and been a really great supportive mechanism for runners as they make their way on their journey.
Let's go downstairs to the MCG. Renee is with Simon from the finish line.
Absolutely, guys. We're here at the finish line. And I mean, when I ran my first marathon, all I thought about was, what am I going to eat straight after when I finish? And no doubt it was grilled. And I mean, we haven't even run a marathon and we're tucking in to the delicious burgers.
I don't want to discredit how much hard work we have done. Now, we've done a hell of a long time here, clapping and cheering. So we need post-recovery food. And I can see the runner. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at that. From grilled burgers, Renee, this is, all you want to do is get fuel back into the body, and why not do it with a grilled burger?
Plenty of grilled stores all around the MCG, whether you're a supporter or you've run the race. I mean, there's no better recovery food than a juicy burger. Yeah. Simon, you going to tuck in?
I'm going to tuck in. I feel really bad for the team in the studio, but you know what? Some people just have to do the hard work. So Renee's going to eat it in...
I did try and do this
in 2 bites, but I don't think we're going to get it done. But from now on, I'm going to just have a mouthful and enjoy the finish line.
There's sauce up my nose, and that is how I like it.
There we go, beautifully done. What I will say is that firstly, delicious, grilled, and secondly, look at them pretending like they actually care that we're not having a grilled burger right now. Just absolutely disingenuous there from Simon, just saying, oh, you know, feel for you. No, you don't. When you're tucking into a delicious grilled burger, you don't care that no one else is getting involved, as long as you enjoy it, which you will be. The mighty Melbourne is a favourite of mine, but there you go. They have worked hard and they deserve their grilled burgers.
Nonchalantly just tucking into that. A little bit of jealousy, but that's okay.
Yeah,
they have worked hard and they've done a great job at the finishing line. And as I said, you know, welcoming and celebrating all the great achievements of all the runners coming through. And you know, those marathoners are still coming through thick and fast. Probably dried up on the half marathon side of things, but we've certainly got our dairy farmers 5 kilometre runners and our Chobani Fit Walkers coming into the frame, but still quite a few marathoners out on the road. And I guess you know, once they're looking at that sort of 5.5 hour mark, I know there's a little bit of a rerouting on the course, just obviously with flow on the roads and road closures and the like in that as well, which our runners will certainly be aware of. But at the moment, we're enjoying what they're doing at the moment, coming into the MCG, going under the MCG finishing line and enjoying every moment. And I'll tell you what, as you said, Cam, earlier, the socials are going to go absolutely off over the next couple of hours. And if you're tagging at, I think, Mara.
Yep.
To get all your photos and medals and all that sort of stuff, it'll be great to see all the celebrating that's been doing.
Absolutely. Now, just for people at home, there's going to be a fair bit of partying this afternoon from all these men and women, boys and girls who deserve it. And a lot of that will be done in Richmond. I am a Richmond local, and I can tell you that the grilled restaurant on Swan Street in Richmond is one of the best getting around. It's quite big. There's a nice bar in there as well. I don't know the exact corner it's on, but it's on Swan Street. You can't really miss it. Not too far down from the Corner Hotel and not far from the MCG. So if you are having a drink today in Richmond, make sure you do eat plenty as well. And there's a great grilled on Swan Street in Richmond. So
do you
make
have
sure you check it out.
Favourite grilled burger?
I'm a mighty Melbourne type of guy.
Melbourne.
Maybe a biased attitude. I don't know. But you know what? The chips are unbelievable at grilled as well.
I agree. Top-notch chips from grilled.
There's about 15 different dippings and sauces you have as well. I'm an aioli sort of guy, so that probably is what lends it myself to. But yeah, I cannot recommend grilled anymore. In fact, the moment we get off, I'm going to probably pop in on the way home and grab myself a burger.
Well, I'm going to duck to Southern Cross Station when I head on the train all the way back to Warrnambool, and the first place I'll be going to is grilled.
Love it. Love it. Big shout out to Grilled, a great partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. We'll get to a break. Back with plenty more next.
Herbe Mess, no matter what your day holds.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Fitness, it's a whole person thing.
Goodbye, stress.
As much about staying in shape
That was easier than I thought.
as it is about busting stress
That's my kind of yoga.
and working on your socials.
Yeah, let's add another 20.
So, for a gym where everything works out, try a different approach with Snap Fitness and enjoy the feeling. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival continues on right across the SEN Radio Network if you're listening to us, or via YouTube, SEN TV. I have a feeling that someone has broken the course record for the Chobani Fit Walk. I can't have that. I've got to get some clarification, but there's clearly a desire from a couple of the younger crew to go out and try and run their record. Have a look at this. This is such great scenes. No better city to run or walk or to immerse yourself in the middle of than Melbourne. And we're seeing more and more of it each and every year, more than 50,000 people involved. And a big shout to the City of Melbourne, an associate partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And we thank them for their continued support for this wonderful event, which continually blows our mind each and every year. The Better Beers are on. They're open. The Better Beer Village, or Better Beer Bar, is open in the event village. Make sure you go trial it out. The Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Plenty more next. And if you are joining us for the first time, a big shout to you. Maybe you've ran it. Maybe you've torn the joint apart and you've run a PB, or you've just gone out there and enjoyed it for everything that it is. And we hope that if you are joining us for the first time, you enjoyed it, you're enjoying it, you're not too sore, you've stretched. Maybe save the ice bath for tomorrow. Maybe just have a quiet relaxo this afternoon. But there's many ways to ease down after a wonderful event, Trent, and people are doing it right now.
Oh, absolutely are. And I think the event village is going to be a hype of activity at the moment. A lot of runners, as they get their medals and do everything they need to do inside the MCG, they'll go outside and just celebrate whatever they need to do with all the great activations. And the run club, and there's a lot of lounges and so forth, Tess, that people can just sit back and relax, have a quiet refreshment, sit and have a bit of a, I guess, a ponder of how they went today and how they've enjoyed the day.
Candy Hertz has been out and about amongst it from day dot, minute dot. Yeah, day dot, minute dot. We're still on the same day. Sorry, Candy, take it away.
That's okay. Hey, you're right, guys. It is an absolute hive of activity over there. Back here on the starting line where the whole day began, it is really quiet now. We've got these incredible volunteers behind us who have done such a spectacular job. It just wouldn't have been the same without their help today. And they're still helping packing down. I do have something very cool I want to share with you right now. This is a really cool moment for TV. We've got Paul and his team, and they are going to deflate on camera live the starting line. Paul, hit it! This is going to be amazing. I heard it deflates in like 3 seconds. Okay, a little bit longer than 3 seconds. Hey, the whole thing's coming down. Well, I mean, that's a little bit of a disaster.
Well,
but
yeah, is that deflating, Candy? Is that deflating or just fell over?
That wasn't at all what I thought was going to happen. That is not the television I try to create for everybody today.
In fairness,
I thought it was
Candy,
going to just collapse in a beautiful way.
It is hard to rehearse that.
It really is. But what a lovely way to say, and now we're officially done. Thank you so much for being involved, everyone. And thanks to everyone that had a great chat to us and just brought the fun today. Amazing participants, amazing sponsors, and brilliant volunteers as well. It's been a lot of fun, and you guys have done a super job in the studio as well.
Thank you, Candy. You've been outstanding. You're as energetic and bright as anyone at 5:30 in the morning when people are getting there. Very nervous before they're about to embark on a wonderful experience running 42, 21, 10, 5 or a walk over 2.5. And you're a big part of why that energy is so big at the MCG and the surrounding area. So congratulations to you, and a big thank you to everyone who did join Candy, because Candy's a great interviewer and brings a lot of that infectious energy. But people have to put their hand up and donate their time. And it just hails to the world, the Max Gorns, the Steve Monaghettis, to say good day and have a chat, give us an insight to what they are thinking and doing at any particular time. Is very, very appreciative.
Oh, absolutely, and you know, she had some great interviews and did some had some great opportunities at the activation zones as well. And I did see that left arm looked still a little bit sore about the amount of ringing of that bell as she did for the 2.5 kilometre Chobani walk. And isn't this a great little sight? Just seeing the little youngsters that walking in with mum and dad. And what I love about Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival is the 2.5 kilometre walk, a great way for the family to get together and enjoy, you know, a little bit of time out on the road and being active and smiling and being happy, and then getting to come into the MCG.
Yeah, experiencing the atmosphere of the MCG. It's not something you get to do every day, so to experience that with your family and be part of the Melbourne Marathon event is just, yeah, such a great way to, start your day.
What's next for you, Tess? What does you talked a bit of FOMO. What is happening into the new year, or at least late back into this year, into the new year for you, running-wise?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm struggling to put together a bit of a plan for myself, to be honest. We sort of, Melbourne Marathon's the end of sort of the road running for the year. We then go into the track races. I think it's like an AB Shield.
Are you a track athlete at all?
Absolutely not.
Not anymore?
No. I've done a couple of 5K events, but you're just so exposed on the track, and everyone can see you racing. So I tend to stick to the roads where you can hide behind the pack a little bit more, if I'm honest. But I think I'm going to challenge myself, and I do want to do maybe a 3K or a 5K over the summertime, get myself back into, I guess, a groove of fitness. And then me and my partner, we're going to do the Ocean Grove Beach 10K and race each other. So I think, have a bit of white line fever and see what happens.
See where you're at, perfectly done. You can get him back for what he did to you in Berlin.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no 30K mark in a 10K. So
no, there's not.
That helps just a little bit. Well, of course, we do go into track season. That's a big thanks to Chemist Warehouse, who the summer of athletics in his country is always thanks to Chemist Warehouse. Because the Zatopek, you mentioned it earlier, the Zatopek isn't too far away.
No, I think it's in early December.
Yeah,
it's really coming around the corner, and I think we saw Jack Rayner win Zatopek last year for I believe it was the 4th time he won it. So yeah, we might see him, I guess, get back into some faster training and do a 5-peat if that's a word.
Yeah, well, probably every chance too. The way he runs, and he's sort of owned that event now, hasn't he? You know, like Jack Rayner, he's you know, every time you see his name at that start list, you think, who's going to beat Jack?
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's obviously got the Australian record over the 10K, so there's no one that does a 10K quite like Jack Rayner.
Well, there's not many in this country who do a marathon like Jack Rayner. Back to back, of course, if you're joining us for the first time. He was extremely confident in the way that he ran from the start, as was Caitlin Adams in the women's side of it. But the amount of aggressiveness from both of those athletes, it told a fair bit, didn't it, over the entire 42 Ks?
Yeah, it did. I think both athletes, as you said, ran really strong races. You saw Jack sort of biding his time, running with Joe Fukuda before he then made his move, coming into Fitzroy Street and using that downhill as momentum. So really strong from Jack. And then Caitlin obviously ran a bit of a different race. She was leading from the gun, and having that big pack of, you know, Jess Stenson and some of her other training partners for the majority of the race before it, as it usually does towards the end stages of the marathon, disbanding, and she sort of, I guess, took it home from there.
She didn't really have any type of concern, did she? Because there was no one who really went with her, but yet she was able to feed off the energy of other athletes. The other two men Well, they're out there by themselves. They're the head of the entire marathon pack, so they kind of have to, chop and change, as we touched on in the time, and be able to garner your own energy and momentum. Not gender specific, because of the two men at the top of it. So, not to say it was easy by any stretch, but she did have the help from a couple of men. I think there was 11 or 12 in that pack once Jess Stenson and her pace setting stopped at about the 21K mark.
What are your thoughts of Jess Stenson? What would she be thinking, post-race, seeing Caitlin coming across the line first and succeeding? Obviously, they had a plan in place. It executed really well. She was able to get the job done. Targeted race. She was a bit of a part of it. She would have been absolutely wrapped by the end of it, I would have thought, Jess Stenson.
Yeah, she'd be ecstatic. I think Caitlin and Jess, they train as part of their team Tempo, so part of the same coaching group under Adam Diddick. So she'd be ecstatic for Caitlin Adams. She would have done a lot of her training with her, I'm assuming, as well. A lot of those key marathon sessions, long runs. So she would have been part of not only the day, but also like the build-up to get into the race as well.
Had the female event been a little bit closer, say Sarah Klein was a lot closer than what she was, do you reckon Jess maybe would have held on a little bit longer to pace her through, or do you think where she finished her part of the bargain, I guess, was where she was always going to finish?
Yeah, it sounds like from Caitlin's speech at the end of the race that she had a couple of other guys take her a little bit further. So I think Jess's plan was always to split that 75-minute half marathon for Caitlin Adams before parting off. And yeah, I think she probably wouldn't have finished or kept going, just because it would have impacted her own training. She would have been delayed, having to recover and all of that. So I think, yeah, it always would have gone to that half marathon, and then the others would have carried her on.
Yeah, well, her brother, Jack Trengrove, obviously former Melbourne footballer, he played a big part of it as well. I know that they've been working together collectively over the last few months in preparation for this. So a great story from the Trengroves, working with someone from South Australia and Caitlin Adams to take out the win. And gee whiz, we've even got dress-ups in the dog dress-ups. We've seen it all today. We've seen better beers, we've seen suits, and now we've seen dog dress-ups.
I don't want to tell my rubbish story again that bored the nation earlier, but that's a remarkable effort, I will tell you this. That is a remarkable effort, because I spent 15 minutes in a suit once, and I was gasping for air. Have a look at this.
Do you reckon we could get you back down to Melbourne Aquarium, Cam, and get that suit, maybe do a little 5K run next year?
Oh, I'll be honest when I say this, Trent. I'm a little more financially motivated, because there's always a number that we can get to that could probably have me back down there, but I have a feeling that Melbourne Aquarium have no interest in meeting that number. This is such a cool thing to see, isn't it? And the amount of fun that people can have with it in different ways lends itself to a lot of humour and enjoyment for people who aren't necessarily competing or have competed or are competing, and it takes their mind off it a little bit when you see these things.
Absolutely, it just creates an ambience and atmosphere for the day. These guys are hilarious.
They are. Where's their bib? Where's their trader? Where's their chip? Hope it's working still. Nothing worse than if their bibs have fallen off and they haven't got the official timing if you're going to dress up in a...
You'll love this being a sports, as you said earlier, a bit of a sports geek, Cam. A few years ago, there was a number of players, they dressed up in the old 1980s VFL type jumpers. So we had a Dermot Brereton look-alike, we had a Warwick Kappa look-alike. I reckon we even had a Bruce Dool look-alike that they had their own footies, and they were taking it, bounced down the centre wing of the great Southern Stand side of the venue, and gee, that added a little bit of atmosphere in that as well.
Unreal.
So they love people love the dress-ups, just doing something a little bit different, something a little bit fun and quirky to make the event so special.
There's people who do weird and wonderful things in marathons. There's the famous vision of the guy who did an entire marathon dribbling a basketball. Now, I'm not certain if it was New York or Chicago. It is one of the majors. But yeah, it goes through you've got to be able to run a marathon, you do the training, and then you at some point you think to yourself, I'm going to dribble a basketball the entire way. Now, I don't know how much training you do. I don't know, do you train the entire time with the basketball? We heard earlier that the old beer can was only slid on right before the start. It's such a different situation, isn't it, these people think of?
Look, I'm not sure. I think what Kent said with the beer can, you probably don't want to know the pain until race day, so you might just, wing it on race day with the basketball and hope for the best.
Absolutely. And it's 42K's got to hold on to a basketball. It's a long time. Unfortunately, you spoke with the tram track earlier with your mum. You hit a tram track, the pill's gone. Yeah, the basketball's gone, and then all of a sudden you're looking like a bit of a muppet because you told everyone you were going to do 42Ks, but he finished it, which is a remarkable effort. Let's go back inside the MCG. Time for more presentations. Renee and Simon, over to you.
Yeah, that's it, guys. Look, we're hearing Snoop Dogg play out in the music here, and Snoop was only here a couple of weeks ago, but today it's all about these incredible athletes. 50,000 of us have run through the MCG today, Simon. I mean,
over 100,000 spectators as well. It's been pretty impressive.
And we've had so many incredible presentations so far, but let's not forget the Dairy Farmers 5K. Simon, you've just smashed a protein Dairy Farmers drink yourself. You feeling good?
I was actually feeling like I could have run, but probably not beaten our winners with that. But
definitely
gee,
not.
It was great.
Awesome, and let's welcome to the Dairy Farmers 5K presentation stage, Ambassador Alice Baku to present the awards to our winners. Alice, welcome to the stage. Here to present our incredible athletes today, and in second place for the women's, please welcome to the stage Kate Brown, finishing in 16 minutes and 57 seconds, a very speedy win today and well deserved. And in first place for our females Dairy Farmers 5 kilometre, please welcome Abby Reid, finishing 16 minutes and 9 seconds, hobbling her way onto stage today. First road run and absolutely smashing it out of the park. Huge congratulations.
And now for the male category, in third place, Nick Hersham there at 14:45. Please welcome Nick up onto the stage. In second place, we had Charles Pearson at 14:42. And in first place, a blistering speed was set. And the man at the moment, Harrison Baxter. Yes. Yeah.
Huge congratulations to our Dairy Farmers 5 kilometre on their incredible effort today here at the MCG for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Brilliantly done. Thank you, Renee. And that was a fast 5K. We touched on it, Trent, earlier. They went quick.
They did go quick, and Harrison went quick, and I think he broke his PB by over 20 seconds as well, which was an amazing effort. And it shows you how much people love the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. He's travelled from New South Wales, ran in the 5 kilometre Dairy Farmers run, he spent 15 minutes out on the course, so, you know, hopefully he'll go back to New South Wales, spruik about how good it was, come back to Victoria next year, and he may even look at, you know, extending his event, maybe going to the 10 kilometre SriLankan Airlines event, or maybe look to defend his 5 kilometre Dairy Farmers result.
No doubt. Just quickly, we spoke about this earlier, those two wonderful puppies, you would call them. The one that was on our left most certainly just gained a little edge when they got to the line. I reckon it was a little dip to make sure that person finished first inside the mascot suit, and I love it. Competitive juices run regardless of when you finish and what event you're doing. Quick break. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
We need to raise the bar, then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that. We need to carry the weight of expectation, then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
they miss, no matter what your day holds.
Whether you're up at dawn or meeting under the clocks at noon, our city rocks its own vibe. So when the final whistle blows, stay and play. Only in this city of ours.
Just telling some war stories about musical acts. Renee mentioned Snoop Dogg on the MCG a couple of weeks ago, and there's plenty of music just pumping through the speakers, and not just in the MCG as we can see right now, but right around the track and right around the course. And those hype zones and the continual suggestion of how great they are is going to continue to get bigger and bigger. Those hype zones aren't going anywhere in the future.
They would have been pumping up our runners out on the course, and yeah, another great little addition to make that festival feel even stronger here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Now, when it comes to competitive juices and making sure you beat the partner you may or may not be running with, well, I'm about to throw Renee a curveball here. Welcome back. It is a Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Renee is in the MCG. I want to know, with her two next guests, if one of them, I believe that one of them wanted to just inch forward to finish first. Renee, can you find out if one of the people within the dog pooch mascot costume actually wanted to finish first and got competitive late?
Well, I've been asked at the studio, guys, if one of you want to finish first in this, were you hoping for a PB today?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear them, but they said
gotcha.
absolutely.
I told you, you can see it from up here and we love it.
Dairy Farmers 5K, you have just finished in these incredible puppy dog outfits. I mean, is it hot in there? The sun's coming out here at the MCG.
It's very, very hot, but it's all worth it because today we were running for a charity that was very close to our hearts, Pets of the Homeless.
Pets for the Homeless, that's what it's all about, getting amongst charities and great causes. Everyone's got a different reason why they're running today. An incredible effort doing a 5K Dairy Farmers run in a puppy dog outfit. I mean, that's a great idea.
Brilliant.
We did our best.
They did their best and they dominated. And they not just finished the 5K, the Dairy Farmers 5K. Thank you to Renee there for asking that question. I knew it. I knew the one of them just got the dip in, which I do love, by the way. But it is good to see so many different charities being supported and being exposed and exaggerated, so people who may not know a great deal about them get to see them more on such a public forum as today is.
Yeah, raising awareness has been a big thing about it, the Melbourne Marathon, for a number of years now. When you look at all the charity partners, I think I saw through the social media side of things this week that over $2 million have been raised for the charities that are aligned with the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and that's a great thing. Obviously, you know, we talk about the athletes being on course, running, everyone having a chance to be on course, but the work that they do off the course to support a lot of great organisations and the work that they do is certainly inspiring, and you know, hopefully some of that money raised goes to some really good research and awareness programs to help, you know, us as a community understand more about whatever it is that is being aligned with. So a few of the Spartans, seen a lot of the Spartan shirts and singlets over the course of the morning, which is great. And this particular Spartan's done over 25 Nike Melbourne Marathons, which is an outstanding effort. So Andy with the name badge there on the bib, he's enjoying another Nike Melbourne Marathon as part of his time with us here in Melbourne. 25, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. It looks like they changed the colour of the bib as well when you, maybe if you're a Spartan or a VIP, or it looks like it's a brilliant gold colour. So I guess that's motivation, if anything, to get a nice gold coloured bib and do plenty of Melbourne marathons.
Definitely stands out, doesn't it? Which
yeah.
It should, by the way. They absolutely should be recognised to the highest order. But that most certainly is something that everyone else can see from a fair distance.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's absolutely cruising at home, phone in hand, looking like he's obviously done plenty of these in his life.
Well, we spoke earlier about headphones, and of course, a big shout to the crew. That sound core. Do you train with headphones at all or not?
I do on easy running.
Okay.
So if I'm by myself and I'm out for just yesterday I went out for a long run because obviously 4 a.m. wake up. I wasn't going to get up at 2:30 in the morning for a long run. Yeah, put some headphones in, listen to a podcast or some music. But when I'm doing sort of that speed session or the threshold or marathon training, I don't train with headphones because obviously you want to mimic race day. And race day I don't take headphones, so yeah, I don't train with them for those faster sessions.
Yeah, and that's why, Trent, I never got to the elite marathon level because headphones are banned, as Tess told us earlier. So I chose to stay at the lower level.
And I'll be with you as well, Cam, because I need that little bit of motivation in the ears to keep me going. But kudos to you, Tess, and especially when you're mimicking race day and so forth, the motivation's certainly strong. And yeah, gee whiz, I don't know how you do it without a little bit of music or a podcast in the ear to keep you going along.
Usually I'm running with my training group or some friends, so that'll keep me company, have a couple of chats while we're training. So,
do you run the tan? Does your training crew run the tan at all?
No, we run around Princess Park. So Princess Park on a Tuesday night, and then usually we get a group of us, just an unofficial group on Friday morning around Albert Park. So obviously the Melbourne Marathon went around Albert Park, so I know that part of the course very, very well, doing laps and laps every Friday morning.
I have only ran that Princess Park track once. It was a part of a series that included Run the Zoo. Remember when they had that run? Now, they still have it, but you don't go inside the zoo. They used to open the zoo up and you could run inside it. It was unique, interesting, because there was a lot of people getting photos. Now, I don't mind because I'm a slow runner, but there would be people who got stuck behind people taking a selfie. But there's been some really innovative ideas from Melbourne festivals over the time, hasn't it, when it comes to running?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually did that Run the Zoo run.
Yeah, I think we were together for a little bit, and you left me at about the 200-metre marker. Go on.
Yeah, it was a great event. It was part of a series. I think they still, the Sunset series, I believe it's called.
Yeah,
they still do it around the Tan, around Princess Park now. Yeah, another great event. It's part of the Melbourne running scene.
And you speak about, Zatopek and the Murray Plant meet and these ones. They've been really innovative over the last couple of years too with, you've got the walking bridge over the top, you've got the music blaring, which is another dimension, but I guess it's making running sexy and it's offering something a little bit different. And I'll tell you what, the crowd's been enormous the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ON's taken on a lot of the ownership of those events and really making it an activation and, increasing the attendance and driving, bigger athletes. I know we've had Jake Whiteman and Fred Curley, I believe, come through to the Murray Plant meet. So that brings down big crowds because people want to come down and see those athletes compete.
Most certainly, Renee Buckingham has been ripping it apart in the MCG, finding the superstars who have been winning and the wonderful stories. And this is a family-friendly event. And she's found two very talented people from the same family.
Yeah, guys, that's what it's all about, the emotion and the energy of families coming together. I'm here with Ruth and Elliot, mum and son, crossing the finish line hand in hand. Mum's done the Dairy Farmers 5K. Elliot's done his first Melbourne Mara Festival full marathon. How are you feeling?
That was incredible. Something to behold. The atmosphere out there. Everyone came together and made it possible, from the supporters to the other runners. That was incredible. That's something I'll take to my grave.
And for you, Ruth, mum, crossing that finish line with your son, arm in hand, emotional. You had me in tears. How are you feeling?
It's the most amazing experience. I will never forget this. I'm so blessed to have done this and to have done this with my boy. Yeah.
Well, a deserving win for you both. An emotional moment right here in the MCG for the Nike Melbourne Marathon 2025 Festival. Family, that's what it's all about.
It most certainly is, Renee, and it's a big part of what the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival is about. We talk about families in the stands watching their loved ones do it, and then of course you see so many family members roll out and complete their events. I haven't seen that many tears since Geelong fans a couple of weeks ago. Trent.
Cam, too soon.
Sorry, my apologies. My apologies.
They're still coming down my cheek at times over the last couple of weeks.
Fair enough. I actually went to the NRL Grand Final last Sunday as well. I did the double up, my first NRL Grand Final as a Storm fan, so it didn't exactly go that well either, but Brisbane are winning everything as it stands right now, including, of course, an Olympic bid, of which we'll see in Olympic Games in 2032. Just quickly, big shout to Dairy Farmers, because the Dairy Farmers 5K has been an extremely important and fun event today. Run, recover and replenish with Dairy Farmers protein. Get involved, chocolate, strawberry or banana and honey. Delicious. I don't know about you guys, but you've been thinking about grilled burgers ever since
Absolutely,
Renee
it's been at the top of my mind.
Exactly.
I'm just worried about what I'm going to have for my lunch from Grill.
Yeah. I've been wondering how they got the burger down onto the MCG. Was it an Uber Eats order or was it pre-made? Who knows?
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
It's a very good point because they looked fresh and delicious. So they didn't stuff around to be able to get them down there. I do love it. This is such a huge part of what this event is. And early doors, we're focusing on the Jack Rayner, the Caitlin Adams. You know, we're talking Olympic-level athletes, the Olympians which we've seen compete. But everybody can get out and have a crack in their own way. The support staff here. This is such a brilliant sight. And it's running that lends itself to this right across the world.
Absolutely, yeah. I think what you said about anyone can participate in running. It doesn't matter how fast or how slow you are. Just getting out there and getting part of the atmosphere is just such a, I guess, a courageous thing and brave thing for everybody to be doing.
And I guess the catch cry this year, sort of, you know, that Latin motto, you know, we gather strength as we go. So, and that's been the course of the day. You know, you're looking at an athlete here who's, you know, having to use, you know, the walkers to assist, you know, and she's gathering strength by watching everyone else. And others are probably watching, you know, gathering strength by watching her in that as well. So it's, yeah, it's amazing, inspiring, and yeah, so many great little subplots with everyone's journey on what they're wanting to do and achieve as they come into the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival here in October.
Well, the MCG's going to probably get around her in a couple of moments' time when she gets into the G. They've done a really good job of, hey, this is what happens, and people within and on the MCG arena and the PA do a wonderful job of being able to explain and hype up when somebody is getting through and onto the MCG. And I have a feeling the MCG crowd, who have done a great job today, are about to get around that particular woman as well, which is outstanding. And have a look at that. People still rolling through. Round of applause. It is exactly what it's been about all morning. Exciting. Exciting. Hey, just quickly. SriLankan Airlines. Did anyone else get a little confused earlier when Candy had a chat to Ravi and she said, your birthday's coming up, and he said 80th? Did anyone else think that Candy was talking about Ravi for a split second?
What? But she was not.
Yeah, I remember it.
Do you remember?
I was thinking, no, it has to be SriLankan Airlines. It has to be turning 80.
Bloody hell, he looks good for 80.
I was going to say, if I'm going over to Colombo, I'm going to wherever his spot is for the Fountain of Youth.
SriLankan Airlines, by the way, they are great. Now, it was only for a split second. I quickly realised that it's SriLankan Airlines' 80th birthday, which isn't too far away. But you can visit SriLankan Airlines at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival Expo. It is outstanding. It is your very own prelude to Destination Sri Lanka. You speak to the team in the Runners Expo for your chance to win a trip to Sri Lanka for you and a friend. And big shout out to the SriLankan Airlines crew. They're a partner of the 10K run and did an outstanding job. And you can just, I don't know about you, but I can hear the energy start to rise as well as we see this particular woman walk into the MCG, and now the PA announcer just starting to let everyone know in the crowd, and you can hear and feel that energy start to fire it up, which is outstanding.
Yeah, enjoying the last moments of her journey and enjoying and seeing yourself on the big screen too. I think that's even better when you get that opportunity to have you on the big screen, and she'll soak in the action, soak in the atmosphere of the MCG, walking past those beautiful BMW cars, which are the official vehicle partner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And yeah, some great stories. And I said earlier, it's about inclusion, and this is what this event does. It includes everyone. There's you don't have to be a runner. You can be a walker. You can be somewhere, a wheelchair athlete. You can be. Doesn't matter who, you're included, and it's what makes this event so great.
Absolutely. I think that athlete's name is Linda Patton, so sending out big congratulations to Linda for completing the Chobani Fit event.
Great job. Great job, Linda. There you go. Outstanding, and this is what exactly these type of events do. Brilliantly done. There's challenges that everyone has to overcome at different points. You just be disciplined and believe in yourself, and Linda, you should be very proud of everything you've achieved and what you're doing right now. And the MCG most certainly are using their energy and transferring it to you as you're only a couple of moments away from the finish line. And the emotion is outstanding. And it's something, there's a full gamut of emotions always, anytime you set your mind to do a particular event, and then you get here and you do it and you complete it, and it's not easy. And occasionally the tears just roll down the cheeks, but this is a huge effort again as this woman 2 women now go into the MCG. They're about to see a crowd, and that is unreal. That is so cool to see.
And I think sometimes too, like events like this, you put all the training, but when you come to actual game day, there is probably sometimes of self-doubt whether I can make it. But, you know, you're seeing a lot of other runners that are spurring you on, and the sidelines, the hype activities that are really giving you that, positive thoughts that is enabling you to, to keep on that journey and keep, trying to succeed at what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I think this finish line and the coming up into the MCG, this athlete's obviously overwhelmed and got the tears running down her face because that is her I made it moment. She's realising that she has done the marathon, she's able to complete it, and you can see her getting the energy to do the jog again and pick up speed as she comes home to the finish line.
And you know what? You are right, because you have to make a commitment at some point. You train and you work yourself towards this moment, and I have no doubt, having never run one test, and you're a high-level athlete, but there would be a lot of self-doubt. It might be at the start line. It might be a week ago. It might be a month ago. It might be at the very start when you sign up and you commit to actually run it. There would be times where you don't want to do it and you have to go on a long run and you've spent 3 hours on a Sunday morning and you're like, bloody hell, I've got to do this again in early October. But I assume that when you turn that left off the Brunton Avenue and you see the MCG open up in front of you, you forget all about the self-doubt, the crappy times, of which there would be some, and you just go, this is why I do what I did. For whatever reason, it has driven this particular woman and everyone else who's been here today and competed, over 50,000 people. That is all worth it now. And it's hard to get emotional about random strangers, but these type of moments do lend yourself and lead you to it, isn't it, Tess?
Yeah, absolutely. And, even though this athlete's running, 5.5, 6 hours for the marathon, like we've experienced the same sort of feelings. Like I had the same sort of emotion when I came into the MCG, knowing that I could do it. She's obviously experienced that. So it's, I guess, that joint sort of, joint feeling that we both shared, and it's all sort of encapsulated by the MCG.
This is unreal. This is really good to see. See, and there you go. The MCG, you get a little bit of Caton's fire up. Now away she goes. Good on her, and I apologise, I can't quite read her name there on the bib, but that is a remarkable effort. And the emotion is now one of probably relief, but total satisfaction, and most certainly should be incredible pride of herself and everyone who helped her get to this particular moment within the MCG. That is so cool to see. There's Simon giving a little tap on the back. She's got the Soundcore headphones in as well, which is outstanding, and congratulations to that runner who has just finished the marathon. We're going to get to a break. We've been here since just before 6 a.m. We're getting close to the end, and it's still stirring the emotions up. That is exactly what the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival does to each and every one of us.
Urbane-ness, no matter what your day holds.
Whether you're up at dawn or meeting under the clocks at noon, our city rocks its own vibe. So when the final whistle blows, stay and play. Only in this city of ours.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Welcome back. Melbourne Marathon Festival, all thanks to Nike. And the MCG has been full of these wonderful moments and highlights since around 8 a.m, possibly, trying to work out when we did first see the 10-kilometre finish. And I'll take it about that, maybe a little bit later, but it has been chock full of highlights, and this is another one right now. A wonderful moment, the little pooch just needs to play a bit of ball here. A little bit nervous about the finish line, but over it goes. I'm not sure if the dog's got a timing chip in it, but it'll be uploading it to the Strava if it is, in fact, which I'd say be wearing the garment. And this is how it started this morning, the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. There's Caitlin Adams, she was able to get the job done. Jess Stenson was our pacemaker, and then we've seen a false start. A false start in the 10K, but away we went, and these wonderful athletes who show grit, determination, and motivate all of us. And there we go. First ever marathons, there's debutantes, there's veterans, there's superstars who dominate the MCG on a regular basis while leading their football team. And it all happens within that beautiful city that we look at, the sporting capital of the world. It has been a fun morning at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and Trent, it was full of highlights. Well, we're going to try and squeeze it into a couple of minutes, but this thing could last for hours.
Oh, absolutely. There's been many highlights, and you look at all of our winners, but all of the everyday Joes that are just running out on the course. So much to go through, and we could be here for hours talking about what's been our favourite.
It was good. Katrina Adams just holding the winner's sash for the women's division of the marathon. This has been a fun morning.
It's been a super fun morning. So Jack Rayner, our winner, 2 hours 15. Back-to-back wins for Jack Rayner. Stephen McKenna, great story coming from an Ironman background. Our runner-up, and Fraser Darcy, a really consistent run over the 42 kilometres, rounding out our podium for our men's marathon. Our female marathon, Caitlin Adams, a South Australian, her debut marathon, and it was a successful one with a win. 2 hours 30:26. Sarah Klein, she's been on the podium so many times before, coming off a big program over at the World Ass Champs. Our men's half marathon results, Havtu Strinsos, an emerging youngster that's making so many great, having so many great things happening in the running world for him. And Izzy Bat-Doyle, a regular and a popular regular here in Melbourne, taking out the women's half marathon. Adam Goddard, he went 2 spots better in 2025, taking out the SriLankan Airlines 10-kilometre run from Johannes Dugnor, who is an impressive young man as well. They're both sub-30 runs. Ali Pashley back from having her second child in a great win in the 10-kilometre event, 33:41. Stella Radford, a great steeplechaser as well behind her. And then our 5-kilometre results, Harrison Baxter, the New South Welshman, running in a time of 14:36, a personal PB for him, breaking it by about 25 seconds, I think we worked out it to be. And then young Abby Reid was our women's 5-kilometre result winner, all thanks to dairy farmers.
Powered by Garmin, they are the results, Tess, and it doesn't matter which way you look at it, they are jam-packed of PBs and wonderful efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a highlight for me for the day was Caitlin Adams' debut marathon, running around 2:30:26 from memory, so close to the sub 2:30. I'm sure the next marathon she'll be one to watch as well.
Havtu Strinsos is probably one of mine. I love Jack Rayner, and everything he does I just admire. And for him to go back-to-back, which we don't see all that often, Great performance, but Haftu Strinsos, the Ethiopian-born boy who is adopted by an Australian Greek family. He's done so many great things, and to win this one in a really red-hot field, won it by more than what I thought he was going to win it by. You know, obviously I thought Brett Robinson, Stewie McSwain in there, but gee whiz, he stood up and he ran really beautifully.
He broke them. He was outstanding. Two people who've been brilliant within the MCG, Renee Buckingham and Simon Mallory. Let's go down insider for the last time. Crew, outstanding. I hope that you finished your grilled and you feel bad that we're hungry back in the studio, but outstanding nonetheless.
Yeah.
Unreal, guys. What an incredible weekend it's been for the 2025 Nike Melbourne Festival. I'm emotional saying goodbye. I mean, we've seen 50,000 runners come through here this morning. Simon, how are you feeling?
Well, we can't say goodbye because they're still coming in. So many stories. We just saw a gentleman, 100 marathon he's just completed, finish here. So all morning, since the moment it started to the now, it has been non-stop energy. And seeing the tears, seeing the outpouring of emotion, you know, it's nothing like I've ever really witnessed before.
Absolutely. From the elites to the everydays to the volunteers, the sponsors, the crowd here have been unreal. We've got to say a massive thank you, and to you guys at home listening and supporting. This is the best weekend in Melbourne, in my opinion, and it's absolutely turned it on, and the sun's come out just in time.
The sun has been amazing. The weather actually has been quite amazing, and you can see it in the effort that these competitors have put in. Renee, I know you'll put a bit of effort in because tomorrow you're going to head over to New York. You're going to tackle a marathon of your own.
I am. I had a bit of FOMO today, but I'm heading to New York tomorrow to complete the New York Marathon. Hopefully, back to you guys at the studio. Thanks so much for today. Signing off from the MCG.
Thank you, guys. Renee, outstanding, and good luck in New York. You're going to absolutely rip that apart and running into Central Park in a couple of weeks' time. It isn't. It's almost on par. Almost. But being Melburnians, that is the best way to finish a marathon. The sun is out, the MCG, and it has been an absolute blast. And unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Tess, Trent, thank you so much.
Thanks, Cam. It's been a great day. I've thoroughly enjoyed it and looking forward to the 2026 version already.
Can't wait. To everyone who watched or listened, however it might have been right around Australia or the world, thank you. That wraps up the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. See you next year.